Good morning, Danny. Uh, Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. Yet again, I have to speak at the Bridges and Tunnels Committee because I still don't see a bike path on the Verrazano Narrows Bridge because it's the only bridge that doesn't have a bike path. And is very disappointed that is the only bridge that connects Brooklyn and Staten Island that doesn't have a bike path. Because the rest of the port authorities bridges like the George Washington Bridge that connects Manhattan and New Jersey, the Goethals Bridge that connects New Jersey and Staten Island has a bike path. But why not the Verrazano? Amazon workers that work at the nearby facility in the Bluefield section of Staten Island uses the Goethals. But why can't Amazon workers use the Verrazano if they live near the Verrazano and live in Brooklyn? It doesn't make any sense. So, Danny, I want action from the Bridges and Tunnels Committee to create a bike path on the Verrazano pronto, because it's very disgraceful that the Metropolitan Transportation Authority doesn't have a bike path on the Verrazano and creates an inconvenience for Amazon workers to use their cars over the Verrazano. I'll see you guys on the commuter rails.
Thank you. The next speaker is Murray Bowden.
Morning. I'm a lip reader. If you want me to understand your words, you have to take your mask off because I read your lips. If you have a mask on, don't expect me to understand what you're saying. It's two sets of rules. You wonder why people are not paying their tolls and why they're cheating. Really simple reason. It's because you lie. This Bridges and Tunnels lies and cheats. And why should you get away with breaking the law and expect us to follow the law? On the lower level of the Henry Hudson Bridge, the lines have been wrong. I was here months ago, told you about it, they won't fix it. Which means, Danny, much as I like you, it's time you retired and got a whole new team. Who said that? Who said that? Didn't hear you. Sorry. You want the people to obey the law, then you follow the law. It's time that either you get a whole new team that follows the manual on uniform traffic control devices because it's reflected right across the city. You don't follow the law, why should anybody else? Why should I stand here and follow his 2-minute rule when you don't follow the rules? I won't. I will create a situation where I don't follow the rules. You should be out there, and if somebody can't see a license plate from 30 feet away and read it clearly, they get a ticket. They have obscured license plates and you can't read them and the money doesn't come in. You got police out there. If you can't see the plate from 30 feet away with normal eyes, they get a ticket. Now, I'm going to talk longer just to prove.
Please conclude your remarks.
You may say whatever you want, but I'm proving that if you don't have to obey the law, I don't have to obey the law.
Please conclude your remarks.
Why should I? Why should I conclude? When you obey the law, I'll obey the law. I'll be 89 years old, and if you touch me, I'll break your fuck.
Commissioner, we have one more public speaker, Omar Vera.
Hello. How's everybody? All right. Welcome to the May edition of your meeting. Um, the only thing I'd like to mention here is to eliminate tolling on the Cross Bay Bridge, as you're only traveling within the same borough, Queens. It doesn't make sense to have tolling within the same borough. Other than that, you're all doing fine. Everything's fine, and I'll see you around. Thanks. Bye.
Commissioner, that concludes the public comment.
Okay, I believe there's not enough voting members at this time to approve the minutes of the April Bridge and Tunnel Committee meeting, so we'll save that approval for next time. Are there any changes to the Bridge and Tunnel Committee work plan?
There are no changes to the work plan. So with that, if I may.
Yes, please, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning and welcome to the May 2022 Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Barbas for once again acting as acting chair. As you may know, the Memorial Day weekend traditionally kicks off our busy summer travel season. Therefore, it's timely to share with you B&T's first 1 million traffic day of 2022, which occurred on Friday, April 29th. And since then, this last Friday, we had another 1 million vehicle traffic day. Basically with the summer weather that we had this weekend, it wasn't surprising that we got our second one this Friday. And we continue to see traffic trending close to reaching pre-pandemic levels, which you're about to hear shortly from Chief Hildebrand. Whatever conditions confront us, I'm confident our field personnel are engaged and prepared, closely monitoring traffic conditions at our facilities to ensure a safe and smooth crossing for our customers. Operationally, in early May, the TD Five-Borough Bike Talk took place on May 1st, which marked the first full-capacity city-permitted event touching down or otherwise impacting service at our facilities since before the pandemic lockdown 2 years ago. Some 32,000 cyclists registered for this event, crossing the Verrazano Narrows Bridge at the tail end of the 40-mile journey. I'd like to commend all of our employees who are involved in the substantial facility prep, on-site management, and ensuring the safety and security of this event and its participants. And of a special note, our standard protocol training and planning came into play during that afternoon when a participant suffered what appeared to be a cardiac arrest on the lower level of the Verrazano Bridge. Our own law enforcement personnel were quick to respond with one of our automated external defibrillators, or AED, as emergency responders and others joined to save the man's life. I commend Special Operations Sergeant Giovanni Saravia for his quick actions, coordination efforts, and calm under pressure. Unfortunately, the sergeant cannot join us today. We wanted to give him a life-saving award in front of the board, but he couldn't be here. So we will give him a life-saving award at a later date. So that was just a great job. I just want to congratulate the sergeant. So the person will be all right? Right now, from what I understand, the person is still alive. Great. Okay. But it was definitely a scary moment. I got a call from Richie that day and, saying we're working on someone on the lower level. So that's something that we didn't want to make sure that that person survived. And unfortunately, unlike the runner in the Brooklyn Half Marathon. That we just heard about, correct. And getting the AED there, and that's part of our plan, is to have the AEDs situated in such a way to get in there as quickly as possible, because sometimes the EMTs can't get there, because when you have 32,000 cyclists going over the bridge, it's hard to maneuver, and we're usually the closest ones there. So, again, thanks to Richie and his team for having that all planned out. As I shared with the commissioners last week, MTA held a press conference last Friday at the Bronx Whitestone Bridge with our regional law enforcement partners to raise public awareness of our coordinated efforts in cracking down on covered and forged license plates. This issue impacts not only B&T toll revenue, but also impacts other agencies as well. I want to thank Chair Jana Lieber, our own law enforcement members, the state police, the NYPD, the Sheriff's Office, the Port Authority for coming out, and the press office and my B&T team for this successful event. I also have a staff announcement today, if I may. No, I'm still here. Okay. Not yet. I'm pleased to announce the appointment of Nicola Angel as Vice President of Intelligent Transportation System and Tolling, or ITST, effective May 5th, 2022. Nicola has been serving as the acting VP role since December 2021, and please join me in congratulating Nicola as our newest senior staff colleague and wishing her success. And Nicole
Thank
is
you,
on the
Danny.
screen right there. Nicole, any
Morning,
words?
everyone.
I'm going to throw it to you.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Danny. Good morning, everyone, and I'm looking forward to being part of the B&T team.
Thank you. And finally, as Memorial Day approaches, B&T would like to thank all of our veterans as we remember their sacrifices.
Memorial Day. We're alive.
Right. That concludes my remarks, and if there's no questions, I will turn over to Chief Hildebrand on report on operations.
Thank you, Dan. The report on operations in this month's committee materials begins on page 14. As winter turned to spring, B&T traffic continued its growth through March of 2022 with an average increase of more than 40,000 vehicles per day versus what we had in February. The post-winter uptick in traffic is an annual occurrence for us at our crossings, and B&T reports traffic counts for 22 that was stronger than March of last year as well as March of 2020, during which the first major COVID-19 restrictions were put into place. Paid vehicle traffic in March of 2022 was 27.4 million vehicles, which reflects an increase of 12.4% over the 24.3 million crossings we had in March of 21 and 44.5% higher than March of 2020 with 8.4 million crossings. More crossings. Easy Pass market share was 95.3% in March of this year, which is consistent with last month and last year, but a little bit lower than 2 years ago. For April of 2022, preliminary B&T traffic was 10% higher than April of 21 and 181.5% higher than April of 2020. According to preliminary traffic data for April of 2022, traffic was 0.1% lower when compared to traffic for April of 2019. Gasoline prices increased in March of 22 for the 15th time in 16 months, with average prices of $4.39 per gallon in March of this year, which is an increase of 67 cents per gallon versus the $3.72 a gallon at the pumps in February. This was also $1.51 higher than March of 2021 and $1.91 higher than it was 2 years ago. Weather conditions in March of this year were a bit unfavorable for drivers as compared to 21, but they had minimal impact to B&T traffic. 1.6 inches of snow fell this year in March, compared to no snowfall in March of the past 2 years. And with that, this concludes the report on operations for this month. I thank you and wish everyone a safe Memorial Day weekend.
Thank you, Rich. If there's no questions for Rich, I'll turn it over to Eric Osins on report on safety.
Thanks, Danny. The March 2022 report, which begins on page 26, maintains performance metrics to be generally positive as traffic volume continues to trend toward and is now well within pre-pandemic levels. B&T's safety report highlights the following. Overall, B&T's March 2022 total collision rate was 3.94 per million vehicles, which is 36% better than rolling year 1920, representing the very beginning of the pandemic period. When compared to last year, results are slightly higher. The collision with injury rate was 0.69 per million vehicles, 28% better than in 19, and is also slightly higher than last year. To underscore facility-specific trends, the Throgsneck Bridge compared to prior months shows a proportionally higher collision rate. This observation may be correlated with a new traffic pattern that included a cattle chute traffic configuration commencing on February 27th, designed to accommodate roadway deck replacement at this facility. In response, the management team instituted enforcement and education strategies to communicate with customers and pace traffic to modify driver behavior. Communication strategies to promote the neighboring Bronx-Whitestone Bridge proved effective as that crossing absorbed traffic volume from the Throgsneck, eliminating conditions that may have exacerbated additional collisions. Improvements were observed at the end of March and April as this stage of construction came to an end in early May. Employee safety metrics over a 12-month period are as follows. The employee lost time injury rate in March was 5.9 incidents per 200,000 work hours, reflecting a decrease of 6% compared to rolling year 1920, and about a 7% increase compared to rolling year 2021. And if you have any questions.
Now it's on.
It looks like the RFK Bridge had an increase in accidents as well.
Yes, we did see a bit of an uptick at the RFK. We have some off-property issues that we think is a primary reason as to why that uptick is being observed. We're working on our enforcement and our education strategies to try to mitigate that as much as possible. This is on the Bruckner, correct? Yeah.
Oh, work on the Bruckner?
Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, Eric, maybe I didn't catch it. So the Throgs Neck has this massive increase in March, from 2 up to 8
Yep.
collisions. So that's obviously 400%. So just again, what's the reason for that?
So there was a change in traffic pattern. We had MPT to accommodate. MPT is Maintenance Protection of Traffic. It's designed to modify driver behavior so that they can accommodate the construction that's occurring at that time. Anytime that there's a change in traffic patterns, there's a acclimation period that the driver needs to,
Right.
get used to as they cross the bridge. I would say that MPT is it's definitely part of the design function. It's signed off by the designer of record. It gets executed, and the management team is responsible for making sure that the design is doing in accordance what it was designed to do. And I think this is an example of the continuous improvement process
Could
that
you
goes
just
on with the
give us
team.
one drop more of detail?
Sure.
Because, like, I'm guessing MPT is not the same everywhere. So, like, what is it like? Is
So-
you put a divider in? Like, what was the thing that was done?
All right, so.
Because I don't see. I mean, I've been on this committee a long time. I generally don't see a 400% increase. So this must
No,
have been.
no, no.
This
That's
must
why-
have been a particularly hard thing to navigate.
So
I'm
that's
guessing.
why we're trying to get out in front of it, Commissioner, and explain what happened. So this was a cattle chute, which meters traffic, and there's a line, a queue that occurs within that cattle chute. What we did was to meter traffic within that cattle chute soon as we saw the pattern occurring within that cattle chute. And what I'm trying to underscore is that in the beginning of MPT being executed, this is all part of the design process. We have a designer of record that develops the MPT based on MUTCD guidelines, so that there's standards and codes that correspond to this. And then when you're dealing with driver behavior, any type of modification of human behavior is unpredictable. So as we execute these MPT designs, it's up to the management team, again, to look at those designs and whether or not, as they're being executed, and whether they're producing the desired effect. And then as soon as we saw the changes that were occurring within this cattle chute area, we executed strategic actions and, tried to change behavior. That's where we are.
So day one, we had our traffic engineers out there with the director of operations, Mike Barnwell, taking a look at the traffic pattern on day one. Everyone drove it. Danny himself drove it, myself, Charlie Passarella. We all went out and started driving. We were a little uncomfortable with the way it was, started making changes right away. So just to build on what Eric said, we kind of adjusted the lines a little bit, moved the barrels slightly, additional signage, and a very, very aggressive messaging plan to let people know, construction pattern ahead, new pattern. And we also, on the flip of it, we worked with the contractors as well, because a lot of their activity in the cattle chute or in the closed area between the two cattle chutes was eye-catching. And we wanted to make sure that what they were doing was not impacting in any way what was going on. So we worked with them. Everyone was a partner in this, and we saw week by week, generally the numbers were improved as we made little chunks of improvement. So
Yeah.
we were pretty happy with the results at the end, and now we're in a much smoother pattern.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Eric, by us asking the question, it wasn't a criticism. I assume you guys are following all kinds of plans. I'm sure you have all people signing up. I wasn't assuming that one day you went out and said, hey, let's change the pattern. Why not? Sounds fun. We assume everything you do is by some book, and maybe a couple of different books. I think the question is more of what you said, Richard, which is very helpful, which is, week to week, day to day monitoring. If that stat, we were able to look at it on a daily basis, if it gets better, great. If it, whatever the periodicity is. And so I hope next month we'll not see 8, but we'll see 4 or something like that. But
Yeah.
all the things you said make perfect sense, because there's not anyone at this table, maybe my colleague to my right accepted, who has not gotten into a car accident at some point in their lives. Am I correct? Everyone's had one at least? Yes, okay. So we're with you.
Just before I go to other questions, just to tie it all in, so just quickly, when the process begins, we had a public outreach process. So the notifications go out to the community leaders, the notifications go out to the public. We have a big PIO, public information outreach, via email and VMS signage that, new traffic pattern coming. We work closely with our C&D partners. They follow all regulations that they need to follow. The pattern went in specific to the designer and the proper MPT. And what we adjusted to was the driver behavior. Because nowadays, as I think Richie mentioned and Eric mentioned a little bit, not only are people looking around going, oh, what's that going on over there, but they're distracted with the big screens they have in the middle of their vehicles, their phones, their kids screaming in the back. There's a million things going on. So I applaud operations and safety for getting together, because once we reacted to the driver behavior piece of it, the pattern or the collisions we saw go down, so actually showing that the pattern was safe, but we would try to adjust to that behavior. And part of that is the education piece, but also the enforcement piece. So putting a patrol car at a certain spot, slowed people down and made them think otherwise. And the VMS signs, telling them you slow down in this area. So I just wanted to cap that all in before, and I'm sorry, I know there was questions.
This one doesn't want to work. It's related to this. How far, miles-wise or feet-wise, in advance of the place that the change is made, is the signage installed?
That's all by proper MPT, all by the MUTCD guidelines. We follow everything as far as, and that's what the engineers give us. The engineers and the contractors give us that, and then we enhance it when we see different change, when the driver behavior we see, then we enhance that. But it's the basic, the needs of the pattern, we make sure they're in prior to, and like I said, we do our own advanced signage to say.
Prior to, and how far would you say?
I don't have the direct, I would have to get the whole plans as far as, because there's a lot of different things.
If
Is
it's
it on
on
the
the
turn?
bridge, it would be at the
Right.
approach to the bridge?
It'll be on the approach to the bridge, right. Prior to, you have to put a certain amount of signs prior to the construction, and then at the end of the construction, has to be a sign that says construction ends.
Ends.
Right, so I don't have direct feet, but there's a whole
Okay.
pattern to that.
Thank you.
So this is the Throgs Neck Bridge.
Throgs Neck, correct.
Is it Queens bound or Bronx bound?
The pattern was in the Bronx, the 2 single-lane catalysts were in the Bronx-bound direction.
Okay, is it still going on?
No, we have it shifted over now, and it's right lane work.
I'm going to
So
Queens.
yeah, no, it's right lane work.
Okay,
It's all good.
Make sure I stay
And
away from it.
Commissioner Albert, we also utilize our partnerships with New York State, New York City DOT, and through the Transcom network to request, when feasible, and, they don't have more prioritized higher priority messaging, to use it. So you may see it, deeper on or further north, or further south on the Clearview. You may catch something on the LIE or the BQE or the Cross Island Parkway even. So we do put those messaging requests out once we see that. But, it is definitely, as President DeCrescenzo said, prior to the bridge.
And it makes sense to put it on the feeder roads that go to the bridge, so that's great. Cross Island, Bell Park.
Well, we work with Transcom also. I don't know if Richie mentioned that. We have regional messaging, so.
Danny?
Oh, sorry. I forgot you were sitting there.
Don't worry about it, man. Yeah, 400% increase is a big number, but what's the number of vehicles that are actually fed into that, were fed into that dangerous area there? Yeah.
So we don't have a north versus southbound direction, but the Throgs Neck Bridge on week 1 saw about 728,000 vehicles. Week 2, 700,000 vehicles, and we did see some of the traffic sort of naturally shift over, and we actually messaged also to use the Whitestone Bridge, which was didn't have those sort of challenging patterns. So we did see a shift over at the Whitestone Bridge as well for the construction. So we were still maintaining most of our traffic, but there was a slight decrease at the Throgs Neck.
Yeah, well, my point is only that there's 3 million cars, and you had 6 more accidents. I'm surprised there were not more, actually. It's kind of the law of small numbers. If 400% is a huge number, because 2% was very low the month before, but it's a whole month, 3 million cars. I mean, I wish people drove better. I know how they drive. They want it. My son says they all think they're in the Secret Service or something. They all got to go, they got to go around you, and the driver behavior is a sort of sick psychology. But I'm not upset about the 400%.
Thank you.
No, thank you. And that's a great point. I mean, we're a victim of our success in some spots, and especially with COVID, when we had less traffic. When you have less traffic, you have less congestion. When you have less congestion, you have less stop and go. So again, comparing some numbers to last year or the year before, it fluctuates. But I'm not saying that as an excuse. I'm saying that when we do see a change or fluctuation, we're acting on it. If no other questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. A second? All in favor? Thank you.
The May joint Metro North and Long Island Railroad Committee meeting. Susan, are there any? Oh, Steve, are there any public speakers? And please remember, there is a code of conduct.
Yes, we have, I believe, 10 public speakers today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rule of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. We have 5 in-person speakers and 5 live remote speakers. We will alternate 2 in-person and then 2 remote speakers. The first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning, Joint Metro North and Long Island Railroad Committee. This Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. I've been to Penn Station and Grand Central recently, and I have been seeing a lot of people in both terminals, and especially in my home terminal, Atlanta terminal, without masks. That's unfortunate because state law indicates that all passengers in all forms of transportation inside the state should wear masks. And I've been seeing not only passengers, MTA police not wearing masks. That's unfortunate also. And I've been seeing homeless people too in Atlanta Terminal, Brooklyn. That's unfortunate also. And the BRC facility at Penn Station has been shut down. Kathy, I want you to investigate why this facility has been shut down. Because the homeless population in New York City has been skyrocketing for the past few years. And our partners at New Jersey Transit Corporation has been doing nothing. Zero. Nada. And everything that we tell them is going in, going out. So we want your team to do something about this, Cassie. So I'll see you guys in transit.
Thank you. The next speaker is Murray Bowden.
This world faces something called global warming. If we don't change our behavior, the rich will have nobody to clean their toilets. The rich will have nobody to cook their food. There won't be any food to cook. We can't live the way we lived since the world started. We've run out of resources, which means we have to change. The gentleman sitting there with the police uniform on is an executive. The message he's sending is, this is the military and we're going to follow the law or else. He should not be here in a uniform. He should be here in a suit. He is purely an executive. And the message you're sending out is, this is a militaristic world we live in and you're going to follow the law or else. You just saw an example of it, the last meeting. It's on the record. And I'm speaking for 2 groups, by the way. The issue of railroad crossings and red lights, flashing red lights, goes back 200 years, 100 years before there were traffic lights. And as they described in the last meeting, people are watching everything but. what you expect them to watch. That so-called manual uniform traffic control devices is outdated. It was written for a different era. When you cross railroad tracks, you should see traffic lights. The crossbuck was 200 years ago when they took two pieces of wood, nailed them together, and put it up for a railroad crossing. Why do we blow the train horns? You tell me there's a train coming in 15 seconds on a subway. Why are you blowing the train horns? Because we've always done it. So I guess, Kathy, you're going to have to be replaced, or your team completely replaced, because you can't get them to stop blowing the train horns. There's no reason to. There's an announcement, train coming in. I sat down and watched the board on going to Carnegie Hall. It said train arriving in 23 seconds. There's no reason for Amtrak. You can't talk to Amtrak and say stop blowing the horns. If you can stop blowing the horns in one place, and it's called a quiet zone, you can do it everywhere. People don't understand flashing red lights. Only people in that area do. When there's an accident and people are rerouted. So this board's responsibility is either to see that Kathy follows the sensible law, because people are looking at a screen on their dashboard and not deciding what those things mean up there. And if you can't ignore the manual of uniform traffic control devices and do what's right for today, then it's this board's responsibility to find somebody else to run Metro North and Long Island Railroad. The world changed, people. There's that massive, massive thing on a dashboard that's a iPad or whatever you want to call it. They're not looking. When they look up, they got to see. I can't keep track of this stuff. People meet me downstairs. I had to ask who they are, and then they tell me their names, and then I have to know what the relationship is. I've early dementia. I can't remember. I have to ask who you are. And not only have to have who you are, but why I know you.
The next speaker is Andy Polak, followed by Omar Vera.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to keep my comments brief this morning because Murray went over his time. But Kathy, I just got a brief question this morning, and hopefully maybe you'll bring it up in the presentation. We have a federal holiday coming up. We know Memorial Day is a week from today, and we know that we're going to be running the weekend schedule. But keep in mind, and I want to bring this up to everyone's attention because some people may be getting an extra 3-day weekend in June. We have the weekend of Juneteenth, and I was wondering if the Long Island Railroad, along with Metro North, maybe New York City Transit as well, could be in this equation. Is there going to be a weekend schedule on Monday, June 20th? Because I'm looking everywhere. I didn't see anything about it in the committee books. And keep in mind, the New York Stock Exchange is going to be closed. The post office is going to be closed on that Monday. So what's the MTA's policy for that Monday? Because for federally observing it, first time ever on June 20th. So that's all I'm wondering. So that's pretty much it. I have more lengthier comments for Richard Davy in the next hour. So that's all. Take care, everyone, and have a good Memorial Day.
The next speaker is Omar Vera. Please turn on your mic.
Mute. Oh, good morning, MTA boards, Joint Commuter Rail Committee. Welcome to the May edition of your meeting. Now, there's a couple of things I'd like to mention. While it's nice that you're meeting jointly, I prefer the old format where 1 month you met separately, then the next month you met jointly. I believe it was odd months you met separately, even months you met jointly. I kind of miss that old format, but it's all right. It's up to you. Second, I'm still waiting for the LIR air train tickets at Atlantic Terminal. That's at Flatbush Avenue. Because remember, it's also a straight shot to Jamaica Station from there, just like at Penn Station. So, ergo, both LIR terminals should have the joint LIR air train tickets to make better service to JFK. And I was wondering if you can also extend the city ticket, saying that from the Atlantic branch to cover Far Rockaway, as it is indeed part of the city, just to make it easier for travelers, especially on weekend travel. Last but not least, just be sure to have signage when you go for signs denoting directions within New York City. Regarding directions within New York City, make sure that the directions towards Penn Station, Grand Central, say to Manhattan rather than to New York, because you're within the city. Outside the city, you can put to New York, but just to make it easier then. With that said, have a good one, and I'll see you around at transit.
The next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Kara Girl.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Hector. So I just want to say that the big shutdown that you guys had on Saturday on Metro North, when they had the power outage and everything, Amtrak, there was no communication between you guys and Amtrak. And I think there needs to be a better social media response to that, because there were people on stranded trains and people were tweeting. I was reading all those tweets. It was horrible. And I was actually on the Northeast Corridor, and we felt the, on NG Transit, and we felt the impacts there. Trains were backed up. It was horrible. And then the other thing I want to talk about is Atlantic Terminal. So today, I was on the 7:15 train getting here, and when we got on the Atlantic Terminal train, I noticed that the conductor didn't tell us only the first 4 cars were opening up. So it was an 8-car train, and only the first 4 doors. And what happened was I saw a senior citizen. She couldn't even open the door, and I had to help her. Why can you all run the newer trains to Atlantic Terminal if you have short cars? So at least people can then press the button and open the door. Or maybe I'll just have the conductors keep making those announcements so people can just do that at Jamaica instead of the mad rush at Atlantic. And I took a picture of that. I think they could have opened more doors there. I took a picture of the car to show you, Kathy. Otherwise, at Queens Village, we're having issues with the crime over there. People selling drugs in the station. That whole thing needs to be cleaned up. And then with the other issues with the shuttle buses, with the mainline construction, you'll have to work. Nice bus. The buses are missing. The N24 is breaking down. The N22 is not showing up. And that's why we need dedicated shuttle buses to do that shuttle on the main line from Hicksville all the way down. I'm hoping this project's going to be finished soon, because the impact to the community has been really bad. But otherwise, we thank you.
The next speaker is Kara Girl.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. After a long 2 years and 2 months, relief is finally in sight for thousands of riders who had money trapped in commuter benefits accounts. Thanks to the Long Island delegation and Senators Schumer and Gillibrand, bipartisan legislation has been introduced to get riders' hard-earned money back to them. It's past time that riders who may not need to commute as frequently access the hundreds, and in some cases thousands, of dollars that were stuck in accounts like WageWorks. Our Long Island Railroad Commuter Council first raised this issue in June of 2020 after it became clear that new work patterns changed by the pandemic weren't ending anytime soon. Members continued to sound the alarm and elevated the issue to the federal level. Thanks to their dedication and advocacy, transit riders around the country will be able to access their own wages. The COVID-19 Commuter Benefits Distribution Act will make a difference in the lives and pockets of riders who may need more flexibility to use their funds in a post-pandemic work environment. But there's still work to be done to bring more financial relief to riders. The legislation leaves room to give commuter benefits funds back to those who have left or lost jobs during the pandemic and will still require help from the federal government so they can access their own money. In the meantime, we thank you for your work to keep fares affordable with fare discount programs like City Ticket, the 20-trip ticket at a 20% discount, and monthly 10% discount ticket. We fought for these programs because we knew that they would help bring riders back on board, and we're glad to see that they've proven successful. Reliable service and affordable fares are key to showing Metro North and Long Island Railroad riders that transit is their best choice. We'll continue to advocate to make sure that riders get their commuter benefits relief and the MTA gets long-term sustainable operating funds. Thank you to the elected officials who have had riders' backs throughout this pandemic. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by James Carmody.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif. As a member of advocating for transportation for accessibility, first of all, it is very important, as the last speaker spoke, not the last speaker, following speaker spoke. Train horns are very important, so it helps the person to know that the train is arriving in, and it does warn cars to back up when the train is arriving near the cross gate. So we got to remind that safety matters, very important. I do want to thank the Long Island Cares that has been helping a lot of people with seniors and people with disabilities. We definitely want to make sure that the Long Island Cares, especially the Atlantic Terminal Brooklyn, that has been helping with seniors and people with disabilities. And remind everyone that we definitely need to work with the MTA police. The uniform that the officers are wearing today shows that they are there to listen to our concern. We need to work together during this time of need to make sure that homelessness is not sleeping in train areas, certain areas are not supposed to be, but we need to work together at this time of need. So I want to thank the MTA police and the NYPD. Thank you.
The next speaker is James Carmody, followed by Andy Quito.
Thanks for hosting this comment period. First, with regards to the speakers commenting on people who are homeless in Grand Central, I'd like to note that someone who is homeless is not any more of a risk than someone who is not homeless. So all of you on the committee shouldn't worry about their presence in Grand Central Station because there's no reason to be any more afraid of someone like them than someone like us. Anyway, I'm here because I wanted to give you a warning about what's happening in the town of Southeast, Putnam County. On behalf of my neighbors who commute on the Southeast train station, I believe we can expect delays in the near future due to a new truck depot that is being built right by the station on the 311 highway. I think it's going to be a delay for many commuters, and so I think as the Metro North Railroads Committee, you would benefit from knowing when this depot for trucks is to be used so that your own scheduling can reflect the off-peak hours of those new delaying vehicles on the commuter highway. And if you'd like me to get you this information the days they become available, I'd be happy to communicate it to you. And given no comment back, that's what I'll do. So thanks for listening, and please don't worry about people who are on the list because you'd be worried about everyone if you did that. Have a good day.
The final speaker is Andy Quito.
Hello, good morning, Long Island Railroad Metro North Board. It's that time of year again. I wish we could speak freely without having people like Jason harassing us. But yeah, let's get started with the situation at the Jamaica Long Island Railroad Station, where people are selling drugs. There's been shootings all around, yet there's no MTA police in sight. And I've been noticing that the waiting room at Jamaica has been closing early. Can you explain the reason why? because it's a very dangerous area and people feel much safer waiting inside for, let's say, a taxi or a ride, and you guys close it. Just don't understand. And then here we go with the situation at Mineola Station. You know, we got somebody that was taking pictures of women. I think his name is John Mitchell. I think the guy is. I've been told by multiple people who've been taking pictures at the Hicksville Long Island Railroad in Mineola Long Island Railroad Station. So yeah, I hope the MTA police can look into that specific person and make an arrest. And then speaking for NYC Pride next month at the end of June, there's nothing word of extra service. Well, the Long Island Railroad will be providing extra service on all branches to Penn Station on that day. So it's a very special day for the LGBT community. As much as people like and randomists, all the advocacy don't care, but I hope you guys can consider providing extra service on the June 26th. That's a big day. And plus, please provide shuttle buses between Floral Park and Hicksville, because it's just unbelievable. I mean, the town is not doing that bad, but you need to be providing shuttle buses because that's a violation of the pledge. No, shame on you. You guys are no better. If you guys don't want to fix the situations going on, please get off the board and let somebody else take over. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment session.
Thank you. The approval of our minutes for this committee will be held on Wednesday. Kathy, anything changing on the work plans for 2022?
There are no changes to the work plans.
All right. President Rinaldi will now give her agency report.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. First, going to start about ridership for both railroads. I'm incredibly pleased to announce that both Long Island Railroad and Metro-North Railroad experienced record ridership during the month of May at the highest levels since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. On Tuesday, May 17th, both railroads beat their previous records, which had been set just the week before. Metro-North carried an estimated 162,082 riders, 62% of the 2019 pre-COVID baseline, and Long Island Railroad had an estimated 182,683 riders, which was 63% of the baseline. I was happy to join Chairman Lieber, New York City Transit President Rich Davey, an employee from both railroads and from New York City Transit, at a press event in Grand Central last week celebrating our returning ridership. It's encouraging to see ridership recovery gaining strength as our customers respond to increased peak and off-peak service and to new fare incentives like the flexible new 20-trip tickets, discounted monthly tickets, and expanded city ticket. As we head into the summer months, we look forward to having more customers beat the traffic and travel by train, which is the easiest and most sustainable way to get around the region. Since the launch of the 20-trip ticket program, a total of 75,709 tickets were sold through May on both commuter railroads combined. This translates into more than 1.1 million trips. Since the expansion of City Ticket, approximately 300,000 weekday City Tickets have been sold. In 2019, the total number of City Ticket rides made up 1.2% of total rides. In 2021, City Ticket rides accounted for 1.6% of total rides. But in April of 2022, just weeks after City Ticket's promotion began, City Ticket rides grew to 3.8% of total rides. A few words about ridership again for Metro-North first. Metro-North has had 2 weeks in a row with new record-high ridership days. Through Thursday of last week, ridership continued to grow and is 1.4% higher than the previous week, and a new high of 58.4% of the baseline pre-COVID ridership from February of 2020. Manhattan ridership is returning at the same peak times as pre-COVID, just at lower levels, and at higher percentages than intraline travel, which had less of a loss than in the early COVID days. Manhattan and intraline ridership are showing nearly identical patterns to pre-COVID ridership, simply at lower levels. Monday and Friday continue to be lower ridership days, which is a sign of the hybrid work schedules that many companies are now using. Weekend travel on Metro-North has reached 90% of our baseline pre-COVID ridership, which is great to see. People want to go places, see people, and do things, and trains are an attractive option for them. The trains added in the March 27th timetable raised Metro-North service level to 89% of pre-COVID service. Trains are faster and more frequent, less stressful, and more sustainable than driving. Frequency builds ridership in the March 27th timetables, providing the frequencies that our customers find attractive. In addition, group travel has come back strongly. Just last week, we carried a group of 220 students and school staff from the New Haven line to New York. And bike travel has also grown significantly. Each weekend, we're seeing 10 to 15 bicycle groups of 10 to 15 cyclists each traveling to the scenic points around our service area. Now to Long Island. For weekday ridership, the latest ridership figures at Long Island Railroad from May 9th to the 13th. Long Island experienced a ridership increase for that week, with the average weekday ridership at 170,402 customers, up from 164,000 and change the week before, over 6,000 more customers, and higher than 2 weeks before that, as well as higher compared to 1 month ago. 3 weekdays last week were above the same days of the prior week, while 2 weekdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays, were below the same days of the prior week. For weekend ridership, Long Island Railroad experienced its highest weekend ridership this year for both Saturday and Sunday year to date. The second highest weekend ridership was experienced during the Easter weekend. As expected, Long Island Railroad weekend ridership was higher compared to the prior weekend, as well as higher than 2 weeks ago and 1 month ago. Saturday ridership was up almost 23%, and Sunday ridership went up 3.2% compared to the prior week, which is attributable to improved weather and local sporting events. Now looking at agency performance for both railroads, turning to Metro North first, for the month of April, Metro North's east of Hudson service operated above the 94% goal at 97.3%. Year-to-date performance is also above goal at 97.8%. Hudson Line is 96.5%. Year-to-date, 97.9%. 7 trains, which is 0.15%, were canceled or terminated. The Harlem Line, 97.1%. Year-to-date, 98%, with 1 train terminated. The New Haven Line, 97.8%, 97.6% year-to-date, with only 4 trains canceled or terminated. We had 3 major incidents. On April 8th, a track switch issue at CP 116 in Crestwood disrupted service on the Harlem Line, which resulted in 39 delays. On April 8th, a disabled train at Harlem 125th Street disrupted train service arriving and departing GCT, which led to 65 delays. And on April 19th, a signal power incident between CP 112 and 248 Woodlawn and Southport on the New Haven Line disrupted service, resulting in 25 delays. West of Hudson, March west of Hudson service operated above the 94 OTP goal at 94.3%. Year-to-date performance is slightly below goal at 93.5%. Pascack Valley, 94.2%. Year-to-date, 93.4%. Port Jervis, 94.3%. Year-to-date, 93.6%. 4 trains were canceled or terminated west of Hudson, Pascack Valley 3 and Port Jervis 1, due to mechanical issues. Now we're going to look a little bit at the maintenance work and track work at both railroads. For Metro North so far this year, maintenance of way forces have installed 696 ties, 8.2 miles of rail, surfaced 24 miles of track, replaced 9 switches, and welded 384 rail joints. Crews continue with the switch replacement at one of our critical interlockings on the Harlem Line between Crestwood and Scarsdale. I was actually there on Friday. And also continue with the replacement of obsolete miter rails with thick web miter rails on the Saugatuck River movable bridge in Westport. PTC testing and qualifications for the M8s for Shoreline East service is complete and ready for service beginning today. Actually, after today's committee, I'm headed up to New Haven for an event celebrating this improvement to Connecticut's Shoreline East service. Turning to Long Island, OTP for the month of April. Whoops. I think we just did that, didn't we? I think we repeated this. I think we got... Yep, but I think we just repeated that. We said that already. Do we do the OTP? No, we'll do it again. OTP for the month of April closed at 97.1%, which is above the monthly goal of 94%. 2022 year-to-date OTP is 96.2%, which is an increase of 0.1 percentage points as compared to the same period last year. 11 out of the 11 branches on the LIRR are operated at or above goal for the month of April, as well as year-to-date. And 100% of trains met CONSIS compliance requirements during peak periods for the month of April. There were 6 incidents in the month of April that resulted in 10 or more late canceled or terminated trains, the most significant of which was an Amtrak-related switch issue at interlocking on April 11th. This incident affected 34 trains, delayed customers an average of 16.1 minutes, and reduced our monthly OTP by 0.2%. Looking at Long Island Railroad track programs, for Long Island Railroad through April of this year, we've performed significant maintenance and state of good repair track work across our system, in addition to the capital program project support provided for the Main Line expansion, Queens interlocking renewals, Elmont and Belmont stations projects, and in the ESA Herald corridor. Year-to-date, the Long Island Railroad team has installed 2,047 hand ties, 3,458 mechanized wood ties, 12,606 mechanized concrete ties, 82,090 linear feet of track surfacing, 216 field welds, 5,400 linear feet of continuous welded rail, 21,860 linear feet of third rail protection board, and 18,806 linear feet of aluminum composite rail. On Saturday, June 18th, the single main track between Great Neck and Port Washington will be out of service for a period of 24 hours while track surfacing is performed. This project is in support of the Great Neck Pocket Track project, where 1,200 linear feet of surfacing of Neck 3 interlocking will be taking place. Additionally, mud spot remediation will be piggybacking on this work to remediate approximately 800 linear feet of track at multiple locations between Manhasset Station, and Port Washington Yard. And some news for both railroads. For Long Island, Long Island has a new timetable in place starting today. We ask that our customers check the Long Island Railroad Train Time app or mta.info for updated schedule information. We're pleased to announce the official launch of Summer Fun on Long Island, supported by the new MTA Away discount offers for riders who want to visit all that the island has to offer by train. Special offers include popular packages to the beaches, Long Beach, Jones Beach, and Fire Island, a Splish Splash, escorted tours, which include cruises, wineries, mansions, and breweries, and everything in between. This summer is expected to be one of the best ever, and Long Island Railroad is ready whenever our customers are. Please visit mtaaway.com for more information. The Belmont Stakes will be running the Belmont Stakes, the third race in the series that makes up racing's famed Triple Crown, takes place on Saturday, June 11th at Belmont Park. The Long Island Railroad will run extra trains in each direction to serve patrons of the event, taking cars off the road and making for a great day out for our horse racing fans. In order to accommodate the staging and operation of these extra trains, there will be some service changes on the Hempstead branch. Hempstead branch service will be reduced from hourly to 2 hourly on the afternoon and evening of June 11th to allow for single track operation on the branch, with the other track used for the staging of the Belmont Stakes trains. Similarly, eastbound train service at Hollis, Queens Village, and Belrose will be replaced with buses during this time frame, as the eastbound local track will be used for the Belmont Stakes operations. Earlier this month, I was happy to join C&D President Jamie Torres Springer and local elected officials at an event celebrating the opening of a brand-new parking garage steps from the Mineola Long Island Railroad Station. This garage, which sits west of Mineola Boulevard between Harrison Avenue and First Street, holds 551 parking spaces and will be managed by the Village of Mineola. The site was formerly a surface lot, so with this new use of space, we're increasing the amount of commuter parking at the station by a net of 446 parking spaces. The garage is fully ADA accessible, with an elevator making it easy to get up and down towards the station platforms. As the Long Island Railroad expansion project draws to a close, and the focus turns from building tracks and stations to improving customer and community experience. With the completion of this garage, there is now more access to the Mineola station, which will help the areas around our station turn into vibrant destinations. This is exactly what the Long Island Railroad needs as we look to attract more and more riders back to our system. We're also all celebrating the completion of the new Denton Avenue Bridge in Garden City. This bridge marked the final 7 that were replaced or upgraded as part of the expansion project. The new bridge carries the Long Island Railroad main line over Denton Avenue, Tanner's Pond Road. The structure was completely rebuilt with a third bay for a third track and was raised from 12 feet 9 inches to a national standard height of 14 feet, consistent with bridges along the main line corridor. There will be greater service flexibility because the third track eliminates old bottlenecks, and when there's an issue on the main line west of Hicksville, the Long Island Railroad will be able to route around it, reducing delays and increasing customer comfort. Bridge replacements are a big part of this project. The Long Island Railroad expansion project will be transformative for Long Islanders by creating new stations, eliminating inconvenient grade crossings that delay traffic, raising bridges that were constantly hit by trucks causing delays, cutting down noise and air pollution, and creating a much more robust reverse commute. A more detailed report regarding third track will be provided at CPC today. Now back to Metro North. I'm very pleased to announce the reopening of our Breakneck Ridge station after over 2 years. The station is the gateway to one of the most popular and iconic hiking destinations in the region. Scenic Hudson is currently planning the 3-phase Hudson Highland Fjord Trail, a 7.5-mile trail which will connect Metro North's Beacon, Breakneck Ridge, and Cold Spring stations. The Breakneck Ridge station is located within Phase 1, the Breakneck Connector and Bridge project. In December of 2019, Metro North temporarily closed the station so that we could make important safety upgrades to the station. These improvements were undertaken in partnership with Scenic Hudson, New York State's Parks and Recreation, and NYSDOT. Scenic Hudson accelerated the installation of permanent safety fencing to separate the active right-of-way from the project area from Breakneck Tunnel to the existing Breakneck Ridge Station overpass. Metro North contributed $200,000, in Metro North Capital Reserve funding secured by State Assemblywoman Sandy Galiff towards the security fencing. Metro North Forces constructed a clear pathway between the inbound and outbound platforms with design collaboration with NYSDOT, which has created a much improved path of travel for customers who used to have to walk along 9D. Metro North Forces also installed anti-trespass panels at existing low-level platforms, both inbound and outbound, to provide a visual and physical deterrent to people from crossing the tracks at unauthorized areas. And additional safety signage has already been installed, and more signage will be installed as well. It's really been a team effort. I was actually up there on Friday walking around. It looks fantastic. And I really want to thank our governmental partners, the Metro North departments that have worked on this project for 2 years, especially MW, which has been up there making multiple improvements, as well as the former Metro North project team, which now work over at C&D, for their continued support. Both railroads held Connect With Us events in the month of April. I was really excited to restart that series. We had done it at Metro North. We restarted it at both railroads in April. Events were held in Stamford on April 26th and Hicksville on April 28th. I was joined by senior staff at both railroads as we met with customers and discussed their concerns and answered their questions about their commutes. I look forward to continuing these events, hopefully outside during the warm weather months. At the request of the MTA PD and in an effort to tamp down on crimes of opportunity on board our trains, both Metro North and Long Island will be beginning making announcements regarding safeguarding your personal belongings. The announcement will go something as follows. Don't become a target of opportunity. Stay alert and keep your personal belongings in sight at all times. Safeguard your stuff. Finally, I wanted to make an announcement regarding job fairs that are going to be held at both railroads. In partnership with the People Organization, both Long Island Railroad and Metro North will be holding job fairs on June 14th and June 11th, respectively. Interested parties are required to submit resumes in advance of these job fairs. The resumes will be screened and possible applicants invited to the fairs to learn more about unionized positions at both railroads that will be featured at the events. This is one of the many efforts that we have underway to engage interested job applicants to the MTA. And this concludes my report.
Any questions for President Rinaldi? Mr. Zuckerman?
Thank you, sir. Two things. One, Kathy, thank you for your support on the Breakneck Ridge reopening. Speaking for both myself and Michael, representing Dutchess and Putnam counties, it's a wonderful thing to have it reopened, but it is going to be, as you well know, an emerging safety, an area of observation, I should say, for those of us. It has the benefit of being the most popular day hike in North America. I don't know if that's actually been ever verified, but that's what everyone says. Seems that way. And it has the unfortunate situation of being the most popular day hike in North America. We are a small area. It is fairly rural. There is a very narrow highway that people drive incredibly fast and park poorly on it, creating a bit of mayhem, not least of which is because people hike unprepared on the slope. I've seen a number of women wearing Louboutin heels hiking up that mountainside, and then helicopters have to get them off. So as the popularity of that trail increases, I'd like your partnership to observe whether we have to re-intervene like we did during COVID's earlier days.
Yeah, no question. And I should have mentioned it in my remarks. I mean, we've been working very closely with the Parks Commissioner, who's been engaging directly with the local officials, and they bring on seasonal staffing to be able to support that destination. They're very aware of, I mean, they're obviously thrilled that it's a popular destination, but are aware of some of the challenges that you've described with unprepared hikers going up, and they do have additional senior staffing and have been, talking about that with the local elected officials as a way of allaying their concerns that, about the popularity of this particular destination. So we will absolutely keep an eye on it, yes.
Great, thank you for that. Second question is, look, I'm thrilled that we're seeing a return of folks to different modes of transportation on the railroads. But with my both finance hat on and my just general role as a board member, I'd like us to just continue to be mindful of the challenge of returning to pre-COVID ridership. And I say that by asking for two specific things. One, in our document, pages, I'll just give you two page numbers, pages 97 and 135. 97 and 135, these are the ridership pages. I would like the insertion of the 2019 data by month and year to date going forward, because we keep talking about, hey, we're at the highest ridership, but the reality is, if I remember correctly, the number monthly was roughly 8 million for both railroads, and we're at 4.2 for Long Island and 3.9 for Metro North. So we're still a ways away, and obviously there's nothing you or any of us can individually do for that macro issue. The health of our entire system is predicated on returning back to some semblance of normalcy, and we don't know when that's going to be. That's why we have McKinsey doing a study for us to give us some scenarios on that. But at least for my observational value, I'd like to see those numbers returned. And the second thing not returned, but inserted for comparison purposes, because that's what keeps coming to my head, is how far off are we? And then the second, which is you've mentioned a number of times, our weekend ridership is fairly high, but I don't see anywhere in the documentation the breakout between weekend and weekday. So I think it'd be, again, if we're gonna keep touting it as being, hey, people are doing entertainment travel but not work travel, I think it'd be good just to see the stats again tied to the pre-COVID. I'd pick 2019 as a good year. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Okay, now we'll move on to the Metro North Railroad Safety Report. Shelley?
Good morning. Metro North Safety Report starts on page 27 of the committee book. For the 12-month reporting period ending March 2022, the FRA reportable customer injury rate was 1.93 per 1 million customers. That was down from 2.44 per million customers in the prior 12-month reporting period ending March 2021. Slips, trips, and falls do remain the most frequent cause of injury. The FRA reportable lost time employee injury rate was 2.04 per 200,000 work hours for the current reporting period, compared to 1.88 in the prior period. And as we've noted in prior months, the working hours used to calculate the rate were estimated because of the global issue affecting the Kronos timekeeping system, so the affected rates will be updated after the working hours are finalized. A couple of initiatives I want to mention. Metro North continues to increase in-person community safety education outreach through our tracks. That's Together Railroads and Communities Keeping Safe program. A few recent events were the Austining Earth Day Festival, presentations at the Dobbs Ferry, Harrison, and Yonkers Public Libraries, the Niantic Children's Museum, and the Railroad Museum of New England, So, and another safety initiative I want to mention is our track and yard cleanups. We hold the cleanups throughout our territory to dispose of debris and improve safety for our employees. We had cleanups in Grand Central Terminal and Croton Harmon Yard in April, and are scheduling them for other work locations in the coming months. And in upcoming news, Metro North's next Safety Focus Week will be next month, June 6th to 12th. Interactive discussions with employees will be held across the territory on seasonal and trending safety topics. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Shelley. Next, we'll go to the Long Island Railroad Safety Report. Donald?
Good morning. We're reporting on our safety performance through March of 2022. The report can be found on page 23. The Long Island Railroad Emergency Responder Training Division and Corporate Safety Department Fire Marshal's Office provide training to Nassau, Suffolk, and New York City emergency response organizations. Responders face unique hazards responding to incidents including 750 volts DC third rail and onboard equipment, rolling stock characteristics, and the movement of trains and track cars. We also work closely with the Nassau and Suffolk County Fire Academies. Both academies have mock-ups of equipment for emergency responders to safely practice the skills they learn in the classroom. In partnership with Suffolk County, the Long Island Railroad recently completed installation of a third rail mock-up at the Suffolk County Fire Academy. which serves the 110 fire departments as well as EMS and law enforcement agencies in Suffolk County. The Long Island Railroad would like to give special thanks to the Suffolk County Fire Academy, the Suffolk County Vocational Education and Extension Board, Dan Meehan of the Engineering and Power Department team, Dan Quinn and the Maintenance of Equipment Department team, Greg James and Ken Klein and the Training Department team, and to Chief Lee Sorensen and the Fire Marshal team for their leadership and support with this critical training. Additionally, our TRACS program, in partnership with the MTA Police, continues weekly outreach at stations. We are grateful to the MTA PD and Explorers for their continued support. Finally, for the reporting period ending in March of 2022, the average reportable customer injury rate was 2.53 injuries per million customers. During the same reporting period, the average reportable employee lost time injury rate was 4.09 injuries per 200,000 hours worked. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Next, we'll go to I'm sorry. Yes, Jerry.
Now, you mentioned the TRACS program. How are you doing in the schools with that? Have you gotten into many schools with the TRACS program?
They have been increasing the efforts again. I don't have the specifics of how many they've got to, but we've been involved with outreach to the schools historically.
We can get that to you, Jerry, if you want to have
Okay,
details
yeah,
as to
I'd
which
appreciate
schools.
that.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Chief Montgomery for a report on both railroads.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. The information that you're looking for is on page 30 of your booklet. For the month of April, I'll start with Long Island Railroad. The MTA Police saw an increase in 2 index crimes. The noted crimes were robbery and grand larceny. Robbery increased by only 1 from 2021 to 2 in 2022. Grand larcenies increased by 3 from 3 in 2021 to 6 in 2022. Felony assaults remained the same at 1 each. The total major felony increases only increased by 1 from 9 to 10 in 2022. The arrests for the month of April went from 15 to 24. Right. Year to date, observed some of the same categories increase of robbery, grand larceny, felony assaults, where robberies went from 3 to 7, grand larceny from 7 to 16, and felony assaults from 6 to 8. Now, keeping in mind what Mr. Zuckerman had said before, some of those numbers may be based upon, those big increases are based on a lot of stuff from the pandemic era, of which when I went back to those numbers again for Long Island Railroad, the grand larcenies would have increased from 3 to 7 and 3 to 8 on this one, and the felony assaults went from 14 to 16, the grand larcenies went from 14 to 16. All right, so total major felony increases were by 10 in comparison. It's 23 versus 33. Arrests for year to date went up from 74 to 143. All right, some notable instances, Patchogue Station for robbery and Penn Station robbery. The Penn Station robbery has been closed out with an arrest. The Patchogue, there's enough information that's been given. That one's pending an arrest as well. Babylon Station for grand larceny is a subject on board asking for money on board the train, snatched cash out of an individual's hand. That case also closed out by arrest. There was one where an individual sleeping on board the train. There's some strong leads, and a possible arrest is pending on that. We have 3 railroad-related larcenies that are still under investigation, and Penn Station grand larceny just recently closed out with an arrest. One felony assault case, that one's been closed out because the complainant has been uncooperative in that matter. I'll switch over to Metro North now. Metro North noted the felonies increases for the month of April were in the felony assault and grand larceny categories. The felony assaults increased from 4 by 4 from 2 to 6. Grand larcenies went from 3 to 1, upgraded by 3 from 1 to 4, and no other major felony indexes were noted for that point period. The total major felonies increased by 7 from 3 to 10, with the rest going up from 21 to 24. Now, year to date, saw the largest observation in grand larceny from 2 to 19. Between that and Long Island Railroad in that particular category, not only has the pandemic been an issue as well, but also the ability for people to secure their items. So with that, I thank Ms. Rinaldi and her office for actually assisting me on that matter, for having announcements made on both railroads, seeing that this was an increase overall on both railroads about people paying particular attention to their thing. Now, in reference to what Mr. Zuckerberg said about comparing the grand larcenies, for Metro North, we had noted there was 2 versus 19. If we went back to 2019, it would be 17 versus 19. So even though it's a 2 increase, which I'm not happy with, at the same point, it's still within the same ranges, but we're going to try to improve upon that drastically. Total major felonies, like it says, 19 to 7, went from increased by 19, 17 to 36. We did make a note that in the Metro North area there is one concessionaire, or excuse me, enterprise that actually saw the spike in grand larcenies that took place there. We have been working operations at that location and working with the owners to try and bring that down, so that way that doesn't continue to be a problem. Arrests for the year to date, Metro North and saw go from 89 to 116. All right, like I mentioned before earlier, the grand larcenies in the commercial establishments are still under investigation and will continue to be until we've come up with everyone else. The ones outside of Grand Central, Woodlawn, and New Rochelle, those leads have been closed out. However, if any other pertinent information should come back or another pattern is developed within it, those cases will be reopened and they will go back in for such. Felony assaults, most of these are taking, the first 3 are out of Grand Central Terminal. They also involve either, most of them involve assaults against law enforcement officers. With the legislations that have been out there before, where folks are not taking into resisting arrest, and of course, the strictness of the use of force by law enforcement officers may have facilitated an area where officers are now becoming injured, and we should actually look to see whether or not we can have an adjustment made so that way our injuries wind up coming down. We'll do our best on our training end to make sure that we try to make sure our officers don't become injured. However, it does need some work from help, and perhaps maybe this board can assist in that matter as well. All right, hate crimes, we only saw 1 on Metro North. Long Island Railroad had 4. 5 of the 6 incidences were graffiti weighted. 1 was aggravated harassment. That case is still going on. 4 of them were from the Jewish content. 1 anti-black, 1 anti-gay. And that wraps up the actual issues with the hate crimes. Just one other special note, a couple of special notes. Back on May 4th and May 25th, the MTA Police started doing its community engagement program. We've worked out 2 programs, the first one out of Jamaica Station, the next one out of Forest Hill Station. We have worked closely with Long Island Railroad. With the we had our Explorers teams comes out with the assisting of handing out hand sanitizers and face masks on board public transportation, while everyone else was able to observe the officers perform step-on functions at those locations, which were our goal was to basically help assist in getting customers back on board our transportation system. So we're going to continue that effort up next. I didn't get the recent schedule as to what's going to happen for the rest of this month. However, I can make that information available to you as well. And one last thing, this is dating back towards April 6th. 2 of our officers, while off duty and on vacation in Orlando, Florida, were making their way back to New York when they had an individual, and unbeknownst to each other, both were in the Orlando International Airport catching the same flight. One of the officers, while with his family, had observed an individual in front of him online completely collapse, and what appeared to be he went into cardiac arrest. He immediately stepped in to take actions of doing chest compressions on the individual, and while performing it, it's kind of unique to say that as MTA police officers, our officers are somewhat uniquely scattered, that sometimes it can take 10, 15 minutes for your partner to show up. But while on vacation, we managed to have another MTA sergeant at the same location. Pretty ironic to have 2 in the same place, who also tapped the officer on the shoulder and advised him that as soon as you got tired of giving chest compressions, I'll take over for you. So it was unique in having that situation. They immediately called out to airline officials to bring over a defibrillator and to call 911. The guy's in cardiac defib. And We wound up having the defibrillator brought over with an anesthesiologist who happened to also be off duty at the time. All three of them worked on the individuals. They inserted the chest pads on them and continued to work on them. And after one application of the AED, they were able to bring that individual around. He was breathing and was brought to his attention. He was woke up and was made aware of what happened and what took place. I believe last week there was a press conference held at the Ronkonkoma station, which the officers were acknowledged and reunited with the individual who had passed out, which he looks appreciative and grateful. So, I wanted to thank our officers for actually stepping up in the line of duty, even though they're with their families off duty in another airport someplace else outside the state of New York. It's attributed to their character. It's also attributed to our training departments, training philosophies, and overall, it's a very good feeling because we want law enforcement to be recognized that it's not just about the law, but it's also about individuals, and that we're compassionate with life. With that said, that's going to conclude my report. If there's any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Jared.
Okay, this is going. I hope this doesn't sound petty after that great report about your officers in Orlando, but I would just like to make one request. If you could send out a memo or something to your officers to remind them of the proper way to wear the COVID masks. I walked through Penn Station this morning, past 4 officers. Only one was wearing it properly. 2 of it had it down below their nose. One of them was wearing it like a bandana around his neck. Compliance for the ridership has dropped. Off the top of my head, I'd probably say it's about 80% now. But it's hard to get our riders to comply if the people who are supposed to be doing the enforcement aren't complying properly themselves. So
That's totally understood. We'll go back and re-examine and try to find out where everything's going wrong and fix that.
Okay, no, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
No problem at all.
Mr. Zuckerman?
Thank you, sir. Chief, two things. One, a request, same I gave Kathy. For the foreseeable future, we will be in this depressed state of ridership. So I'd like on pages 32 to 36, or 32, 34, 35, and 36, I'd like the insertion of the 2019 data for each period, whether it's Metro North, Long Island Railroad, for per month and year to date. So going forward, we know what to compare it to. Because, if the number's the same of crimes, but the ridership's half, that means crime is twice as bad. So I'd like to just be able to compare that. And then related, look, I think I would be foolish to not admit that, and given the incident that happened over this weekend, not only the reality of crime, but the perception of safety has become a overriding concern of the riding public. I'm not suggesting it's worse or better on the commuter rails versus the subway, but it is a general concern of the riding public. Again, I think perception is greater than the reality of it, but I think we have a job to address the perception. So to that point, I'd like to understand from you your sense of how you're deploying, without any specifics, of course, how are you deploying our officers, plain clothes or in uniform, across our system to ensure that the riding public sees the presence of those who are there to protect them?
In reference to that particular question there, I'm not going to disclose whether it is officers plain clothes, et cetera. However, those officers that are in uniform patrol have been asked to step up by actually making their presence known. I've got everything from ESU units that are normally in the trucks are actually on platforms making inspections. I've given a long-standing order that officers should be on the platform so that way our commuters see them, not only coming 2 or 3 minutes before the train, but also 5 minutes after they've gotten off the train as well. So definitely we're trying to make ourselves visible. The 2 community outreaches is another reason why I wanted to show our visibility as well, to ensure that the public are there. So I've listed those 2 instances, and we have quite a few more. I just didn't bring the schedule with me. Shame on me for that one. Definitely we want to make that available to the public as well, that we're actually doing these community outreaches where they get to see the step-on functions that are taking place, but they're also going to see the train patrols as they muster through. All right. And in reference to your last point, I kind of came prepared for that, just in case you went in that direction. So we'll make a note on that for next month, that you'll have that comparison of 2019 to go along with it. That's all. Anyone else?
The only thing that I would add to what the chief has already said is that, on both railroads, the police has really stepped up their actual trained patrols as distinct from the step-ons and step-offs. So, without getting into the details, I mean, they're actually walking up and down the trains in a way just to sort of have that visible police presence on board. It helps out the train crews a lot. It helps out, gives the customers themselves a sense of security. So I think it's a program that began in January of this year and has been very well received on both railroads.
Dare I ask, again, I'm not trying to get into providing any detail that would compromise the security of your operations, but I wonder if it would be something we could share as a matter of tracking the number of walks up and down a train. Is there any data, I guess, you could provide us going forward? I'm not suggesting you commit to it now, but could you put some thought into whether there's any data you could provide us that gives this committee some sense of the magnitude of the leadership by walking around, I think, that you're trying to provide?
Yes, I see what you're trying to do. We'll go back and review our data and see what we can provide. I'll give you some information later on.
And again, I don't want to compromise any of the privacy or security. I don't want to let some criminal figure out, oh, they're not on the train at, 11 to 12 a.m., so that's the time to go do something bad. But whatever your thought would be, I think our having a sense of the magnitude of your efforts and the constancy of your efforts, I think would be useful to us.
Okay, nope, thank you, we will.
Thank you. Next, President Rinaldi, any joint information items?
Yes, so we have several information items. There's one joint information item, which is the Long Island Railroad Metro North PTC implementation update, which is in the committee book, and we can answer any questions that anyone on the committee might have about that item. Okay, hearing none. On to the agency information item. So for the Long Island Railroad, there is the summer service and track work programs. Again, any questions anyone might have about that item? For the Metro North Railroad, there is one information item, the track program quarterly update. We touched upon some of that during my remarks, but Dave Malillo is here in case there's any questions.
Okay, are there any procurements from Metro North?
No, thankfully, there's actually no procurements from anybody today. So no procurements today from either railroad.
Okay, so now the monthly report.
Okay, so the monthly reports on operations, performance metrics, finance, and ridership are in the book. We've touched upon the content of some of those already, but they're obviously, if anyone has any questions, we're here to answer them.
I guess that's it. I'm going to move to adjourn. Adjournment is approved. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the New York City Bus and Transit Committee. Let's get started with our safety announcements.
Your safety is of foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen to the following instructions. In the event of an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and 911 should be called. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell D down the hallway past the elevators. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. Thank you and have a safe day.
Okay, we're now ready to move on to our public speakers.
Good morning. We have 11 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all of our public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I'd also like to remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to everyone, we will limit you to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Robert Whitaker.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hilda. Good morning, President Richard Davey. And good morning, Transit Committee, Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. This morning, I want to address an unfortunate incident that once again occurred in our subway system. A shooting inside Canal Street on the Broadway line. Richard Davey, I heard your comments during a press conference yesterday. Do you know that our transit employees are part of that incident? Do you know that transit employees didn't feel safe? Did you know that I commute from Atlantic Avenue Barclays Center to Amazon's JFK 8 warehouse 4 days a week at 4 in the morning, feeling unsafe? I would love to ride the subway from my home station, taking the N and the R train, seeing homeless people sleeping on that train, and riding a crowded S40 and S90, having a union that doesn't cooperate with Amazon workers. Will you love to see a crowded bus with almost none of the riders wearing masks? Because I didn't feel pleased seeing you talking like that and doing that press conference yesterday.
Please conclude your remarks.
So I'll see you guys in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Robert Whitaker, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Hi, good morning, President Davey, committee members. My name is Robert Whitaker. I'm a bus operator for New York City Transit. And of recent incidents of violence and safety on buses and trains, it just seems like always, forever, that buses are always left out. I mean, we as bus operators are the most visible part on every day, with one-to-one people coming on the buses every day, and it's very unsafe to see. We keep being told that there's a safety plan coming, but all we feel is like we're left out. And now the recent New York City Post report saying that there was 200 unreported workplace violence. Well, that's pretty low from what I would consider, since most things are covered up or tried to be minimized. You know what? Workplace violence and EEO, which policies really don't get implemented that well, because I've been threatened on the job, not even out in public, but even in our own depots. I've had people follow me, threaten me and everything else like that. So how am I supposed to feel safe when I hear that there's a safety plan coming? It's unfortunate that we, the employees, are affected by decisions that are made here at the board and management without really understanding the situation. Saying safety is one thing, actually doing it is a whole different thing. Thank you, and I wait to hear what safety is coming for our operators out there, both in the depots and out on the road, because we certainly don't feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, Richie Davis, and to the MTA board. Yet again, unfortunately, we have another death in the system. I was at Canal Street. I was there for 5 hours yesterday, talking with community members and everyone there. And Richard, you've got a tough job ahead of you. This agency is in a mess. I wish you good luck. So much of politics in this agency and so much political influence from the inside. Look what happened to Andy Byford. He tried to do his job and he was sidelined. I hope that doesn't happen to you, but at the same time, the passengers deserve safety. We need cameras at all the subway cars, and there are some things you can change in the system within your power, and that is communication, especially overnight. People on trains are not getting communication about delays, about stalled trains, about things happening, and also connections need to be improved. Shuttle buses have to be improved, but the NYPD has to have a physical presence on the train cars. We don't see them in the train cars. People are being attacked. I was on an F train at 3 o'clock in the morning coming back on Sunday, and what do I see? A guy going back and forth, and he kept walking. He looked like he was on drugs or something. The system is not safe. And until you guys improve safety for the employees, for the passengers, and for everyone involved, people will not be coming back to the subway system. You guys have a responsibility to get this right. So I do want to meet you, Mr. Davey. I hope to ride the subway system with you. And I want to show you Queens. You're welcome to come out. I'll buy you a cup of coffee, get you some donuts. And by the way, I rolled the tea. I was actually in Boston on Wednesday, so I got a chance to see the system, and I did my research on you. Welcome.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Andy Pollock.
And good morning, everyone. Christopher D. Greif here on Screenland. First of all, I hope one day we do meet the new president, because we do need to work together and make sure not just the homeless issue, but accessibility as well. I'm also here to remind that we definitely need to work on the mask, because we need to have more signages on the buses, the subways, including, I'm glad the conductors are announcing it definitely on the Brighton line and the Sea Beach line and the West End line. So in Brooklyn, they are. I can't answer for the other boroughs because it depends if their speakers are working. But at the same time, we definitely need to work on that as well. We need to make sure that people are wearing masks on the train and on the bus. I know I do. You can look at me on the video on every bus and every train, including my mother. As Andrew will say, the Greifs are always everywhere. Good grief. But the bottom line is we definitely need to work on that as well. As the summer is coming in also, we definitely need to make sure that once we're coming into Omni World, we need to make sure that if we're switching the reduced fare Omni, we need to make sure that locations are easy access, like Coney Island Stillwell Avenue, areas that are not being used. We need to try to use them to be easier for seniors and people with disabilities. So we hope we can work all together as one. And as the weather's getting nice out there, we need to make sure. And everyone who's listening to me now, please make sure you attend the Queens redesign, because what I'm seeing right now, it looks really pretty good there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Andy Pollock, followed by Omar Vera.
Thank you, Kate. Morning, everyone. And especially, I would like to wish a very good morning to the new president of New York City Transit, Richard Davey. Richard, welcome back to New York. I know you spent some time up in Boston, and I noticed that there were a couple good things you did with the MBTA up there. And I will like to mention that there are challenges that are facing us here in New York City. First of all, Passengers United would like to give our condolences to the family of Daniel Enriquez, a very unfortunate incident that happened yesterday afternoon at Canal Street. And I especially would hope that President Davi is going to address the crime that we are facing with our transit system. And I want to mention that one of the things with the subway action plan, Mayor Adams claimed that there was going to be no more sleeping allowed on the subway. Well, guess what I encountered on the E train last week? That's right, somebody sleeping between Jackson Heights, Roosevelt, and Queens Plaza. So a lot's got to change. Also, there's staffing issues that need to be addressed. We see constant problems with that. The subways are running very slow on the weekends. Passengers United's been getting numerous complaints about that. And, you know, overall, we're hoping for a better transit system with Richard Davi. Let's give him a chance and let's see what he does. So, Richard and everyone, have a good Memorial Day, and I expect to speak to you all again in June. Take care.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Omar Vera, followed by David Kupferberg.
Good morning, MTA Board's Transit and Bus Committee. Welcome to the May edition of your meeting. First, let's welcome the new president on board to the MTA. It's New York City Transit. Welcome. Second, yes, we need to address crime, as what happened yesterday was a tragedy that seriously, unfortunately, has been it occurred, but we need to solve crime because people do not feel safe on the subway. We do not want to go back to the bad old days of the 70s and 80s. So, third, let me just say today is the 6th anniversary of the committee's vote to restore the W train. Yes, I pushed for the restoration of the W train back in 2016. Due to the fact that the Q train was getting rerouted onto 2nd Avenue for the opening of the 2nd Avenue subway. So let's commemorate the anniversary of the W train returning to service. Yay! And especially I got to thank board member Andrew Albert for pushing it. Thanks, man. And finally, we need to also enhance better service. Like, for example, we need the B and W trains, speaking of the topic, to start running on weekends to provide more service, especially when there's a high level of ridership. With that said, I yield back to balance my time, and I'll see the rest of you later. Take care and have a good day.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be David Kupferberg, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Mr. Richard Davey, congratulations on being named president of New York City Transit. I have complete confidence that your tenure will be interesting. The Bronx Bus Network redesign final plan addendum was approved unanimously by the MTA board on December 15th and will be implemented on June 26th. But I continue to have concerns. Port Morris and Baychester are known transit deserts. Unfortunately, nothing in these neighborhoods will change. Bus routings in Port Morris can be easy to adjust. Baychester, however, has more complex issues. That's why I wish to give to Mr. Davey my written testimony, my testimony addendum, my critique on bus stop spacing, my critique on MTA New York City Transit Service Guidelines Manual, and the manual itself. Westchester County is undergoing their own bus network redesign. What if Westchester County decides to no longer serve Boston Road and instead feed their riders within their county to the subway at Dyer Avenue? But this should not be the starting point, not to engage Westchester County in a tete-a-tete, but for negotiations and making the city limits less of a barrier between neighborhoods. The riding public usually doesn't care where their transit services come from. They simply wish to travel between point A and point B seamlessly. I must reiterate that if no riders would have to pay an additional fare, especially for the rerouted BX18, three-legged transfers would have to ultimately be approved by the MTA board. The documents presented to the public show no evidence that this would be the case. Should there be three-legged transfers connected to the BXB and Bronx Bus Network redesign, they should be kept secret. In conclusion, the Bronx Bus Network redesign could have had more comprehensive changes in order to make the final plan a better plan for all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Rich, President Davey, welcome to your first official Transit Committee meeting. With about 20 days under your belt, you're having a hell of a first month. The good news has been the increasing ridership, hitting new post-pandemic records. Your commitment to safety, reliability, and cleanliness were leading the way to driving those numbers even higher. Until yesterday. What a horrific, tragic day. Riding the subway should not be a death sentence. Going to brunch should not get you killed. But a guy with a gun ended Daniel Enriquez's plans, making him the latest target of an unprovoked attack. Another subway crime statistic. Could he have been stopped at the turnstile? Did he pay his fare? We've now seen surveillance footage of the attacker. But what were riders on board to do? Surely they're all now traumatized, as are the transit workers. Someone who appears a little off, as we've all seen on our regular trips too often, and we hope to get to the next stop before something happens. But what are riders to do? Is there a better way for them to notify the police? Is there a better way for somebody to stop someone before a tragedy happens? It appears that transit crime is our new pandemic. But it is not unique to New York. Guns are not unique to our city. This is a national crisis, and we need a national solution. Let's convene a national transit safety summit and share best practices and find new solutions. Improving safety is improving ridership. The advocacy community and our own national network stand ready to help. Please, let's work together to get riders back on board and improve safety for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Elizabeth Abram.
If you're interested in fares being paid and buses going faster, then you have to be truthful with people. There can't be two sets of rules, one for the aggressive and one for people. This morning at 2 meetings, they demonstrated the failure to understand that the world has changed. Bridges and tunnels, they refuse to put on road lines that would make the buses run faster. They're dishonest with the riding public. So until there is a decision that this is a world of global warming and the rules that were written for a society of 50 years ago don't work today. On June 11th, I'll be 89 years old. What happened here this morning at the first meeting is a demonstration of the steps that you need to take to go forward. The world has changed. Recognize that it has changed, and you cannot act the way you did in the past.
Thank you. Our final speaker today will be Elizabeth Abram.
Good morning, everyone. I get very excited when I come here because I'm very appreciation of Accessorite. So please forgive me if my anxiety, if my impediments would make me, stir a little bit. But once I want to say that I'm very appreciation of Accessorite. I mean, you're the best and good impressions of what you're doing, and I applaud. But I would like to make some suggestions in terms of what's been occurring. And one of the things I wanted to propose that, and I mentioned to you guys, is the issues of when you're presenting that so many, everybody plays a different role in Accessorite. But when you have the drivers that coming in, New York City has become a multicultural community. And for that reason, there's to be some adjustments or suggestion that could be done. And a good example, I think, is when the workers, they should have a little language. There's always a logo. Not a logo, pardon me. It's like different words you use in a job. Up, down, get around. But some drivers don't speak English. They speak Spanish. So I proposed to Accessorite before, well, why don't I have something they could put it in Spanish? Arriba, para abajo, alrededor. Because when the new workers coming in from a different country, they don't understand the adjustments. It could be annoyance because they can't speak English. They can't other languages. So I think of my good impressions of Accessorite should prepare a plan where the workers would have appreciation of you, that there be little languages for them. Next point. Accessorite, too, another problem is the logo. Accessorite wears different colors, white and blue, and the green cabs, very clear. There's a problem with the vehicles that are black. Everybody black, 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 and some of these drivers refuse to use a logo, and they should. Something should be done about that. Accessorite, when we have the new workers, can I stop?
Please conclude your remarks.
I can stop? Okay, no
Thank
problem.
you so much.
It's okay, I appreciate it. Accessorite, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, everyone. And I, too, want to just say it was a tragic event that happened yesterday, but we know with the good work of the NYPD, hopefully we'll get some good news soon. And I think Jana is going to be joining us before Rich and I do our report. I guess he's not joining us. Want to ask her? Yes? Okay.
Good morning, board members. Good morning, Chair. The latest tragedy that happened yesterday comes as the city is still hurting from the Sunset Park shooting last month and from the murder of Michelle Lissago in January. New Yorkers are tough, and they've demonstrated it again and again during the pandemic. They're trying to resume their normal lives, but they can't resume normal life if just getting around is frightening. For so many New Yorkers, the transit system is the only way to get around and to live their normal lives. You can't do that if you're scared to get up and go to brunch, that most New York of activities, on a Sunday morning, for fear of being attacked. The train involved in this shooting, the Q, is one I've ridden for 25 years. It's the train that my kids use regularly and frequently come home. They're all in college now, but they come home at midnight, 1 a.m., coming back from Manhattan. It's always felt safe. And that train is incredibly iconic. Brooklynites know that when you come out of the DeKalb Tunnel and you get onto the Manhattan Bridge, you see the city's skyline. It's the way New Yorkers get a little dose of what's inspirational about the city, just that view. Now for a while, that's never going to be the same, knowing that a great New Yorker, Daniel Enriquez, lost his life yesterday in a random and cold-blooded act of violence. Our hearts go out to his family, his sister, everybody in his family, his nieces and nephews. And our hearts go out to all New Yorkers who are feeling terrified at this moment. New York City's different. Because of our density, we can't spare the public space. The subway is part of that. We have to use these shared spaces. It needs to be safe, it needs to feel safe, it needs to be welcoming. And that sense of community in the public space is a good part of being in New York, and we're not going to let anyone defile it or take it away from us. Now, we know that the NYPD, as good an investigative force as exists on earth, is hard at work, and they're going to get this guy and put him behind bars. With strong support from Governor Hochul and leadership from Mayor Adams and Police Commissioner Sewell, we have confidence. We need the city to be made comfortable again. Last week, we celebrated record ridership on the MTA system. And in fact, before yesterday, we were starting to see stats indicating that even subway crime was headed in the right direction. This was all before yesterday's senseless shooting, which is an incredible setback for everybody's effort to put New York back on normal footing. I want to thank the MTA workers who again responded professionally and quickly, and also to the NYPD who were on the spot a minute after that train pulled into Canal Street. Incredible, incredible work. Chief Wilcox, thank you for your leadership, and thank you to the department and everybody who's working right now. What we can contribute is this, to underscore, do what the police department says. There's somebody who knows this person from his clothing, from his pattern. There's a wanted poster out that the PD's put out, and they always say, call 1-800-577-TIPS. 1-800-577-TIPS if you know anything about this person who appears to have committed this terrible crime. Help the police and help New York get back to normal. Chief Wilcox.
Thank you, sir. So as already stated yesterday morning, we saw a senseless and cruel shooting homicide on the Q train coming into Canal Street from Brooklyn. Initial appearances that this terrible crime was committed without provocation. I quickly responded to that scene, as did our NYPD Chief of Department, Ken Corey, and President of New York City Transit, Richard Davey. This type of violence is never acceptable in our city. A significant and robust investigation is underway to identify the shooter. I want to point out MTA video obtained from the Canal Street station is providing our detectives with important information and images, as just shown, of a possible suspect. So, just as I said after the terror-related subway shooting at the 36th Street station on April 12th, this type of violence and intentional criminal acts will not deter us from moving forward with determination and focus to keep our subways safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Jana. All right, let's get on to the business of our board meeting. Rich, you want to join us? Can I first have a motion to approve the March 22 meetings? Andrew, we have an issue?
Yeah, we do. Page 3, second to the bottom paragraph, and looks forward, it should say to continuing this positive trend, not the, instead of to. And then below that, looks forward, it should say, instead of froward. So with those two corrections, they're good.
You move? Can I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Against? Abstentions? Motion passed. Okay. Okay, Rich, turn it over to our new president, Rich. Welcome. Are there any changes to the work plan?
There are none, I think. Let me see. Actually, there is.
There is.
The biannual customer satisfaction report, which was originally scheduled for presentation this month, will now be presented in September. Otherwise, there are no other changes.
Great, thank you. You
You're
want to
welcome.
start us off with the president's report?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first, I do want to, as Chairman Lieber did, acknowledge and ensure that the transit family expresses our condolences to the victim and his family, Daniel Enriquez. As Jano said, someone who wanted to just go to brunch in New York, as New Yorkers typically do on Sunday. lost his life. I also, too, want to recognize the great work of our MTA employees and the police who responded, valiantly yesterday, and as the chief said, are out on a manhunt to find them. In terms of my report, first, I'm humbled and honored to be taking this helm in New York City Transit. Since the beginning of the month, I've had a chance to visit a number of bus, paratransit, subway facilities and stations, and I've been immensely impressed with the great work the transit team is doing and sincerely appreciative of all that they're doing. In fact, I wanted to hold up what are two folders, one for subway operators and one for bus operators. What's in these folders? Commendations, thank yous, and appreciation from our customers over the last 6 weeks. It is an extraordinary testament, thank you, to all the hard work that the 50,000 men and women of this organization are doing. I've had a chance to meet maybe a couple hundred of you. I look forward to meeting all of you in the coming months and years to thank you personally for what you're doing for this system. And as mentioned, I've been able to visit the Bus Command Center, the Rail Command Center, the Paratransit Command Center. I think I've met all the command centers we have. Corona, St. George Terminal, Clifton Shop, Casey Stengel, Zarega, LaGuardia, Quill, the 59th Street Depot, our paratransit offices in Queens and 180 in Livingston. And through all that, see exactly what's happening, and as I said, very much impressed. I also was pleased to mark Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month by participating in a cross-cultural exchange on May 17th, organized by our Transport Asian Employee Resource Group. And then on the 19th, last Thursday, had the pleasure of joining the Pride Express employee group for the MTA's LGBTQ plus community and allies. And I will continue to engage with our employee groups and have asked my colleagues in the office and around the system to do that as well. Maybe turn to goals. My goals for transit, having been on the job now 3 weeks and 1 day, is really centered around 5 key objectives that dovetail to the chairman's 7 priorities that he discussed, I believe, back in March. So first is safety. We've obviously talked about that. We will continue to talk about that over these coming weeks and months. But maintaining safety on our subways, buses, and our paratransit services to be a welcoming and safe space for our customers and our employees in partnership with the city and the state is a top priority for this organization. We'll continue to work with Chief Wilcox. We've already had a chance to work with him already. And our partners at the city to address the issues that are frankly spilling down from our streets and into our system and to our buses: homelessness, panhandling, addiction, mental illness, and crime. We know this is the top issue on our customers' minds, on our employees' minds, and we cannot rest until these issues are addressed in a meaningful way. We've also been deeply concerned about the safety of our employees, as a couple of members of the public mentioned earlier in their, and one employee assault and is assault against all of us in our transit family. We will continue to look to ways for keep our employees safe and aggressively go after those and bring justice to those perpetrators who would do harm, as well as encourage our elected leaders in Albany to strengthen laws in the books that prevent transit worker assaults. Our second priority is customer experience. Sarah Meyer and I have got to know each other well the last 3 weeks. I expect that partnership will continue. Customer satisfaction will become the North Star of our metrics going forward. I know in the board books and the committee books, we often look at on-time performance and mean distance between failure and all these exciting transit metrics. But if the customers aren't satisfied, then nor should we be. So watching what our customers are saying is going to be critically important. And so we are collaborating with Sarah and her team to launch monthly pulse surveys to hear feedback from our customers on our performance, where we are doing well and where we can improve. Some folks have already heard me say this. I think Ms. Abram said this earlier about her Access ride. I believe we are the best in the business, but even the best can be better. We're going to be standing up weekly operations deep dives for all modes to understand very granularly what the reasons are for delays, then ruthlessly attack them. Beyond those transit-wide initiatives, we're also moving in on several areas. For subway, we're going from line performance to station-by-station performance. I think Mr. D'Souza talked about looking at weekend service and communicating delays. Those are very much top in my mind, and believe these weekly sessions will be able to see where we can improve. Monday morning sessions to talk about weekend service. Craig, I'm first of all thankful Craig has signed on to be my Chief Operating Officer. He will be quarterbacking a number of initiatives for us, but this will be a particular one I know he's passionate about. And then reigniting our group station management teams to create a cleaner, safer, and welcoming environment. We have big plans to improve the front door of our work in our subway network. On bus, expanding the very successful ABLE camera enforcement program. I was on a bus this weekend, which I think I sent Frank some notes. It continues to be a challenge for our bus operators to be operating around parked cars, parked ice cream trucks, parked buses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And although the operator did a yeoman's job in that particular instance. Working with our partners at New York City DOT to achieve the mayor's vision of 150 new bus lines in his first term. We are committed to work with the mayor on a very ambitious program. We appreciate his leadership in that regard. And then rolling out a successful Bronx redesign in June. I was in the Bronx on Friday night to see some of the exciting to come new bus lines and new bus service we'll have for our customers. Judy's team is doing a great job. You'll hear from Judy momentarily about that. And then about our Queens redesign as well. We are in full-fledged public feedback and looking forward to public opinion about that. I am convinced that we will be better. We are always better. Transit systems are always better when we receive candid feedback from our customers. And on paratransit, 80% of our pre-pandemic ridership is back. And that's something we're watching very closely, our metrics very closely, because with ridership coming back so quickly, we need to make sure that the key metrics for our paratransit customers, wait time and drop trips, do not increase as a result of the increased ridership. You'll hear from Chris about that. 3 is employee experience. I want to activate internal action teams to be working directly with the President's office so we can improve employee facilities and the work environment. Employee facilities, leadership training. We will be restarting our bus and rail rodeos, which have been great opportunities for our employees to show off their skills against one another and then send them to national competitions to show the U.S. that we're the best. And we're establishing an employee outreach and engagement strategy. So again, I will be out listening to employees and seeing where we can help them. The 4th is our long-term fiscal stability. It's no secret that there are challenges that this agency and the legacy urban agencies around the United States have with the ridership challenges through COVID and potentially the new normal, whatever that may be, from work from home. But so first, we need to be collecting every fare. We'll obviously be working with the Blue Ribbon Fare Task Force to see where we can improve internally. We also need to make sure that our fare vending machines are working and maintained, and then studying stations and fare evasion tactics and putting mitigation strategies in place. Bobby Deal and I have he's already had a few good ideas that we've put into place as well. And then where can we deploy new technologies and methodologies to make sure that all of our folks are working more safely and efficiently? I've seen too many dirty mops and brooms that our employees have. We can put better equipment in their hands to make sure that they're cleaning our vehicles and our stations. Lastly, innovation. Don't tell my friends in Boston, but when I ran the system in Boston, we often looked to New York as the innovator in the industry, and that is true. Perhaps because of COVID, we may have lost our step a little bit, but I'm committed to making sure that we are the most innovative transit agency in the United States, and once again, folks are looking to us for the best ideas. So one such initiative is to leverage our friends at the Transit Tech Lab. Many of you know we've had a great partnership with that team over the last several years. We'll be looking at some final presentations with some pilot initiatives that they'll be proposing in June, and I look forward to bringing some of those ideas to this committee and the full board. Lastly, I know, Chair, this will probably be my longest report, so I appreciate everyone's patience, indulgence, exactly. But I also wanted to offer a few words of personal introduction to both the board members, to the stakeholders here in the room, and to all those who watch these meetings. You know, the senior team here has heard me at least summarize my management philosophy with 3 quotes. One is, tell me what I need to know, not what you think I want to hear. I've been in a couple of these jobs before, and I would tell you that I think from time to time, often we're not hearing exactly what's going on. But you know, my charge to the team up and down the organization is to tell me what we collectively need to know, not what people think we want to hear, so we can solve it together. Two is managed with evidence, not by anecdote. We are going to be very data-driven in how we attack the problems at transit. So whether it's crime statistics, whether it's on-time performance on the Lex line, or speeding up bus on the SBS, a number of our SBS lines, we'll be looking at evidence to do that. And finally, ignorance is no longer bliss. I'll explain that. Question, be curious, push. What we've always done may be working, but there may be a better way to do it. And so continuing to ask the right questions and how to improve is going to be, again, one of our lodestars. Finally, someone asked me if I had a deep, brainy, strategic plan to improve service. There's probably someone in the press, actually. Well, the plan is to focus on the basics: service delivery, safety, and cleanliness, to ensure that our customers are coming back and into an environment that is safe and welcoming. So right now, simply put, our strategic plan is to get stuff done. You know, the work is serious and sobering, given what we heard this morning about the death of one of our customers. But I have to say, after 4 weeks in the job, I'm even more excited to get to work, and I am more proud to be part of this New York City Transit team. I look forward to hearing more from our customers and our employees and our stakeholders as we work to make transit the obvious mode of choice for New Yorkers. That's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Rich. Any questions, Randy?
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to your first official meeting.
Thank you.
When I worked at New York City Transit many, many years ago, one of the very popular programs was the Employee Suggestion Program. So the Transit Authority greatly benefited from the suggestions of its employees, and so I heartily support making that recommendation to you. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Rich? If not, we'll move on to Demetrius. Demetrius, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Ada. And good morning, all. I'm glad to report that Subway's performance saw several gains in April 22, specifically in asset reliability. First off, weekday on-time performance rose yet again to 82.4%, which is 0.4 points higher than last month and several points higher than our pre-COVID baseline. We attribute this improvement to fewer asset-related delays each day, including a 32% reduction in signal delays month over month. Weekday major incidents, which delay more than 50 trains, are also down from 51 last month to 35 this month. Mean distance between failure was 145,093 miles, which is 10,000-mile improvement from 2 months ago. We remain focused on reducing delays and increasing the reliability of our equipment so that we can deliver world-class service for our riders. While our efforts in asset reliability and incident management show performance improvements, we are still seeing the effects of the crew shortages on our system. In April, crew availability delayed 245 trains per day, or 3.2% of scheduled service. This is a significant improvement from December of 21, when the impact of crew availability delayed 632 trains per day. Unfortunately, the headwinds of attrition, civil service requirements, and competition with city agencies have been stronger than initially projected. We now expect to reach pre-pandemic vacancy levels for conductors in the fourth quarter. For train operators, we increased the size of next month's class and added an additional class that are expected to get us to pre-pandemic vacancy levels in early 2023. And we continue to work on strategies to achieve this goal sooner. Even with the staffing challenges, we delivered 92.9% of weekday service in April, which is higher than most months in 2021. We are going back to the original playbook of strategies to increase hiring, accelerate training, and optimize the use of crews we have available to operate as much service as possible. We also continue to monitor and balance service across lines, as we're extremely focused on minimizing the customer impacts of this shortage while we bring new crews on board. Related to asset reliability, I'd like to speak to Subway's plan for summer weather. We got a little bit of that this past weekend. Subways has already begun pre-season maintenance on our climate control systems to provide a safe and comfortable environment for our customers and employees. First, we began our annual survey and maintenance schedule of station equipment last month, and we will increase monitoring and ramp up the frequency of filter changes in cars as the temperature increases. We have an aggressive plan to weekly survey the temperatures in subway cars across all tours at terminals and testing car air conditioning systems daily in the shop. We have several shops set up to repair and replace AC compressors, inverters, and other HVAC components. In addition, we will implement our extreme heat plan as needed to emphasize employee safety while working in high temperatures. Ultimately, we are prepared to monitor and maintain climate conditions in our system so that we provide riders comfortable and safe journeys this summer. Speaking of summer, I am heartened by the news that Subways continues to break pandemic-era ridership records, including a 5-day total of over 16.6 million riders in the second week of May, and a new 1-day record of over 3.6 million riders last week. I was also excited by our ongoing partnership with the New York Transit Museum to operate vintage trains in service to Yankees opening day game. Events like these prove that New Yorkers are ready to return to using transit to go to work and appointments, visit friends and families, and enjoy the many cultural offerings the city has to offer this spring and summer. We are ready to serve them. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Demetrius. Any questions? Andrew.
Yes, thanks, Demetrius. I have a question. Under weekday major incidents, they're up 34.6. Weekend major incidents are up 43.9. What would you say, what kind of occurrence constitutes the majority of these major incidents?
So there were 16 of the 35 incidents for this month. There were 16 due to people on the roadbed, police, or medical incidents. And that number was 18 last month. So that gives you a sense that the majority of these incidents are tied to factors that are beyond our control.
That brings up the obvious question, where are we on the track intrusion task force that has been set up to stop people from going down there voluntarily or deciding to live down there or falling down there or whatever?
Yeah, appreciate the question. We've been supporting Jamie Torres Springer and his team putting that together. I believe that they're going to be coming to the board with a report, if not Wednesday, certainly soon. But it is top of mind for us. I know Demetrius and others have been supporting that, and I gave them a few ideas as well in the last couple of weeks. But it is a huge issue, and I think what's even more, frankly, disturbing, and it goes to some of the, I think, challenges we described earlier, which is, customers and others who have emotional issues or mental health issues, many of these instances are choices to be on the roadbed, not, impaired and falling to the roadbed. So it's of the things that have surprised me in the last 3.5 weeks, the frequency of which that occurs is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important to be aware of who's in the roadbed, because it could be somebody that means the system harm for all we know, So when I became a board member a long time ago, we were talking about track intrusion software, something that an employee could put key into something at the end of the platform to let it know it was an employee going into the tunnels, but nobody else would have that, and of course it would set off an alarm, and I hope we're getting closer to having something like that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Demetrius? If not, we'll move on to Frank. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Hader. Thank you. So good morning, everybody. Bus performance in April remained steady, and for the third consecutive month showed improvements in key customer-focused metrics after the Omicron surge. While service delivered and weight assessment both remained flat against last month, customer journey time showed a 1.6% improvement against pre-pandemic and a 1% improvement against last month. An additional bus stop time decreased for the fourth straight month. I'm pleased to report that on May 5th, we reached the single highest day ridership level since Omicron at 1.52 million. And also, the week of May 9th was the highest bus ridership week since November. As a percentage of pre-COVID weekly ridership, we are just at 64%, just a hair below. I'm encouraged to see more riders returning to our system, and the team continues to be focused on bus priority and service improvements and to deliver a world-class bus system to New Yorkers. As Demetrius mentioned, summer is soon upon us, and we have been working hard preparing our HVAC systems in buses and facilities. Among other things, the team has been verifying that all AC filter changes are up to date, monitoring AC pressures and temperatures, and ensuring that all scheduled maintenance is up to date. I would like to bring it to your attention an upcoming major milestone: the award of a critical consultant services contract in support of our zero-emissions fleet transformation. The contract will evaluate the MTA's existing service plan and facilities to develop strategies for a successful zero-emissions transition. In addition, the study will assess existing conditions and requirements and help develop a comprehensive plan to support the rollout of zero emissions by 2040. As President Davey mentioned, I'm happy to report that we have completed 10 of 14 public workshops for the Queens Network redesign, and we are receiving valuable feedback that will inform and shape the proposed final plan. And we are in high gear plan for the implementation of the Bronx local bus redesign on June 26. Following my report, Judy McLean will be presenting some highlights of the plan and our implementation process. Lastly, this month in the Finance Committee, Procurement will be seeking board approval to extend a service agreement with Cambridge Systematics, which helps generate our real-time locations for our buses and format the data into meaningful context for multiple applications, including bus time, My MTA, Open Trip Planner, automatic passenger counting, and digital information signs. That ends the buses report.
Thank you, Frank. Any questions for Frank? Okay, if not, I guess we move on to Judy. Welcome, Judy. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. The Bus Network Redesign Program is our key effort to modernize the bus network to reflect today's city. The Bronx Plan is the result of extensive community engagement with our riders, elected officials, and transit advocates. Our outreach has included a public hearing, 9 open houses, and 28 community board meetings. It's incredibly important for this project to be successful and for the launch to be successful. We want every bus rider in the Bronx to know their ride is changing. And if they don't know yet, we want to make it easy for them to find out. To ensure that happens, we have a comprehensive plan that involves teams across the MTA and outside the MTA. We're all working together to make sure that this is a success. The Bronx Local Bus Network Redesign is a transformative project that will make bus service in the borough faster, more frequent, more reliable, and better connected to the subway. It includes 13 route revisions, 2 new bus routes, the M125 and BX25, and frequency increases on 11 routes. Stop spacing adjustments to speed up service. Stop spacing adjustments will speed up service and make it more reliable. We've already started to train more than 200 dispatchers and 700 bus operators on their new and revised routes. Customer service is a key component to their training. Like we did with our select bus service and the Staten Island Express bus redesign, we'll be utilizing customer ambassadors. They'll be posted at more than 50 key locations along the changed routes to tell customers in person about the network changes. Ambassadors will be handing out new bus maps and route-specific information. They'll be starting 2 weeks prior to the launch and continuing until 2 weeks after the launch. 12 different brochures will be available. They'll be available in both English and Spanish. Over 1,400 ambassadorships will be filled by New York City Transit staff and other volunteers throughout the MTA agency. New York City DOT has already started changing bus stop signs for the redesign. There are over 700 signs that need to be changed to reflect route and bus stop changes. So far, about 350 bus panels have been changed. MTA is posting signs at stops ahead of DOT's work to tell customers that these actual changes won't happen until June 26, the day of the launch. We've also updated our website to include a new future trip planner tool. This tool allows customers to quickly look up how to make their trip with the new network. Our website also has route profiles for every route in the Bronx. These profiles show the map of the route, bus frequencies, the span of service, and bus stop locations. We will have signage everywhere. Paper signage at our bus stops, bus maps in our buses, and digital screens across our system, on our buses, and in our subway stations. We're also promoting the project on social media, letting customers know where they can get more information and how their service is improving. All these efforts should help us make this a successful launch. If you'd like to join us in the field and help us pass out some brochures, I'd be happy to arrange it. If you have any questions.
I believe, Judy, we've already signed up the committee members for various shifts. We'll just hand those out at the end of the meeting.
As a girl who rode the BX12 back and forth to Fordham University, I'll help.
Great, fantastic.
Randy, questions?
Interesting. I'm born in the Bronx. I look forward to see if I can help you. Are you going to have paper maps, or does it have to be on a smartphone to see the changes?
No, we're going to have paper maps, and
Thank
they'll
you.
be available. Customer ambassadors will have those maps in addition to the route-specific information.
Terrific. Thank you.
Lorraine?
Cheers. A 12 bus rider also. In terms of the language access, I think that I'm recommending that you also consider Russian. And there's a large growing population that has limited English-speaking abilities, and they are mostly Southeast Asian. So we need to really be sensitive to that also in the Bronx, in particular areas of the Bronx, the entire East Corridor. So I think that the language access, we should start thinking about communicating in various languages. The other thing that I was good is, are we going to change the express bus stops the way we have them, or are all of the routes being reimagined?
So this is just for the local bus.
Uh-huh.
We're going to come back and look at express buses. We don't really have the time frame right now, but we are going to come back and look at the express buses.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Okay, we move on to Chris, who will provide us with the power transit report. Morning, Chris.
Morning, thank you. With hot weather just around the corner, we have begun our summer preparation activities to ensure comfortable rides for our customers and drivers. This kicked off with an all-carrier campaign at the end of March, reminding our primary carriers to check and maintain all air conditioning and engine cooling systems, and that no vehicles may be operated in revenue service without a functioning AC. Our superintendents will focus on AC when performing routine checks on carrier vehicles at pullout and on the systems when checking maintenance. For our brokers, we are sending reminders regarding AC systems as well. These reminders will go out regularly from our command center to both primary carriers and brokers as the season continues. Should we receive heat-related complaints from our customers, we will be tracking those and following up with our transportation providers to remedy. In addition to heat concerns, we'll be reviewing our flooding and hurricane plan and preparedness in June. On to performance. In March, average daily paratransit ridership increased by 10% month over month, with midweek weekday trips exceeding 80% of pre-COVID levels at over 25,000 trips per day. Despite this surge in ridership, the 30-minute pickup window for primary carrier service on-time performance increased slightly from last month to 95%, above the goal at 94%. No shows per 1,000 scheduled trips remained at 1.2, better than the goal of 3. For broker service, the March 30-minute pickup window dropped 1 percentage point to 92%, maintaining the 90% performance level for the third consecutive month, but still below our goal of 94%. Broker no-shows for March were at 3.7, down from 4.7 from the prior month, but again, still above our goal of 3. Looking at Sunday service, on-time performance was better than the monthly average at 98% on time for primary and 92% for broker, with a no-show rate of 0.68 and 3, respectively. As a direct result of the better on-street performance, our call center performance achieved 94% of calls answered in March, which is at goal. For paratransit, the most important factor that determines service quality is the relationship between transportation supply and demand. Looking back at March 2020, over 2 years ago, when supply was at pre-COVID levels, but demand, of course, was at its lowest, service quality peaked with on-time performance at 98%, and no-shows were under 1 per 1,000. Last year, in 2021, supply was still relatively abundant, thanks to less congestion, allowing more trips per driver per day, and less general demand on the for-hire vehicle taxi network, allowing more of those vehicles to be allocated to Access-a-Ride. And demand was still suppressed during this time, leading to on-time performance above 95% and no-shows close to or below 1. Now, fast forward to today, as we move into the summer, we'll be keeping a close eye on this relationship between supply and demand. Preliminary April results show ridership growth continuing at 4% and performance holding steady. However, to accommodate this growth, we have increased shared trips, and we had reintroduced bus transfers for eligible customers. In anticipation of further growth, we will maintain our broker incentives and prioritize increasing supply on both the carriers and the brokers to keep performance levels at this goal with anticipated ridership increases. That concludes the paratransit report.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris? Okay. If not, we're going to move on to Q. Q, you want to update us on accessibility, please?
Absolutely. Good morning. Today, I am excited to share an update on a project that we launched in April to install ADA tactile warning strips on all platforms across subway systems that do not yet have this feature. Through collaborations with Infrastructure Capital Construction ICC team in the Department of Subways and MTA Construction and Development C&D, we have developed a plan to install tactile warning strips at nearly 100 subway stations over the next several years. 4 platform edges have already been completed by the subways team. The northbound platform at the 182nd, 183rd Street station in the BD line in the Bronx, the Manhattan-bound platforms at Grand Avenue, Newton on the MR lines in Queens, and southbound platforms at Spring Street Station on the C and the E line, as well as the southbound platforms on the 50th Street Station C and E lines. We want to thank our colleagues in the Department of Subways who are working to make this important improvement and get this feature installed in an expedited fashion, working to make this feature in an expedited fashion at the platforms that we seek. Tactile edges or detectable warning surfaces create a more accessible environment for low vision or blind riders, helping them identify changes in elevation and or drops. We're also taking exciting steps towards increasing accessibility on our buses for customers with hearing loss. We will soon begin an in-system testing of a new bus that comes to us from the manufacturer with a hearing induction loop installed. This technology allows customers who have hearing aids or cochlear implants with the T-coil settings to have audio announcements transmitted directly to their device. One of 2 buses ordered with this technology installed was delivered earlier this month, and we will be testing it out with our customers soon. Finally, a reminder that we are gearing up to launch Omni for reduced fare and paratransit customers in the coming weeks. More information on Omni and reduced fare customers is available on the MTA website, and we look forward to giving a more detailed update on this launch and the next steps of Omni programs in June.
Q, how many stations needed the new tactile?
Just shy under 100.
Okay, good. And when do we think we'll be done?
Well, at this
I should ask the
rate,
subway guys that, right? I'm sorry.
Subways has been incredible, helping us do stations over the weekends, but C&D will come in to enhance that.
Got it.
So we'll be getting there rather quickly.
Great, thank you. And yes, Randy.
Might not be in your wheelhouse, as it's said, but friends of mine who are old, like me, want to know if, when the new Omni cars come out, will they be able to transfer any remaining funds from their Metro card, their senior Metro card, to the Omni card?
We are in active conversations with our budget teams on that. We will have more for you hopefully next month.
Thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you, Q. And I now move over to Sarah to update us on strategy and customer experience. Good morning, Sarah.
Thanks, Hada.
You're welcome.
So we are continuing to roll out the new contact center software modernization project and are thrilled to be seeing some early benefits already. In April, incoming calls increased by 11% and calls answered increased to 93.1% compared to 2021. Thanks to the new software, customers' wait time improved to less than 2 minutes from a previous high of 8 minutes. This can be partially attributed to the new workforce management tools we have, as well as new reporting and dashboards. A huge thanks to the board for funding this project, as well as our partners in IT for funding it as well. We'll have more exciting updates in the next couple months as we start to launch more aspects of that system. As President Davey mentioned, customer satisfaction is our agency's North Star, and recruitment for our spring 2022 all-agency customer survey is now open. Customer input is an important driver for helping us determine where to focus our limited resources for improvements and new initiatives, making this data very, very important. So we're asking every rider to please sign up at mta.info/mta-customers-count. The survey will be open from Monday, June 13th through Thursday, June 30th, and it will be available in 8 different languages in addition to English. I also wanted to quickly reiterate that we acknowledge the complaints and the slow and difficult travel that many of our customers are experiencing on the weekends. We've put together a new blog, a quick and easy guide that you can you can navigate and read. It's posted on Fridays on our social media channels, and it's super short and quick. It'll help our customers find alternatives and avoid those routes that have slowdowns. I also wanted to give a brief shout out to our social media team who keeps finding innovative ways to get word out. This time using Instagram and TikTok to raise awareness about the IBX, the Interborough Express. Our recent video reel was posted on Instagram Reels and got around 340,000 views combined throughout these channels. So thank you to my team who keeps us on our toes and keeps teaching us new and new ways to reach our customers. Any questions?
Any questions to Sarah? Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
For keeping us all on our toes. Okay, we're now going to move on to safety and security. Bobby?
Sure thing. Good morning, everybody. When comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one, subway customer accident rates decreased. Bus collisions and collision injuries increased while customer accidents decreased slightly when comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one. However, bus collision injuries decreased when compared to the most recent pre-pandemic period. To address some of these increases, Department of Buses continues to send out weekly talking points to their entire management team, and all statistics are incorporated into their training classes and shared with personnel in road operations as well as the depots. Employee lost time accidents were relatively flat when comparing the most recent 12-month period to the previous one. We have seen an increase in subway fires when comparing the last 12-month period to the previous one. Department of Subways is taking on several initiatives to reduce these fires, such as replacing fiberglass insulators, increasing the number of track cleaners, coordination of vac train and station cleaning. It should be noted that for April, vandalism did account for 70% of station fires, which were of low severity. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Wilcox, and afterwards, if there's any questions. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, I just want to welcome President Davey. I look forward to working with you in the coming months and hopefully years to get things right and get things
Decades, Chief,
yes,
decades.
Sir. I don't know if I have that much left in me, but I look forward to working with you closely. Thank you, sir. So about a month ago, April 25th, I responded to another act of shooting violence at the Parsons Archer train station in Queens, where a 24-year-old male was shot and killed. That incident highlighted a trend we have seen all year, and I had mentioned in a prior meeting with felony assaults, where a verbal dispute quickly escalates into a physical fight and that leads to violence. We have a suspect identified in that incident, and efforts are being made to apprehend him. As a follow-up to this incident, I attended a community meeting last Wednesday out in Jamaica, Queens, as the police commissioner announced a neighborhood revitalization initiative in the immediate geography of Sutphin Boulevard and Archer Avenue, both in the local streets and subways and train stations. Many community leaders, including the Queensborough president and members of the Jamaica BID, were also in attendance at this meeting. The train stations in this area are not just busy train stations, they are part of an essential and important transportation hub. As part of this effort, Transit District 20 and other Transit Bureau assets will be working in close coordination with the community, the MTA Police, Port Authority Police, to give additional attention to the stations of Parsons Archer and Sutphin Archer during the coming months. As the ridership continues to grow this year, we continue to experience increases in major crime categories when compared to what we experienced last year at this time. As we fight these crime increases, we have and will continue to field new efforts to address this situation as we move forward. In March of this year, we initiated our Transit Bureau Subway Safety Task Force under the leadership of Commanding Officer Captain Tin Mai. They are a proactive and mobile task force that seeks out locations in our subways that are affected by both serious quality of life and homeless conditions, such as the West 4th Street train station. This subway safety task force has made nearly 2,800 homeless contacts and taken over 900 homeless persons to shelter in a few months. In April, we deployed our subway training unit of nearly 70 newly assigned police officers who are actively patrolling both the stations and trains during the afternoon rush and evening hours. And now, in May, we have created a new train patrol force, or TPF, that will perform dedicated, targeted, and visible train patrols on the late evening and overnight hours. The TPF is not a new concept. It was a type of transit patrol done in years past, notably by our mayor when he was a transit cop, as well as Inspectors Pinella, our Transit Bureau XO, and Inspector Steve Hill, the commanding officer of Transit Bureau Manhattan. And when we see that 54% of our total subway crime is on the trains, and 40% of that are during the specific TPF overnight hours, it was an idea that we felt we needed to return to. Focused enforcement is an integral part of our effort to fight crime in the subway system. This year we are up in multiple arrest categories, up 67% in overall arrests so far, increases of 44% in felony arrests, and up 72% in misdemeanor arrests. We are up in robbery arrests, up in assault felony arrests, up in misdemeanor assault arrests, and up over 100% in grand larceny arrests. We are also working hard to remove weapons off the subway system. We are up in gun arrests, and we have made nearly 300 arrests for possession of cutting instruments this year. We have made a number of important loaded firearm arrests in recent weeks, some starting from a quality of life engagement. May 9th, a theft of service stop at Sterling Street on the 2 line in Brooklyn led to the recovery of a loaded firearm. May 14th, Grand Street, Chinatown, a call regarding suspicious persons at the station, which came from Stations, by the way, led us to a male who had just come up from Florida on the bus and who was in possession of a loaded assault rifle and 9mm handgun. May 18th, on the F line in Queens at 179th in Jamaica, an outstretched male on the train was found to have a loaded firearm in his waistband. And yesterday in Harlem, on the downtown 2 line, a male was arrested for possession of a loaded 9mm gun after a struggle occurred on the train and a shot was fired. That suspect in this incident did also menace an MTA conductor with that firearm as the incident was unfolding. In addition, we also will not take our eyes off our efforts to restore a sense of order and quality of life to our subways. We continue daily to address theft of service with notable increases in both fare evasion summonses and arrests. Our quality of life summonses are also up 96%. This Saturday that just passed, the 21st of May, marked the 3rd month anniversary of our coordinated and collaborative initiatives to address homelessness in the subway as part of the subway safety plan put out by the mayor. A plan that puts focus on dealing with the homeless with dignity and respect. Working closely with our partners at the MTA, at Department of Homeless Services, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, BRC, the Barrio Residence Committee. We have done exhaustive work in this area every day since the 21st of February. On the trains, at the end-of-line stations, and at train hubs, we have worked tirelessly at this 7 days a week on the evenings and overnights to connect the homeless and subways to service. We have not missed one day in this 3-month period. As part of this initiative, the NYPD has done over 8,000 train inspections, 3,000 on-train runs with over 760 joint response teams, made over 17,000 homeless contacts, and most significantly, taken or referred over 2,000 homeless persons to shelter. As mentioned recently this weekend by DHS, a large number of these persons are still at a place of shelter and have not returned to the streets or subways. That's a good thing. We have now also tasked an executive from the Transit Bureau, Captain Mariela Echeverria, with helping to oversee our nightly efforts at the end of the line stations. It would be fair, though, to acknowledge that many continue to see homeless persons on the subways and stations and can say that more needs to be done in this area. They are not wrong. But we will not stand still on the good work and accomplishments I mentioned above. We will strive to build on them. We are proud to be part of this important and unprecedented team effort to help our homeless New Yorkers, and our efforts will continue. Thank you for all your support, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Chief Wilcox, and thank you again. You've had a busy 10 years since you've started too. Thank you for all the hard work that the NYPD has given, and I think the mayor and the governor are working together to get safety under control in our subway system. Randy. Oh, excuse me, Andrew first.
Thanks, Chief, for everything you and your people are doing.
Good morning.
I was really pleased to hear you talking about Parsons Archer, excuse me, and Sutphen Archer.
Yep.
Sutphen Archer is obviously the place where many tourists come off the air train and transfer to our subway system, and there they are met by people offering them reduced cost swipes. They'll hold the slam gates open for them and let them in. So that's the least of the issues going on there. So very happy to hear that you're focusing on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief? Thank you, Chief. Rich, I see no other service changes and no other procurements, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I think we're done. Do I have a motion to adjourn? David?
Yeah, I'm going to mess up the adjournment.
Okay.
So we have a report on fare evasion and transit adjudication. I was honored to be placed on the chairman's committee to deal with this. One of the things, however, that's missing that was there 4.5 years ago was a breakdown demographically of who's getting tap summonses and who's being arrested. Originally, that used to be part of the report. Now it's not there anymore. I'm interested also in a station-by-station breakdown. I think we're going to need this to really come to grips with this. It's in no means to stop what you've... My daughter's just coming off maternity leave. She rides the subway all the time. I want her protected as well. But the equity issue has come out. Obviously, we see the real surge in this case being in buses across the city, but subways is what we have reported on here. So I will need that kind of information so we can come up with a system that is both fair, equitable, and cuts down on fare evasion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay. Now do I have a motion to adjourn? Randy, second. David? Okay, motion adjourned, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the meeting of the Audit Committee to order, please. Michelle, are there any public speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have two public speakers today. The first one is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Jason Anthony. It looks like Charlton's not here to speak, so Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon, Audit Committee. Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. I think it's time to focus on paying debt because in years to come, our money will be in the negative. And I think instead of spending money like we were Santa Claus, I think we should spend money wisely and having our money being audited. It should be something we should have done years ago because look at COVID. COVID changed everything. And now we're like, everything has changed forever and to years to come. And now the MTA is in a fiscal cliff. And New Jersey Transit hasn't raised their fares in 5 years. So let's do something outside the box, shall we? I'll see you guys in finance.
Madam Chair, this concludes the public speakers.
Thank you. Next, we have the approval of the January 24th Audit Committee minutes. Any correction or changes? No? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second? Thank you. All in favor? The minutes are approved. Michelle, are there any changes to the work plan?
No, Madam Chair, there are no changes to the work plan for this committee meeting.
Thank you. Now we have Jim McGovern, the MTA Acting Deputy Chief from the Controller's Office, who will brief the committee on management's review of the 2021 MTA Consolidated Financial Statements. This review includes changes in capital, net assets, other assets, and operating revenues and expenses. Jim? Thank you.
Is this on now? Yes. Good morning. So I'm just going to provide the committee with a brief high-level overview of the financial statements. The financial statements are still in process of, the finalization of being signed off and things with my colleagues next to me. But what I'm going to present to you today is a high-level summary of where we're at. Okay?
Thank you.
The financial statements, as presented, there's basically six levels and 5 statements. We have the MD&A, the basic financial statements, which is the statement of net position, the balance sheet, the statement of revenues, expenses, what we refer as the income statement, cash flows, the fiduciary net position, which is really our, at this moment, it's basically our pension plans, the balance sheet and income statement for our pension plans, and the notes to the financial statements, which our CFO looks forward to reading with us, the required supplementary information, and then there's the supplementary information for the fiduciary funds, and then there's additional supplementary information. So the whole report's about 135 pages of really a lot of information. This year, we implemented one GASB accounting standard, and that was GASB number 98, which is basically changing the terminology for the annual comprehensive financial report to a comprehensive annual financial report. And it was basically a labeling change. The prior terminology or acronym wasn't really a positive nomenclature, let's just say. So that was changed this year. What I did want to highlight for the committee is GASB 87, which is to be implemented this year in fiscal '22, regarding leases. Basically, I'll just read this quickly. This provides financial statement users with improved accounting and financial reporting for leases by governments. Under this statement, a lessee is required to recognize a lease liability and an intangible right to use lease asset. And a lessor is required to recognize a lease receivable and a deferred inflow of resources. So in effect, rent for this building or rent for any building gets capitalized, and a long-term liability is put on the books and records of the firm. And as we sublease any of our spaces for our Grand Central, newsstands, et cetera, that receivable is put on the balance sheet as well, and a deferred revenue is recorded. We have about 5,000 leases. Most of them are really on the lessor side, but this is a big deal and a big effort, and it's in process. And we have a whole group of people working on it right now, including internal audit helping us, using Deloitte as our consultants for technical questions, and then a whole group of people who aren't here to support us. So this is I just want to highlight that to you.
Yeah. This was never done before?
Now, it's a brand-new pronouncement. The difference between the private sector, which implemented this a year or two ago, is the private sector only has to implement the lessee side, whereas the government accounting standards require both the lessee and the lessor. So we get to have the good fortune of doing both sides. But everyone who's implemented it has basically said it's not an easy lift. So I just want to give you the heads up on that one. Just going to the basic, this is not what you would see in the audit report. This is sort of a summarized view of the balance sheet. Things to look at, we have cash and investments of $14.4 billion, total assets of $103.8 billion, total deferred outflows and assets of $111.7 billion. Liabilities, total liabilities of $97.7 billion, with a total net position and liabilities of $111.7. And I'll get into a little more detail in the next slides on that. So this is just basically explaining some of the variances that we have year to year. Cash and investments increased $3.1 billion, primarily due to the issuance of a $4 billion grant anticipation notes at the end of December, the very end of December. The grant that was anticipated was the Carissa grant. Receivables increased $3.9 billion, primarily due to you're going to hear that word Carissa a lot today, I think, due to the increased receivable from recording the Carissa grant. We received about $600 million of the grant prior to 12/31, and the rest of the grant was received in January. So that's why the receivables increased so much. Capital assets, nothing really earth-shattering on the capital assets, but the normal activity of increases and decreases during the year. And then total deferred outflows of resources increased $1.6 billion. There's a lot of ins and outs in this category here, mostly related to pensions and OPEB. But the big change was really due to the discount in the reduction in the discount rate to calculate the OPEB liability in the future. All right, and the discount rate went down 2.74 to 2.12. And that was really in accordance with the accounting principles that the actuary had to follow. Okay? I guess I'll stop there if there are any questions. Nope. On to the liability section. Long-term debt is $56.5 million. That increased $5 million, basically, as I previously said, due to the issuance of the grant anticipation notes, about $4 billion. The other post-employment benefits increased $3.2 billion, and that was about the other side of the applied discount rate. That liability increase that I spoke to previously on the deferred outflows. Net pension liability decrease, which might raise a flag or a question to you, right? And that's primarily due to the change in the calculation as it increased, as the plan assets increased due to the past market appreciation, not the current market. The pension GASB creates a lot more volatility for us because we have to mark to market the plan assets every year, and there's a year lag in our date of measurement. So we benefited primarily on the NYSERS plan from the appreciation that plan had, and again, it's a year lag in the measurement date. Whereas I think prospectively we may not see such a benefit going forward. Liabilities for injury claims increased. I think primarily this was the bus and subways, people not holding on. If I recall correctly, Pat Warren sent out a message for people to start holding on as they were falling. And then deferred inflows increased $2.1 million. And this is the difference between the projected and actual earnings on the NYSERS plan I spoke about previously. This year I kind of added a couple of charts, just to kind of give a little scale of the entities. So if you look at the first one about assets and deferred outflows of resources, you'll see New York City Transit is about half the size of the company. And if you kind of took at headquarters at the 27,066, bear in mind headquarters has all the investments on its books and records. So it kind of provides you a little bit of scale of how large transit is relative to some of the other entities we have. And even on the MTA HQ, one of the big investments that they have currently is the East Side Access entity, which is in progress. And we'll get to that in the next slide. I'll bring that up to date. The liabilities and deferred inflows chart on the right. I mean, basically what this is showing you is that MTA HQ and Bridges and Tunnels are our debt issuers, which basically shows why they have so much of the liabilities relative. And Transit's biggest piece is the OPEB liability. Just capital assets, a little bit of a donut chart here. You'll see what I just want to point out. One thing here is on the capital assets, the 28% on the far right, which is construction and work in progress. Half of that pertains to the East Side Access asset, roughly half, which, I'll call it, was it Grand Central, Madison Concourse, prospectively, which we anticipate capitalizing this year. So that'll be pushed down to the other asset categories. So that's why that's percentage-wise pretty large. And then the other liabilities, again, most of that is long-term debt of 45%. And then the other big components of that are the OPEB, pensions, and claims. But I thought that when you look at it on a chart, it looks a little bit differently than when you're looking at it with. And I like the breakdown between the agencies. The income statement, I'm sorry, this is the cash flow. The only thing I wanted to highlight here on the cash flow was, sorry, I got the wrong page. Two things. You'll see that couple things. You'll see that the operating revenues increased, somewhat, based upon, increased ridership. The one thing you want to see is subsidies and tax revenues. That increase, primarily that's just higher New York State supported subsidies, which is really driving that. That's the, payroll mobility tax, the petroleum business tax, internet sales, and some of the other state subsidies. Nothing real other than you'll see that the interest expense slightly higher, but nothing real, out of the ordinary to report. Now, also understand that the Carissa revenue is also based upon expenses from September of 20. We'll be claiming through April of 21, and that'll come back up,
Yeah.
even though it was all captured in 20.
Yeah, if I can jump in, just to think about all the federal money, when we actually receive the cash, it's booked as revenue. So either you'll see, timing mismatch. One reason why I see a big increase in net position could be the timing of receiving the federal money versus the expenses and versus, when it gets spent. And that'll be true, with ARPA. So it shouldn't be confused as some big surplus. It's, pulling money in that will, we spend over time.
Yeah, it sort of shows itself on the surplus before capital grant and appropriation. If you see the 560, it looks like, we're showing positive, but a lot of that is recapture of costs from prior year. Now, hopefully I've got myself in the right page now. Apologize for that before. The one item I just want to show up on the cash flow here is on the 782, the end-of-year cash number. I just want to point out that if you just reference back to the beginning of the balance sheet, that 782 is really our operating cash and not our cash and investments. Okay, so that's, if you look back earlier, you'll see a big $14 billion, but this is just the operating cash. So I want to point that out.
Yeah, Jim, if I could just jump in. So this is not a measure of liquidity we have to meet, either, unforeseen events or just our kind of monthly cash flow. So we have, most of our liquidity is in the form of investments and so forth that don't show up here. So what we report to the rating agencies in the market is, liquidity is a, much bigger number.
And then just footnoted, the net cash from non-capital financing activities decreased 1.9 billion, and that's the timing of the Carissa funds, right? Most of the Carissa funds were received in 2022. And then the flip side of that is, the net cash from the financing activities is basically that's the grant anticipation notes when we issued those. So they sort of offset each other. I just listed the 17 footnotes that accompany the financial statements, just to kind of give you a little scale of how many there are and how significant they are. I don't want to highlight and go through them. They're all going to be in the audit report, but, there's a lot of technical footnotes, the employee benefits, the other post-employment benefits, the lease transactions, and the hedge footnotes are very technical and complicated. And so we want to give credit to the folks who do the work and our colleagues at Deloitte to help us be in compliance with those disclosures. So that's my story, and I'm sticking with it today. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to.
That was very good, Jim. Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Okay. Next, then, we'll have Jill Strohmeyer and representatives from Deloitte, the MTA's public accounting firm, to present the results of their review of the 2021 MTA consolidated year-end financial statements. The financial statements will be issued in final form after the Audit Committee review and approval. Jill Strohmeyer, Managing Director, will give the presentation. Jill?
Great, thank you. Before I start, I just want to introduce my team if I could. To my right, I have Costas Makrakis, who is a managing director signing a number of the agency audit reports this year. To his right, John Hughes, senior manager. Then Darshan Patel, our senior manager and our single audit compliance specialist. And then last but not least, Mike Tartaglia, who is also one of our managers on the engagement. So we have performed our audits of the financial statements of the MTA and all of the MTA's agencies. We perform those audits in accordance with two sets of standards, the standards issued by the AICPA and then standards issued under government auditing standards. And we expect to issue our reports on those financial statements at the end of this week, so May 27th. Our responsibility under the auditing standards is to express an opinion on each of the opinion units of the MTA and its agencies to make certain that the financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And I do want to point out that the material I'm going over is in this packet that we laid on front of your desk prior to the meetings. The MTA's significant accounting policies are set forth in Note 2 to the financial statements for the MTA as well as the agencies. We are not aware of any significant changes in previously adopted accounting policies or their application during 2021. I do want to highlight that, as Jim mentioned, next year GASB 87 on lease implementation will be effective for the MTA. And so you'll see that change next year in the 2022 financial statements. There were no uncorrected misstatements or disclosure items passed as a result of our audit procedures as it relates to the consolidation, FEMTAC, Long Island Railroad, MTA Bus Company, Transit Authority, or CERTOA. As it relates to TBTA, during our testing of accrued expenses, we did test the balance using a statistical sampling technique, and we did note one error in that sample. The known error was $887,000, so relatively small. However, we do need to project that over the entire account balance. When you project that mathematically, there was a potential overstatement of $6.3 million in capital assets and $6.1 million on operating expenses. We have discussed these potential items with management, and management does deem them to be immaterial to TBTA's overall financial statements. As it relates to Metro-North Commuter Railroad, we tested materials and supplies inventory, again using a statistical sampling technique. It was really during our count procedures of the materials and supplies at various warehouse locations. We noted one error of $2,500. Again, it extrapolates to something larger, which I have to report to you. It extrapolates to $5.3 million of potential understatement of material and supplies. Again, we've talked to Metro-North management, and management deems it to be immaterial to Metro-North's financial statements. There were no material corrected misstatements that were brought to the attention of management as a result of our audit procedures. We did not have any disagreements with management related to matters that are material to the 2021 financial statements. In our judgment, we received the full cooperation of MTA management and staff and had unrestricted access to the MTA and the related agency's senior management throughout the performance of our audits. At the back of this rather lengthy document, there's an Appendix C, which we title Management Representations. I'm required to share those representations with the Audit Committee. There is one letter for each agency, and each agency will need to sign this letter prior to the issuance of our reports on Friday. I would say that those letters are generally aligning with last year, so few modifications, usually just descriptions, nomenclature, things of that nature. We have evaluated the MTA's accounting and disclosure of related party transactions, and based on our evaluation, we believe the MTA has properly disclosed and recorded all intercompany transactions within the financial statements. Within our auditor's report, there will be a couple of emphasis of matter paragraphs. These are the same emphasis of matter paragraphs that were in prior years. It just calls the reader's attention to the fact that the agencies and the MTA rely on subsidies and funding from other sources, such as the FTA, the city, and the state. It's still a clean opinion. It's not a modification of our opinion. It's just something that we're highlighting to the readers. And lastly, in Appendix A, we do highlight just 3 of the significant accounting estimates that are within these financial statements, and we do audit. They relate to pension benefits, OPEB benefits, and claims liability. But they're in Appendix A for your reading at a future time. And with that, that concludes my prepared remarks on the results of our audit. Be happy to answer any questions.
Just a minor one. Is there a management letter that's going to come to the audit committee?
Yes, I believe that's on the agenda for July. I do not have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses to report to you.
Things that we should be looking at.
Yeah, that I believe it's July.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Jill. I'll make a motion to accept the 2021 year-end financial statements. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. The MTA 2021 year-end financial statements are approved. Continuing with Deloitte, we will have the review of MTA's compliance with the guidelines governing investment practices. Jill?
Before we jump to that, can I just make one more final statement?
Sure.
Just so the committee knows, GASB 87, which will have to be implemented for this year, it's really a huge undertaking because we essentially have to go through, I think you said 5,000, every single contract that has any payments one way or the other, work with procurement and legal and the agencies and try to, get the details of each one, quantify them, and then, add them up and put them on the balance sheet as an asset and liability. I mention it just because it's, something we should get progress reports throughout the year because it's, given the tight resources, it's just a huge amount of work that everyone's got to do.
Have we estimated additional costs that this is going to get it done? How material is this going to be in terms of unexpected expense?
Am I on? Right now, it's most of the labor is internal.
Okay.
Okay. And they appreciate it. But there is some costs for IT costs where we're using Yardi software. We use Yardi software currently with the real estate folks. There is some addition. I mean, it's not material.
It's not
this
material.
moment.
Okay.
Most of this is, as Kevin said, is deep dives into the detail, and then once you hit the detail, then you're going to maybe change in process and things like that, and we're working through those. As we had we had the pandemic, right? We had some key people who retired at the same time as well, so we're trying to work through some of that as well.
So there's actually a working group that is working on the project. I had 3 auditors that assisted them. They went through all the procurements, so there were like 500 procurements, and they went through and got the terms for them. So that was a help to the accounting people. But we will be, just like Kevin said, we'll be keeping track of that, and that working group is going to continue to meet, and we'll monitor progress.
Go ahead, Jill. Thank you.
All right. So in the committee book, there is what we refer to as an investment compliance report. It's essentially a negative assurance report that Deloitte will issue again this Friday, May 27th. Essentially what this is saying is that during our audit work related to investment transaction testing, we did not identify any instances where the MTA entered into a purchase transaction for investments that was outside of the guidelines issued by the state of New York. So it's a clean report.
You finished, Jill?
Yes, I'm finished. Any questions, be happy to answer those.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to accept the investment compliance report. Second? All in favor? Aye. The investment compliance report is approved. Moving on, we have Lamont Kirsch, the Chief Compliance Officer. Lamont is here with the agency internal control officers to provide a quarterly report on the status of open and past due audit recommendations previously accepted by the agencies. Lamont?
Yes, thank you very much. Several years ago, this committee asked compliance to monitor and report on recommendations and remediation plans that were issued by audit services and compliance. This is a very quick presentation on the current status of those. Oh, wow, this is very small, hopefully. Okay, so this first slide is just kind of demonstrating the fact that the departments, the agencies are actively closing these remediation plans. Last quarter, there were, I believe, 92 that were closed by the department. So it's an active, ongoing process. So I think it's very important to kind of lay that out as soon as I can to you. For this quarter, again, we're actively working with the departments and the agencies to close the various remediation plans. As of right now, we are at 25 for this current quarter. The next slide breaks down what we're calling remediation plans implemented, awaiting closure. I think it's important to understand that the process that's involved here, there's two parts to it that are fundamental to understand. One, the departments, the agencies, they come to us and they say, we've done what we're supposed to do, we have implemented it. Unfortunately, what we say to them, great, we trust you, we believe you, but what's that old saying? You got to verify, right? So at this point, there are about 103 remediation plans that have been submitted to either compliance or audit with the assurance that it's been done. And we're saying, well, now you have to prove it, show us the documentation, show us the proof. You know, we feel this is a very important process because historically in the past, things have been done, but you could never find the proof, the documentation, people would leave, and there was no central place to find that. When we rolled out this new process, the new technology, we now have a central place where all this information is stored. And when Michelle and I, leave the MTA and we're sitting on a beach in Florida someplace, you will not have to call us to find out what happened in the past, okay? Oh, we're not allowed to ever leave? Okay. So there are 103 pending right now, and hopefully, as we review them, we'll be able to close those out. The next slide breaks down the ones that are 6 months past due. We break them down by priorities established, basically between a dialogue between compliance and the various departments and agencies to figure out, which things are the most important, which things need to be worked on the soonest. I'm going to focus on the ones that are listed as high. There are about 43 of them. The next slide, I break them down by business, right? Just to give you an idea, there's 43 spread out among various agencies, among various departments. Right now, you'll see that there is a concentration of quite a few, about 10, in C&D in the delivery area, and there are quite a few, about 7 in IT infrastructure and operations. Now, I think it's important to understand that what's, I think, influencing the ability to close some of these are two, I think, very significant factors. One, transformation, right? So a lot of the things you'll see in C&D were not in C&D prior to transformation. They were in other agencies, other departments. So as we've been moving things around, these remediation plans from different agencies, different departments, we're finding new homes for them. And you have to give individuals an opportunity to get up to speed to figure out what happened. And again, prior to the system, there was no repository, so they're having to figure out where things stand. The other, I think you've heard it from others here as well, staffing. Staffing is a significant issue, both The individuals that were responsible for some of these remediation plans are no longer with the authority, and others are now having to get up to speed about where things stand. And also, going through and providing proof, which we want, is time consuming, and it will take away from other things that they are having to do. So we're also running into that issue as well. But you've got looking at 43 over a very broad spectrum of the organization. So I think, that's important. Again, remembering, we're not saying these things haven't been done. We're just saying we don't have proof that they've been done at this point. And that wraps up my presentation. If I have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay. No, thank you, Lamont. Any, no questions? Okay. So, or for the agency internal control offices, no one? Good? I'm good. We have one final topic for discussion. I'll make a motion to convene an executive session to discuss proposed pending or current litigation in accordance with New York State Public Officers Law 105.1D. Do you have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we will now move to executive session. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to do it in here, or what?
While in executive session, the committee discussed items related to proposed, pending, or current litigation. This session was for informational purpose only, and no action is required by the committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? And I will second. All in favor? Aye. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call the May Capital Program Committee meeting to order. Do we have members of the public signed up to speak?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Bradley Brashears, and last Jason Anthony.
Thank you, Ms. King.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza from Passengers United. So, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, yet again, we have a tragic incident in our subway system. I implore you, and I beg you, and this board, put cameras in the R160 subway cars. Put cameras in all the remaining cars. Because we could have had an image of the suspect from yesterday on the subway car where this happened. A lot of crime overnight is happening in the subway cars. So you guys have all this federal money, you'll need to do that. In terms of the private security that you have working with Allied Security, that contract, y'all need to get the Transportation Security Agency in the subway system. I know BOT tried that. You guys need to talk to the feds and have them as an extra eye patrolling the subway system, because that could give full-time employment to people, in many communities. And I think that would be a win-win for the community, a win for the MTA, and it would take the load off the police so the police can solve the real crimes in the subway system that's going on right now. Now, Mr. Chairman, you promised to ride the subways with me, 3 months ago? So I'm hoping you'll keep to that, and I'm hoping you will ride the subways with us and talk to the advocates. We're not happy with what's going on. I was at 34th Street Herald Square, and what do I see? 3 people lying down. So, it's really bad down there. And also, metal detectors are needed. I do support that. I support any technology that's going to help make the MTA system better. That's what the focus is, because once we make the system better and people feel confident in the system, they're going to come back, and they're going to come back in droves. But that's all up to you, Mr. Chairman, and this board. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Mr. Bradley Brashears.
Good afternoon. I'm Bradley Brashears, Planning Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Last week, after the MTA unveiled its new 30 million Times Square staircase, many took to Twitter to vent their frustrations with the hefty price tag, and we get it. Yes, the old staircase was disorienting to tourists and New Yorkers alike. The total package includes several new turnstiles, cameras, the expense of relocating utilities, and impressive artwork. However, as one concerned New Yorker pointed out, that is essentially $1 million per step, which doesn't seem right when so many stations need accessibility improvements. A new elevator at the station was paid for by a private company for just $10 million, slightly less than the staircase. The project supposedly came in $8 million under budget, but why would it cost nearly $40 million for a staircase replacement in the first place? What is being done to rein in these costs? Meanwhile, in Washington Heights, 3 escalators will be out of service for 9 months, which seems quite long for repairs. Yes, there are 3 working elevators at the north end of the station, but that's a long and difficult walk for those with limited mobility. We're glad to see repairs, but hope to see this timeline cut down, and can't help but wonder what can be done to speed up repairs in Washington Heights. We have been looking through the MTA's capital program dashboard, and we've discovered many missing details, including projects' cost breakdowns, budget change information, and funding sources, among others. Stakeholders need this information to help identify project changes, savings, and spending priorities. Similarly, as the MTA's open data portal is being developed, it should include this kind of information. Writers and advocates alike thank you for succeeding in driving down cost, especially with design-build contracts, but what more can be done? With new federal infrastructure money and prioritizing the right projects, more riders will see the improvements they need to successfully complete their journeys. It would not seem that staircases should cost $30 million, and we hope to learn about potential cost savings that could have saved the MTA money on this project. We need to learn from this so we can move forward more responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our last speaker is Mr. Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon, Jamie, Jano, Randy, Gerald, and the entire Capital Construction meeting. Jason Anthony from the ALU. It is totally disgraceful that Washington Heights residents, right, Charlton, have to go up 10 floors or steps. Why? Because an elevator is not working. This creates an inconvenience for them. Meanwhile, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority spent a lot of money in a new entrance. This could have been done in a way less. Doing a smaller entrance because Times Square, 42nd Street, Broadway, 7th Avenue, has a lot of entrances. But it closed a pharmacy because Times Square is now a dead zone. But at the same time, Jamie, you guys are forgetting that people with disabilities are the most disadvantaged ones in the entire subway system. Elevator 302, my home station, Atlantic Avenue, Barclays Center, on the 4th Avenue line. It breaks down all the time, right, Charlton D'Souza? I use that elevator all the time. It breaks down and never fixes on time. Let's get to work. I'll see you guys in finance.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the public session.
Okay. Thank you. Copies of the April Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the website. Are there any changes or comments on the minutes?
Yes, just one. Under public comment period, Murray Bowden's last name is spelled incorrectly. There's no W in it, and it's not E-N, it's B-O-D-I-N. And that's the only fix.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With that, may I have a motion to approve? Second? All in favor? Any opposition? Minutes are approved. Mr. Savio, changes to the work plan?
Mr. Chairman, there are no changes to the work plan.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Torres-Springer for the President's update, but let me just start out by saying that we're doing this on a day, obviously, it's a very somber day for everybody in New York and everybody at the MTA. The work goes on to make the system better, more efficient, more accessible, more modern, and to accommodate more New Yorkers. But we, as we go through our work today, we can't help but acknowledge that that our riders are feeling threatened and frightened, and that this is a moment of some challenge for New Yorkers and especially for our MTA riders. So we're always, proceeding with our work with what they're going through in mind. All of our riders, and especially the family of the gentleman who was so tragically murdered yesterday. So with that, let me turn it to we have major projects. This is the month that we go through the major projects. And I just want to say that to compliment the team, we're going to hear from them about the progress of Third Track, which was the project that I was privileged to be able to start since we got here with the great team who's represented here. But also we're bringing in a couple other historic projects as well. So Jamie, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chair. It has been a very busy month at MTA Construction and Development. I'm happy to give you some highlights before we move on to our integrated mega projects reporting. We opened a new entrance and a new elevator at the heart of Times Square at Broadway and 42nd Street, at the busiest station in the system, underneath the busiest public area in the world. The entrance project, as has been stated, did include an amazing new staircase. It also included an ADA accessible elevator, a fully renovated station entrance area, along with a number of high-tech security upgrades. Speaking of the need for more security within our system, you'll find that we've made a number of significant upgrades within this station entrance, a rebuilding of the fare collection area in full, reconstruction of the public plaza at the station entrance, which involved a significant amount of utility relocation, the installation of public art, the largest mosaic art in the entire subway system, as well as historic preservation work in the station entrance and around the station. And again, as I mentioned at the outset, this work is all being done in the busiest station in our system, underneath the busiest location in the world. And we are certainly very proud of the way that we brought this project in on time and under budget. And we think our team did a great job with this. The Clark Street station on the 2-3 was reopened with the elevator replacement completed on time. We're very pleased with that. It is very challenging to do the work of rebuilding vertical circulation to our deep stations, as has been mentioned in other contexts. And in a case like Clark Street, unfortunately, there was no way to rebuild these 100-year-old elevators without closing the station for a period of time. In other cases, we are able to continue to keep a station open so that people can circulate. And we acknowledge that sometimes there are inconveniences, like someone will have to go and use a different entrance. And we do our best to communicate with riders about that. We're always improving how we communicate with riders about that, but we are making sure that we continue to build the system.
And just to be clear, Jamie, that's 181st Street, correct?
Yeah.
Where you had, unlike Clark Street, where you just shut it down completely, you keep half of one end of the station open with the vertical circulation that is available, but one end of the station, you're redoing all the elevators as you did in Clark Street, correct?
We're rebuilding the escalators at
Escalators,
180.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
escalators,
yes. But yes, that's right. And I shouldn't be so opaque. I mean, that's an important project. It is a deep station. At one side of the station, we unfortunately can only rebuild the escalators all at once because they're old, and the way that the machine room works, it has to be done all at once. But we do have access to elevators at the other end of the station, and we've now improved the signage there and the announcements also to communicate to people all the different options that they have.
And let me just say, the Clark Street elevators are beautiful.
Thank you very much. We're very proud of them. Elevators were opened at the Livonia L train station, which adds another fully ADA accessible station within the system. This makes 15 completed stations for ADA since 2020, with another 11 scheduled for completion by the end of next year. And that's with more than 70 stations slated for accessibility improvements in our current capital program. We held our first town hall meeting on the Interborough Express with hundreds of attendees kicking off that public engagement process. Nearly 400 residents joined us live, and more than 1,000 have viewed the presentation since. So there's palpable excitement about this project out there, and we were very pleased to have that participation. And as you'll hear in today's presentation, which we'll get to in a second, Third Track hit a pair of key milestones with the opening of the Mineola Garage and installation of the Denton Avenue Bridge. So to turn to today's agenda, this month we'll hear from integrated projects, including Third Track, Penn Station Access, the new concourse at Penn Station, and East Side Access. Each of these projects will have a transformative impact on the lives of our customers. Third Track will deliver more reliable service across the Long Island Railroad and enable bidirectional service that will open up new opportunities for Long Islanders and New Yorkers alike. Penn Station Access will be similarly impactful for Metro North riders and East Bronx residents, which of course is an area that's long underserved by public transit. The Long Island Railroad Concourse at Penn Station is the next step toward remaking Penn Station into a world-class facility for commuters and New Yorkers. East Side Access opens up the east side of Manhattan to Long Islanders, delivering huge time savings and new connections. These projects are at very different phases, with Penn Access just starting construction and the others working toward beneficial use or revenue service later this year. I wanted to note to the board that the smart management, careful coordination, and hard work that has made each of these projects a success will shine through in today's updates, but we're also going to talk about how these projects are building on one another. The successes and lessons learned from one project are being applied to the next as we develop greater expertise and capacity. Just one example, Third Track has been an incredible design-build success story, as you noted, Chair, and that experience will help Penn Access navigate a similarly complex construction project. As you'll hear today, the key innovations at C&D can all be found to be invigorating Penn Station Access: the use of design-build, the bundling of work into a smaller number of contracts, the time spent on early definition of project scope and budget, proactive outreach to utilities and permitting agencies, as well as to communities and other measures. The capacity that we're building here at Construction and Development, both the talented staff and the systems in place to support them, is setting these projects up for success. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair, to get the update started.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you for your leadership on it. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you for your leadership on all of that, all of those fronts. You know, we're trying to not just deliver projects, but create practices that are replicable again and again, as we all want to grow the capital program and be more efficient as time goes on. We're going to hear first from Rob Free and Anthony Tefano for the Long Island Railroad Third Track project, followed by the IEC report. I note it's a milestone because we're hearing from the operator, the Long Island Railroad now, as well as from the project management team, and that's a good sign that we're transitioning into the real beneficial use period. Rob?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. The Long Island Railroad Expansion Project, or Third Track Project, has and will continue to do so, have a dramatic and transformative effect on Long Island operations, safety, and customer service. While some benefits may not be obvious, there are a tremendous amount of improvements to our infrastructure that once Third Track is commissioned, the public will not only see but feel the positive impacts. These improvements amount to the infrastructure being completely updated, from switches, substations, bridges, running rail, third rail, concrete ties, signal systems, to 5 reconstructed passenger train stations. All this work provides significant operational enhancements, such as increasing reverse commuting opportunities, as one of the tracks will be dedicated for reverse commuting while still maintaining 2 tracks for peak service. An ability to increase the number of trains as an additional track provides greater capacity. A significant mitigation of bridge strikes due to the below-grade bridges in the Third Track corridor being replaced and raised. Resiliency of service, whether it be operational disruptions or maintenance, by having the flexibility to run around problems. Convenient station amenities such as help points, enhanced lighting, station signage, heated and increased platforms. Elimination of grade crossing failures and accidents with the removal of all 8 grade crossings. Many of our customers can attest the Third Track corridor was plagued with grade crossing incidents and bridge strikes, causing delays to their travels. However, with Third Track project improvements, the railroad has already seen a significant reduction in delays associated with grade crossings issues and bridge strikes. Going forward, we can confidently say that there will be no grade crossing incidents in the Third Track corridor. As the project progresses and nears completion, the railroad has worked side by side with the construction team, and we are extremely excited and ready to place the Third Track in service. Anthony Tefano, Project Executive, will provide an update on project status.
Thanks, Rob. As most of you know, this is a massive 10-mile, $2.5 billion railroad expansion project. When we were planning this project a little over 4 years ago, many people said it was impossible and that the MTA could not deliver this project on time and on budget. I'm really proud to be here today to say that we are finishing this project as planned. We're going to start phased commissioning of our Third Track in August, followed by full Third Track service in the 4th quarter of this year, followed by substantial completion in 2nd quarter of 2023. When the project was put together, we promised many benefits, not only the ones Rob talked about to operations, but to the communities impacted by this massive project. Some others that are not listed are sound attenuation walls, extensive landscaping beautification plan, and the elimination of 8 grade crossings, which create a better quality life to the people that live in the project corridor. As mentioned above, the project continues to trend under budget while being 87% complete. The project also remains on schedule to meet fourth quarter 2022 in-service date and construction completion in April of '23. To date, we've hit many internal milestones on the project, and it couldn't have been done without the support of the Long Island Railroad operations, the Long Island Railroad labor force, our third-party contractor 3TC, the Long Island trades unions, and a dedicated team of project management and design professionals that make up my team. We'd also like to thank our riders and the communities for bearing with us during this construction project. We're almost done, and they'll be realizing all the benefits pretty soon. To date, we've hit many internal milestones on the project. Oops, sorry. The following project elements are already providing surrounding communities the better quality of life. All of our bridges and undergrade crossings have been completed, which is a tremendous benefit to the communities in relationship to improved safety, reduction in traffic delays, no longer hearing train horns, and a reduction in pollution from vehicle emissions. In addition, we've commissioned Nassau 1, Nassau 3, and Divide 1 interlockings. We've installed 95% of our retaining and sound walls. We installed 95% of our utilities, over 23,000 linear feet of third track. 6 of 8 substations have been installed, with 4 being online now. 3 of 5 stations have been substantially complete, and as of last Monday, approximately 3,000 linear feet of third track between Urban Avenue and Divide 1 was put in service. The last time we met, one of our biggest hurdles was Denton Avenue Bridge, which was in a delay. I'm happy to report that at the beginning of the month, we pushed in the new bridge, and we were able to continue to be on schedule and keep our critical path of the project intact. So what's left? Commissioning of the third track and remaining interlocking and systems, completion of Westbury Mineola Station, completing our sound and retaining walls, completing all remaining substations, complete our landscaping and beautification program. And next time we meet, we'll be running a third track from Floral Park to Hicksville as promised. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll take them now.
Bring them in.
Yes, just one question. You say we'll be fully operational by the end of the year, but we won't have substantial completion until spring of next year. That seems to be in reverse. If you're operating, aren't you substantially complete?
We're going to be in service by the end of this year for a fully functional third track with all of our systems. The substantial completion in April is going to complete all of the other items, punch list items, some station elements, landscaping, and things like that.
Okay.
This is not, Mr. Brinkman, I just tell you, that's not unconventional with the putting projects into service even before you've achieved the technical milestone of substantial completion and ultimately final completion is frequently done, and we did it actually on Second Avenue Subway and a lot of projects.
Okay. No,
we want the public to get the benefits as soon as possible.
Oh, no, I have no problem with that at all. It's just the terminology. I work in construction, and substantial completion always comes first, and then you turn it over to the client while you're doing the punch list and stuff like that, and then you're 100% in service. But while I have the floor, I do want to commend your operation, the replacement of bridges over a weekend. I know everybody out there is complaining, oh, we didn't have any service this weekend, we couldn't. That is a phenomenal undertaking. I still can't get over the way you did it. I mean, I've watched the videos, and it's just incredible. So for that, I really want to commend you. That was fantastic. And you do it, what, a bridge a month, right? Almost?
It didn't start that way. But,
Didn't start that way. No, but I thank you for that.
Board Member Barbas.
Yes, I just want to echo, very well done for these updates are great. Keep up the good work. most important is that safe operation and the progress that you're doing. It's challenging work, and it's just great to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to throw it back to Mr. Torres Springer before we, oh, no, the IEC, as I always goof.
Thank you,
One of
Mr.
these days I'll get it right, Joe,
That's
but
fine.
we do appreciate you bearing with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The IC is reporting on 4 integrated projects today. We last reported in December on East Side Access and Third Track. Our report on the Third Track project begins on page 41 of your book. Overall, this project is 87% complete on schedule and not within budget. Regarding the schedule, since our last report, the project has made notable progress on major milestones, such as mentioned, the completion of the final bridge placement at Denton Avenue, the Nassau 3 Divide 1 cutover, and the new Hyde Park pedestrian underpass. The IEC has performed a schedule review, and it's our opinion that substantial completion in April of 2023 for major construction is achievable. Regarding the budget, overall project costs remain within budget. The IEC has reviewed the remaining work, and while there are outstanding claims and other commercial issues which require reconciliation, we find there is sufficient monies to complete the project. Completing major activities such as signal cutovers, third track installation, removal of temporary platforms, station building work, and utility installation by the fourth quarter of 22 is made even more challenging by the need to complete the planned work within the remaining 2022 double track outages, of which I believe there are 8 left now. Given this challenge, the IEC has observed that C&D Delivery and the project management team has to date successfully implemented measures to keep the project on schedule, and we're confident in their ability to continue to do so. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Torres Springer.
Thank you. Just as we move from a project nearing revenue service and substantial completion to a project just starting out, I wanted to just take a moment to give an overview of Penn Station Access. The transportation benefits are very clear with this project, and they are massive. A 1-seat ride to Manhattan from the East Bronx in under half an hour, along with reverse commuting options to Westchester and Connecticut. For neighborhoods that have been underserved by transit for too long, it's very exciting to be able to deliver this project. It will also help folks to get to those neighborhoods in the Bronx and between them. That's one of the most exciting parts of the project for me, is the way that the stations will literally bridge the communities that they serve, connecting across the right-of-way. I've had the chance to spend a lot of time out at the different station areas with the project team lately. Most recently, we were in Morris Park, where you're really you have a great opportunity to bridge between the Hutchinson Metro Center and the growing Montefiore Medical Center there on their East Campus. And each of the station areas has tremendous potential to really invigorate those neighborhoods and generate economic development opportunities through this service. So, as I say, we'll increase residents' mobility, but we'll also have new opportunities right there in the East Bronx. Getting it done is an enormous undertaking. The fact we're able to use the existing Hellgate line right away is fantastic. It makes the project a lot simpler than it would be otherwise. But there's still a lot to do while working alongside the busiest inner-city passenger corridor in the country, as our project executive, Tom McGinnis, will share with you in a moment. I wanted to note that Tom, as most of you know, comes to the project from leading the Third Track project for 3 years. So obviously, he, along with Mark Roche, Anthony Tufano, many others, take great responsibility for the success of Third Track, and he brings all those lessons to Penn Access. We've asked Tom to give the committee a fairly comprehensive overview today of how the project will be executed as it comes out of the starting blocks, so that you have the context as we move forward. Pass it over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Jamie. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm pleased to come here today and speak to the committee about this project. It's the first time we've had this opportunity since the project was awarded late last year. Excuse me there. Sorry about that. The board approved this project on December 15, 2021. Notice to proceed was issued to the design builder, which is a joint venture comprised of Halmar International Railworks. The design-build team is mobilized and work has begun on the design packages. The majority of the work on this project will focus along the existing Hellgate line, which is owned by Amtrak, not MTA right away. As shown on the map here, and Jamie has mentioned, the project will be beneficial to communities not only in the East Bronx, but also those along the New Haven line in both Westchester County and Connecticut by providing direct access to Penn Station. Jamie did open with some of the project benefits. I'd like to talk a little bit more in detail about that. In addition to providing access to Manhattan's west side, the project will increase reverse commuting opportunities. Using public transportation will be more attractive as the expanded service will decrease travel times and make it more accessible for riders to conduct business in the Bronx, New Rochelle, and communities to the north. One of the 4 stations, for example, we will be constructing is Morris Park, which is a major job hub. Customers will save time getting to Montefiore Hospital, Albert Einstein College, as well as the Hutchinson Metro Center, which can all be accessed from the station. Part of the enhanced regional transportation connectivity will include reconstructing Amtrak's infrastructure along the Hellgate line. This includes replacing substations, overhead power, signal and communication systems, track, and interlockings. These additional interlockings will allow for operational flexibility, which not only is an improvement to network reliability, as the future Metro North service will need to share this system with the busy Amtrak Intercity Rail, as well as a number of freight operators. The project was awarded in late December last year. Notice to proceed was issued in January 2022, with a substantial completion of March of 2027. The current budget is $2.4 billion. However, I do anticipate there may be a couple of contract options that, if they were executed, would total an additional $385 million. The majority of the project will take place within a 6-mile section of the Hellgate line in the East Bronx. In this area, we will be replacing the existing 2-track system and constructing 4 new tracks. In total, 19 miles of track and over 200 overhead catenary structures will be installed. We'll replace or add an additional 8 new AC and DC power substations. 4 bridges will be rehabilitated or replaced to accommodate the additional width. And we will construct 4 new Metro North stations in the Bronx, those located in the Hunts Point, Park Chester, Van Nest, Morris Park, and Co-op City areas. With this complex scope in mind, we're working with the design builder to finalize an efficient phasing plan to sequence the work and set ourselves up for success. Our plan to be successful is founded on a number of principles that we used on third track. Of note includes a co-located field office. This has proved to be beneficial as we had a collaborative environment that facilitated early discussions and timely resolutions to project issues. We want to replicate that success and apply it on this project. We've already established a co-located field office that currently houses the design builder, MTA and our consultant staff, as well as Amtrak and their consultant staff. We're also taking steps to integrate the technical operational leads of Metro North Railroad, Long Island Railroad, and Amtrak into the design and the planning of the work. In addition to the design efforts currently underway, a number of on-site activities have also begun. These include design support activities such as survey, soil sampling and borings, and utility identifications. We're currently acquiring federal and state permits. We've also initiated an outreach program, begun engagement of local communities as the project team is meeting with elected officials as well as the affected community boards within the Bronx. One of the first elements of work to be installed and commissioned will be the new legged interlocking. This new interlocking will allow railroad operational flexibility and provide opportunities for extended track outages during construction. We recognize the importance of this interlocking as it related to project schedule very early in the procurement phase of the project. As a mitigation, we developed the design to 100% and initiated the procurement and fabrication of the special track work prior to the award of the design-build contract. Once this interlocking is commissioned and functional, Amtrak has agreed to provide extended single-track outages of up to 24 continuous days in order for us to perform construction activities. We'll also be looking to begin construction of 2 of the 4 stations in the second half of 2023. This slide just highlights some of the schedule, the key elements of work. As noted, the design is ongoing. We expect that to go well into 2023. This slide also illustrates the benefits of the early fabrication of the legged interlocking, as the construction of that will begin in 2022, well ahead of other elements of work. They're still well in the design phase at this time. As we're early in the project, we are looking at a number of issues in front of us and potential risks to the project. The project team is working to mitigate a number of these potential coordination issues as we're trying to perform this work on a very busy rail system with both passenger and freight operating railroads. The majority of the work on the Hellgate line has required extensive involvement from these railroads. We continue to work with Amtrak and CSX to ensure that they have adequate resources and are prepared to support the project. Prior to the award of the design-build contract, the MTA entered into an agreement with Amtrak in which Amtrak committed to supporting the project. Also, CSX and Amtrak just recently finalized an agreement related to the future maintenance of this line. Believe that with this maintenance agreement in place, CSX will work more closely with the project, as currently we have been hindered with some access issues we believe we're going to work through now. There are a number of property acquisitions and easements that are required to construct the project. We're working closely with MTA Real Estate throughout this acquisition progress and have public hearings scheduled for later this June. There are a number of third-party stakeholders that the project team is currently coordinating with. New York State DOT has 4 significant construction projects in the area adjacent to and over the existing Hellgate line that have potential to impact the project. We're working very closely with DOT, and they have agreed that we will conduct weekly coordination meetings with all contractors throughout the course of the projects. Power sources from Con Ed are being identified for the future substations, stations, and interlockings. As these sources are identified, the scope of work is being developed to design these service feeders. The project team is also working closely with New York State DEC, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the Army Corps of Engineers to concurrently review and issue a nationwide 15 environmental permit. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I'll open to any questions.
I might just mention a couple of points of emphasis in Tom's presentation, particularly on project risks. One is, we do have an agreement with Amtrak on proceeding on this project. It is a comprehensive agreement, and we nonetheless have been working very closely with them, making sure we're raising issues of coordination. We discussed issues of submittal review and staffing with the president of Amtrak last week. And then also, as Tom mentioned, we're pleased that Amtrak has been aggressively pursuing an agreement with CSX, which is really critical for us, and that actually, I believe it was signed this morning. So thank you for that, Tom. Are we going to the board or to IEC first?
Questions before we go to the IEC? Question.
Well, it was a fabulous presentation. Could the board be given the PowerPoint so we could review it on our own time? Thank you.
Question, Mr. Albert.
Given Amtrak's pretty frequent schedule on the Boston to New York run, what kind of arrangement did you work out about hours that work would take place?
I mentioned the legged interlocking, which is very important. What that does is it shortens the block between switches and allows more flexibility for us to take a single track out of service. Prior to the legged interlocking, we can work through weekends on a single track, keeping them functional, but through one track. And then once legged is installed, they'll actually permit 45 continuous days of a single track outage that they can run their trains on a single track around the work site.
And from the time you start legged interlocking work to the time it's finished is how long?
Legged interlocking will be commissioned in early mid-2024.
Thank you.
I mean, this is just to put it, because I had history before Jamie. Jamie's done a great job driving this forward with Tom, but these are huge changes in our relationship with Amtrak. The agreement to give very substantial, extended outages a commitment to staff with resources, a commitment to time frames for turnarounds on submittal reviews. All this stuff is basic owner behavior. But it's the first time we've done a design build with Amtrak, and this is our maiden. You know, we had that cooperation from the Long Island Railroad on third track, obviously, same organization, but to do it with Amtrak was a milestone, and it is going to pave the way to a lot of other work on the Northeast Corridor to have that kind of an arrangement. Okay, the IEC, please, Joe.
Sure. Our Penn Station Access Report begins on page 23 of your committee book. With respect to the schedule, as you just heard from Tom, the design contract awarded in December 2021 with substantial completion in March of 2027. After 6 months, final design is at 45% complete and progressing well. It's critical the project gives notice to proceed for the option work, which includes the reconfiguration of Metro North's New Rochelle Yard by January of 23 to meet the substantial completion date. Project's budget and estimated completion for both the base and option work stand at $2.9 billion, and the IEC agrees with this amount. Future funding for the option and deferred component work will need to be secured. The top project risks are, first, based on its agreement with MTA and vital for the project's success, Amtrak is required to provide sufficient resources to support both management of the project as well as force account work. Significant Amtrak support is necessary for the review and approval of design elements, as well as force account support for field operations as they ramp up. Second, CSX, who's a tenant railroad to Amtrak, and while the track alignment has been approved, timely review and approval of the project documents by CSX is a concern. Of course, hearing this news today maybe lessens that concern. The IEC will be participating in the C&D's risk assessment update planned for second quarter of this year, which will identify and provide mitigation measures for all the major project risks. To bring tight coordination to this project, the team's strategy to have all stakeholders in one location at the field office in New Rochelle worked well for the third track project, and the IEC sees this as a positive step for swift decision-making and management over a project of this size and complexity. And that concludes our remarks on this project.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for digging in on the project risk right from the get-go. That's an important collaboration. Anything else? Next up, we have Julian Handler to talk about the Penn Concourse project. We used it.
Before you get
I'm
to
so
that,
sorry, please.
Tom, you mentioned public hearings on coming in June on the work with Amtrak.
That's in support of the eminent domain process for a number of parcels and easements that are required for the project. For the most part, the very...
For the entire project, or just the area of the Leggett interlocking?
Oh, no, it's for the entire corridor for the project. Basically, we're widening the railroad. We're adding tracks,
right.
And there's areas that we just need to take slivers of land to extend the right-of-way.
Right, and when will we get notice of those hearings?
I believe they've just gone out, or the drafts are about to go out.
Thank you.
Can't resist a reminder, we passed a law last year we literally passed a special law about property acquisitions to make sure that Penn Access could proceed as quickly as it needs to. Okay, with that, Julian Handler, Penn Concourse Project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so as a reminder, this, from my last presentation, this is a graphic that shows how we plan on transforming Penn Station. It started with the West End Concourse, which gave us boarding and alighting from the west side of 8th Avenue in 2016. And then Moynihan Train Hall gave us a new train hall mostly for intercity rail, but also for the Long Island Railroad. The East End Gateway entrance on 33rd and 7th allows for light and additional egress and ingress to the station. And we're currently building the Long Island Railroad Concourse project, which will complete the north side, and with that and the west side of the station will allow for the future reconstruction of the entirety of Penn. Here are some of the benefits of the project, but primarily we're providing an improved customer experience at Penn Station with 18-foot high ceilings and almost doubling the width of the concourse from 30 feet to 57 feet. In this rendering, you can see the centerpiece of the concourse, which is our custom luminous ceiling. In addition, we'll be providing new lighting, wayfinding, and an overall better customer experience in Penn Station. We're also showing the public that building in Penn Station is possible and that we're not waiting to get this done. Here's our timeline for both the Phase 1 and 2 projects. While contractual completion for the Long Island Railroad Concourse is in March of 2023, we're pushing for a December 22 concourse opening. We are on schedule and on budget. We were able to move some early work to Phase 1 and take advantage of the low ridership during the pandemic, as well as the fact that Madison Square Garden was dark. The East End Gateway project has recently received some accolades since our last update, including the Diamond Award at the American Council for Engineering Companies in New York, which is the highest award in its category. Our recent milestones reached include the removal of the head knockers, which were massive steel beams that were less than 7 feet from the concourse floor. Their removal gave us the ability to increase the height of the concourse and created the structure for the final facility. The view here shows the north concourse, which shows the additional space that the project provides to the customers. Our largest concern with reaching the open to public date has been resolving the supply chain issues, which I think every project is experiencing. And while we have a really good handle on this, there is still some risk. We're also trying to push the project by using targeted acceleration in areas that would benefit, such as electrical and the finishes in this concourse. The primary finish being installed right now is the granite flooring on the north concourse, soon to be followed by the columns and the stone on the north soffit, which actually started last week. Here you can see some of the complex MEP installation above the new luminous ceiling in the LIR entry hall. All of the infrastructure for the lighting, speakers, sprinklers, Wi-Fi, and other systems needed to be installed before these panels could go in. On the right, you'll see testing of these lighting panels as they're installed. The system will play specific lighting sequences and themes that we're in the process of designing now. We have about 100 of the more than 300 panels installed to date. Our MEP progress is continuing as well. We will be bringing in over 100,000 CFM of fresh air into the station. These volumes of air have never been brought into Penn Station before. It will make a huge difference to the customer experience. Our ADA upgrades are progressing as well. Elevator 215 was opened at the 2-3 platform in New York City Transit, and we'll be opening the Platform 11 elevator later this quarter. Big kudos to all who made that happen, but specifically Project Director Matt Zetwak, who was instrumental in getting that done. In addition, the project realizes the inconvenience to Long Island Railroad customers that has been required to get this work done, and we appreciate all the commuters' patience with our project. We believe that the new concourse will be worth the wait. So just a quick note on the next steps with Penn Station. Upon the completion of East Side Access, a significant volume of trains will be removed from Penn that will not be replaced until the completion of Penn Station Access in 2027. This creates a window of opportunity for us to get some work done in Penn while the volume of traffic is lower and reduces the impact to customers. The next step in getting this project going are to begin our NEPA process and start bringing on a design consultant for preliminary engineering. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, sir. That last point, you sort of didn't go very far. You kind of left it dangling. What is the work that you're imagining you're doing when there's the gap, and what was that picture you just showed of, please?
Sure. This would be the top of this picture is actually the current the bridge to Madison Square Garden between Penn Station, between 2 Penn Plaza and Madison Square Garden. This would be a new train hall on the sort of in the mid block between 7th and 8th Avenue.
And, if you wouldn't mind, please go ahead.
Yeah, if you like, I'll just elaborate, Board Member Zuckerman. Just that, as you're aware, late last year, the governor announced this vision for the reconstruction of Penn Station. We've been working to finalize a number of the details that will allow us to move forward. That certainly includes the partnership with Amtrak and New Jersey Transit, who also are heavily involved in the station, finalizing that master plan, and that will allow us to move forward shortly with the next stages of design that would take us to the project execution. So we should have more news on that very soon.
I mean, just to put a fine point on it, the point that Jolyon Handler's making is really key, which is the window of opportunity when half of the Long Island Railroad customers go across town to, roughly half, it's a projection, but when Grand Central, when the service to Grand Central opens at the end of this year, and when Metro North Penn Access brings Metro North customers off of the Hellgate line, that project that was reported on, into Penn for the first time, is an incredibly valuable window of opportunity to get construction done and really transform Penn. With, you know, when there's room, when you can do heavy construction. So while the customer experience will be dramatically improved by the project, the concourse project, the main east-west spine, we will have to move the construction south and get it done quickly. And that is one of the reasons that this team, under Jamie's leadership, has been pressing Amtrak to move forward along with New Jersey Transit. It's not a secret. The governor has asked us to do it, and that work is going on. Okay. Mr. Bringaman, speaking for the LIRR riders.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring this question up, but since we mentioned the window of opportunity between East Side Access opening and bringing in the Penn Access to Metro North, and since we're developing this relationship with Amtrak, there's a considerable amount of work that needs to be done in the East River tunnels due to Superstorm Sandy, and it's been long overdue. Are we going to be able to get that work in during this window of opportunity? Because that's the perfect time to do it, before we start bringing Metro North in.
Yes, sir, that's the plan. And there is, it actually is part of the agreement for Penn Station access. There is a schedule that's being worked on. There are, not to get overly technical about it, but there are a number of precedent improvements that need to be made within the Herald interlocking and the yard that we have in Long Island City. Those projects are moving forward as expeditiously as possible. It is a very complex set of interactions. Penn Access, East Side Access, and the eventual reconstruction of Penn Station all depend on those improvements getting made. We're working diligently on them, and part of that is working with Amtrak to make sure they're able to provide us with adequate forces and outages to get that work done. So everything is very interrelated. But really the critical path, as we refer to it, is making sure we get enough support from Amtrak to get the work done over in Long Island City, which eventually will take us to rebuilding the East River tunnels, also within this time frame.
Yes, bringing up a point that my friend here, Neil, brought up a few years ago, Hudson Line access to Penn Station, is that still in the mix?
Okay, I think I've said it, but I'll say it again, which is one of our points about the future of Penn Station is that we want the Hudson Line to be, we want the Empire, so-called Empire Corridor, whatever it's called, the area that goes up to Spite and Dyville, to be improved, especially the connections into Penn, so that at some future time we might be able to bring the Hudson Line into Penn. So that is very much part of our master plan vision for the future of Penn Station, yes. Mr. Albert?
Yeah, frequent mention has been made about how customers are going to switch to East Side Access to get to the Grand Central area, and of course that's true. But have you seen have any surveys been done? Have you seen any possible scheduling to see on a particular branch of the railroad? Is it going to be every hour to Penn and then every other hour to Grand Central? I mean, because it really is only a 15 to 20 minute trip from Penn to Grand Central with a good subway connection. So I'm wondering if they have to wait 2 hours, for instance.
A lot of New Yorkers have not loved spending their time going back and forth between Penn and Grand
understand,
Central. So.
But if it's a 2 hour wait for a train to Grand Central versus...
All right, so I'm going to let Mr. Free, who's running the planning for the service, to respond to that.
Andrew, well, during the commission hours, you'll have various places going to Grand Central. All eastern terminals will have access to both Penn Station and Grand Central Terminal. In the off-peak hours, where service is a little less frequent, with third track commencing that will give us the ability to run more frequent service, like, for example, on the Ronkonkoma branch and the Huntington branch. So what we're looking at doing is switching, it would be half an hour service, but we would do like an hour, for example, at a Grand Central, and on the half an hour at a Penn Station. So there will be plenty of opportunities for people to get to those locations. And of course, you have Jamaica or other points east where you may not have a train out of that particular terminal where you could get your service that you're looking for.
But all branches won't have those kinds of frequencies to both terminals, correct?
No, they won't. But they'll have the ability, as they do now, to catch up with them. So you might not necessarily have to get that train to that particular terminal at a Grand Central. You could still travel to Jamaica or even Valley Stream to catch up with the service that you're
And
looking
the
for.
Port Washington branch, what about that one?
As far as
service to both terminals?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, I'm, in the interest of time, unless there's a problem, I'm going to ask Mr. DeVito to comment on Mr. Joly and Handler's.
Thank you. We'll be brief. The Long Island Concourse project begins on page 29 of your committee book. Overall, the project is 65% complete and remains on schedule. C&D is focused, as you heard, on opening the concourse in December ahead of the planned substantial completion. The IEC finds December opening challenging but achievable, provided the project risks can be contained. Further, we're confident the project will be successful meeting the March 2023 substantial completion date. Regarding this budget, the project's $539 million budget and estimated completion are unchanged since our last report, and the IEC finds it is sufficient to complete the remaining scope of work. Supply chain disruptions and code compliance issues will remain ongoing risks to be managed through to project completion. The IEC finds that the project team has implemented sound procedures to effectively mitigate these major risks. And that concludes our comments.
Okay. We're going to, in the category of last but not least, East Side Access. But not before we note that I don't think we've ever heard from the IEC, three consecutive, the approvals of the project team's budget and schedule projections. And I just want to note that moment, and then we'll move on. Thank you, Joe. Rob Free, it's on East Side Access. More proof that the operator's taken over.
I know you're anxiously awaiting the construction update, but before we discuss that, I want to emphasize the monumental operational benefits of East Side Access to the Long Island Railroad. The opening of Grand Central Terminal is a generational event. We are not just opening a station, but a major terminal in the heart of Midtown Manhattan that will improve the lives for thousands of people by enhancing transit options, reliability, and service. Again, some of these benefits may not be obvious, but they are significant. Major construction has taken place throughout our system to support East Side Access service. Infrastructure improvements such as the reconstruction of Harold Interlochen, which is the busiest interlocking in the country. This reconstruction includes realignments of tracks, new switches, new signals, and bypass tracks that will allow Amtrak trains to traverse the interlocking without interfering with Long Island Railroad trains as they currently do now. And with the introduction of Metro-North service into Penn Station, these bypass tracks will also allow Metro-North trains to operate within Harold Interlocking without impacting Long Island Railroad service. The net gain from all this work is increased throughput and speeds. Yards have been expanded and tracks extended, such as Mid-Suffolk Yard, Massapequa Pocket Track, and Great Neck Extension, which all provide greater capacity to store equipment for increased East Side Access service. Jamaica Station has a new platform, Platform F, which will be in full use for East Side Access service. Platform F is vital to increasing the throughput in Jamaica. In addition, East Side Access will provide immense enhancements to our service by operating train service to two major terminals in Midtown Manhattan, one on the west side and one on the east side, increasing overall train service, improving the frequency of train service, offering customers more travel options, reducing commute times, and providing resiliency of service, again, whether for operational disruptions or maintenance and construction work, such as the upcoming Amtrak East River Tunnel Rehabilitation Project. It's important to understand what is meant when we talk about resiliency of service and why it is so imperative. To simplify, resiliency means we can continue to operate trains even during an event which impacts operations. As an example, in the event of a service disruption at Penn Station, customers will now have the option to commute out of Grand Central Terminal, which is also located in Midtown Manhattan. As you can see with these two mega projects, they are not only planned or designed based on current operations, but for future operations also. There is a forward-looking mindset to plan for growth and the what-ifs. This enables the railroad to accommodate changing travel patterns and ridership increases, as well as continuing to provide service for our customers during events which would normally shut the railroad down. Rob Troop will now provide an update on project construction.
Thank you, Rob. So East Side Access, MTA CD, and Long Island Railroad have been working together to make this an operational railroad. But before I go into details of that work, I do want to review some of the previous work that was done and completed, which was not directly required for operations to Midtown. Hybrid Yard is a Metro North shop that the program built because the old yard well is now Madison Concourse. Arch Street Shop is there to support Long Island Railroad operations. Rob Freed mentioned the Herald rehabilitation of the signals, catenary, and track to ensure reliability through Herald, and lots of tearing down too. The demolition of the Montauk Cutoff, Sunnyside Steam Plant, and 7 other buildings in Sunnyside. But all that early work has allowed us to get to an early criticals activity, training crews on physical characteristics, which Rob Freed will explain in more detail. This is Midday Storage Yard, and why is this exciting to me? Because Long Island Railroad crews are reporting to the Yard Services Building. Trains can be stored and dispatched to the tunnel from this location, and Long Island Railroad is now performing the signal and track maintenance and testing with force account personnel. This is a supervisory control that is in the Yard Services Building, and it's worked Monday to Saturday daylight by Long Island Railroad dispatch forces to control the movement of trains into the yard and into the tunnel. We have achieved temporary authority to occupy, and the building is now fully functional as a crewing headquarters. So the track is down, traction power is on, the signals are lit and integrated, and we can run trains at speed safely under signal indication. Ventilation fans have been tested under remote manual with full ventilation mode testing underway. This allows us to begin PC training. All the platform terrazzo has been completed, polished, and has been sealed. 29 separate systems. As mentioned, most of the railroad systems are tested and functioning as an integrated network. This allows the early PC training. However, we do have much testing in the way of fire, safety, smoke extraction, and building management. The ESA team, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, CCU, Fire Marshal, and the numerous contractors such as TPC and GCTC are working together to create an efficient testing environment. Challenges are the thousands of devices that need to be functioned and be integrated, and in some instances, supplemented, moved, or added, such as smoke dampers. And this is where the Fire Marshal's daily involvement has been very, very helpful in identifying these issues early. The proper maintenance of assets as we take beneficial use is critical. Long Island Railroad Force Account is doing the regulatory testing on the right-of-way and in the yard to satisfy FRA requirements for both track and signals. Further right-of-way assets, such as drains, pumps, and tunnel lighting, are being performed by a separate contract known as IM1. A further contract is now out now and will take care of those non-railroad assets, such as chiller plants, steam plants, facility lighting, and downstream electrical facilities. We call this the Intermaintenance 2. We will also be putting out a revised RFP for the permanent O&M contract, which will definitely be an exciting opportunity for a large facility maintenance firm. We listened to the O&M facility maintenance community and revisited our RFP so it'll be an attractive and competitive biddable document which will provide Long Island Railroad passengers assurance of a world-class facility for many, many years. Long Island Railroad CEO Rob Free will now take you through the steps that Long Island Railroad is taking to get to operations. Rob?
Thank you, Rob. I would like to take a moment and explain PC training as it was highlighted in Rob's presentation. Physical characteristics, or PC training, is a federally mandated requirement by the FRA. In basic terms, it allows our employees, over 2,000, such as conductors, engineers, train dispatchers, and right-of-way employees, to become familiar with the territory so they can safely operate trains and perform maintenance on the infrastructure. During training, employees operate trains and walk in the territory, learning critical infrastructure, which includes signals, switches, station configurations, and emergency egress. While our locomotive engineers operate trains within this system, they are also understanding how to properly control train movements through the vent zones, curves, and grades. Our PC training ensures safe operations of trains and provides a seamless integration of the new service into the existing operation come opening day. To support the opening of Eastside Access and take advantage of all these operational benefits, an enormous effort has taken place. In order to operate and maintain this incredible facility, we are hiring employees on a massive scale. An aggressive hiring plan is in place, which includes all operating departments and support groups. There have been 6 open houses so far this year at various locations, such as colleges and halls, internally for employees, and one upcoming June 14th for the public. A comprehensive advertising effort has taken place throughout different social media platforms, railway publications, and a coordinated email campaign. To emphasize these efforts, we have hired over 300 people year to date, which puts us on target to meet our hiring goals for Eastside Access opening day. All of these new hires and our existing workforce are laser focused on providing safe and reliable train service, which is a top priority for all involved. Planning is underway to commence operational simulations and emergency drills, which require extensive planning, coordination, and resources. Simulations will mimic our service plan to stress and test the infrastructure within the territory. This consists of operating trains into and out of GCT at the pace of our busiest time frame during the upcoming commission hours. While emergency drills will evaluate our rescue and evacuation procedures for both the terminal and tunnel environment. Rescue drills will consist of staging a piece of equipment within a tunnel and personnel utilizing various methods to extract the equipment from the tunnel. Evacuation drills will include the participation of over 150 employees on a piece of equipment within a tunnel and perform evacuations to either the bench wall, track bed, cross passageways, or tunnel exit shafts. These drills and simulations will assist us in meeting federal requirements, which is an important element to our operational readiness. We are working closely with the FRA and FTA to finalize regulatory approvals as we have received acceptance of our PC training program by the FRA. In addition, we continue to collaborate on commissioning of the new territory and receiving safety and security certifications. As Rob had mentioned, Long Island Railroad Force Account is performing mandated inspections to keep the railroad infrastructure in compliance. The culmination of all these efforts will enable us to properly inform and educate our customers, as this is vital to the success of this new service. As we move closer to revenue service, a customer outreach plan is being completed to ensure the benefits to the region are clearly communicated and understood. In the coming months, we will be announcing our service plans via various methods. This is yet again another transformational project that we are extremely excited to place in service. 2022 is going to be a stellar year for the Long Island Railroad and the public. Thank you.
I'd just like to break in, Chair, and just to thank, certainly thank everybody working on this project, including the leadership of Rob Troop and our team at Construction and Development, but particularly to thank the Long Island Railroad, which under Kathy Rinaldi's leadership and Rob Free's leadership has been stepping up and getting ready for revenue service. And there's a really impressive integration between our teams out there in the tunnels and on the concourse day in and day out. Also the separation that needs to be achieved day in and day out to make sure that we're getting ready for operation in addition to finishing construction, which is a very complex task. But the railroad has really stepped up and is serving as our partner on getting this done.
So I just have to acknowledge this is the last report you're going to get before this thing opens. And we thought it was the time to tell you like what the heck is going on here. And it is a ton of work. It is a ton of work. And this is going to be, this project is justifiably maligned because of some of its history. But the last couple of years under Troop's leadership and with the assistance of the Long Island Railroad and under Jamie's leadership, this project has really started to turn things around. So with that very unbalanced assessment from the chair, I turn it over to the IEC for a little truth-telling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our report on East Side Access begins on page 34 of your books. The budget of $11.1 billion for the East Side Access project remains sufficient to complete the work required to enter revenue service. The IEC has reviewed the latest project schedule and finds that a revenue service date of December of '22 is achievable. This is contingent on increased productivity to complete system testing work and still allow for a 6-week period for pre-revenue operations. To address the issues and delays to critical systems, the project team has been diligent in identifying mitigations to be undertaken by the contractors. The mitigations for fire alarm, building management, fire life safety, and positive train control are noted in the IEC's report. For safety and security certification required for revenue service, additional staff may be necessary to expedite the submittal and approval of the required packages, as the certification process has to date advanced at a slower than required rate. A C of O is also required for revenue service, and early involvement of the MTA Fire Alarm Code Compliance Unit and the Long Island Railroad Fire Marshal is aiding in the identification and the correction of the fire, life safety, and code issues. The IEC has observed that work is ongoing to further delineate the scope, responsibilities, and handovers to execute the operation and maintenance tasks under the MTA Long Island Railroad Grand Central Madison Concourse Agreement. In terms of operational readiness, significant progress has been made in turning over the midday storage yard and yard service building to the Long Island Railroad, advancing physical characteristics training of train crews, starting emergency preparedness activities. In the IEC's opinion, the operational readiness tasks are on schedule to support the revenue service by the end of this year. I'd also like to note that the current project team has done a commendable job in maintaining their commitment to budget and schedule for the last several years. And this concludes our comments.
All right, I think I can retire now. I think we went 4 for 4.
Sorry.
Norman, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I got 2 questions, really. When do you think we'll see a completed sort of global service plan so people will know what the trains are going to be called, when they're going to leave, when they're going to arrive, that sort of stuff? And then, sort of further in the future, too, because as you said, this is ultimately when I'm thinking that ultimately when the Metro North stuff opens up in the Penn, there will probably be some other flexes in the service plan. But in the short term, I think we're ready to see what the steel rail and the steel wheel is going to roll, in which direction and when. Is there a date? I mean, this must be part of your planning as well. Maybe you've already got it completed. Service planning's kind of like the secret sauce of the whole thing. And I don't pretend to know much about it, but I am waiting for a good look at that, at your projections. Now, the other question is, what work is going into Arch Street Yard? It should be a simpler one.
Mr. Free?
Norman, as we mentioned, we're finalizing those avenues in which to advise the public of the service plan. We feel it'll be relatively shortly. We're just putting the finishing touches on the service plan. As you know, there's certain elements of it. You have the train piece of it, the equipment piece of it, and the crew piece. So we're just putting the final touches on that. And as I said, we're also finalizing the way in which we're going to go out to the public and advise everyone. But it will be comprehensive, and everyone will have a good opportunity to view it and see what a change it's going to make to our operations for the better.
Arch Street?
Arch Street will be used as a fully functional repair facility based on the level of service that will determine the hours of operation. Right now, Kawasaki is there maintaining and performing modifications to our M9 fleet. So there will be a transition period where we'll take it over and we'll be performing regular maintenance there as well. As far as the timeline, once we open up, it'll be used in some capacity, and as we progress and ramp up service even more and more, it'll be utilized greater.
I mean, I note that the Arch Street Yard is important in the respect that it is the place that if a train becomes disabled in Harold, that is where we would have to be able to do some repairs, correct?
Yes, absolutely. It would.
That's one of the many advantages of that facility. Board Member Barbas.
Yes, real quick. I just want to say I commend Rob Troop and his team. The East Side Access, incredibly complicated systems that are coming on schedule is just amazing. Really appreciate that work.
Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. So let's put the completely unbiased remarks aside by the chair just for a second while I raise 3 points. One, I'll share in the congratulations. When I was a relatively new board member, early 2015, I had a tour with a bunch of colleagues who are no longer here of this hole under the ground, and took a lot of imagination to even understand what it was going to become. And I have not had the privilege to go down since, but I hear it's extraordinary, and I look forward to seeing this incredible gift to New Yorkers and those in Long Island for the additional access. I have two quantifying questions or quantifiable questions I'd like to talk about, and one is for capital program because that's where we're sitting, and one maybe we need to kick off either to finance or to the Long Island Railroad Committee. The first is no one of us was here at the initiation of this program. So what we have is something that got started long before any of us were on this board, and we've now spent $11 billion plus. And I would like to know, and I think it is without doubt, sir, that in your tenure you accelerated the focus on delivery well beyond what it was when I first joined this board. And many were even talking in this board at one point, is it worth mothballing it? Can we even get it done? David remembers that. So that predates you, Jano, and it was a lot of questions. So I would like to ask if we're going to actually have a thoughtful, objective after-action review after decades of the conception of this thing, long before I think I was in high school when I understand that Al D'Amato had conceived of this idea. So I'd like to have a sincere, I'm not being funny, I'm being sincere here, after $11 billion spent of the taxpayers' money, I think we need to have an after-action review about its development, its cost structure, and that's no one person's fault. It just happens to be something that lasts that long. I'd like to have a substantial conversation about, was it what we expected? Forget we. Was it our predecessors what they expected, and did we get what we expected from it, dollar-wise and operationally? That's question one.
I'll start with saying I did what I thought was the near-term version of that in 2018, but the point is well taken. Let's learn from everything we can from this, because there's a lot of, we're already effectuating some of the lessons learned by turning away from breaking up mega projects into 50 separate contracts that run into each other, and by, as we did on Penn Access, by making very specific agreements with damage exposure with the party that controls outages and the ability to do work, which is Amtrak. That was one of the problems that we had by no means the only one, and many of our problems were self-inflicted. But we learned from that. But we will do a major after-action study.
And some is about contractual behavior. Some is even about the conceiving of massive capital projects. So I want to go all the way back, even more chair than even C&D head views was what you did before. The second piece is the last time I looked at it, which was pre-COVID, in volume 2 of our when we put our large financial plans together, we have volume 1, which is the thin version, and then we have volume 2, which is the very thick version. And buried in volume 2 was the operating budget that we would bring on, incremental operating budget for this project, which I roughly recall was $250 million, $250 million. So I'd like to know, and I don't need a number now because I know we're starting to incur it in 22 because we're running practice, et cetera, but I would like to get a sense of what the incremental budget is we're taking on, because I think as we go forward, we're going to have to think about, relative to the spend operationally, not even capital-wise, what these incremental traffic is going to be. And that's not a criticism. That's not saying, I just like to understand it because it is a substantive increase in our operating expenses. Thank you.
We'll do it. Makes sense. Anybody else? Mr. Bingaman.
Yeah, I mean, all these projects are wonderful. I mean, great engineering feats. But we kept talking about the benefits, and one benefit that nobody really seemed to bring up, and I'm from Suffolk County, so it means a lot to me. We have a tremendously underutilized airport out there, MacArthur Airport. Doesn't get the traffic it should get. Our ability to start running trains east in the mornings could be a boon to it. In fact, so much so that the Ronkonkoma Hub project people are already talking about moving the terminal so that it's adjacent the Ronkonkoma train station to make it that much easier for people to use. So I just want, we keep talking about the benefits and potential things that could develop when we do all these projects. There's one right there. And I just want to commend you for it, and I think that's going to be great for my community out in Suffolk and Ronkonkoma.
Yeah, and you got Brookhaven National Labs and other major employers and elements of the Long Island economy that will be able to get people coming out in the morning for the first time in ever. Okay, so we've run long, largely my fault, but Mr. Plachocki is going to update us on the procurements.
Good afternoon. Construction and Development has 3 procurement actions being brought to the Capital Program Committee this month. There is 1 competitive item totaling $39.9 million and 2 ratification items totaling $7.1 million. The competitive item requests approval of the award of a publicly advertised and competitively solicited contract to LK Comstock and Company, LLC, for design-build services to upgrade the supervisory, control, and data acquisition system, which connects to the Power Control Center, and to create a new backup electronic power control center in the amount of $39.9 million. Under this design-build contract, LK Comstock will upgrade the SCADA system at the Power Control Center and upgrade 13 control zones for the BMT division. At the Power Control Center, the design builder will install a new LCD video wall display and new workstations for unified operation of all 16 BMT division control zones. In addition, the design builder will construct a new backup Power Control Center, which will be capable of operating all 16 BMT division control zones if the Power Control Center is unavailable. The new backup Power Control Center will be equipped with the necessary infrastructure for future connections to the IRT and IND divisions. A 2-step request for proposal procurement method was conducted to solicit this contract, which resulted in LK Comstock being unanimously selected for award based on their proposal offering the best overall value. In making their recommendation, the selection committee considered the strength of LK Comstock's technical proposal, understanding of the work, detailed schedule for completion, as well as their proposal offering the lowest cost and reductions to the allocations of railroad supplied services. The remaining 2 items are ratifications and modifications to East Side Access Traction Power Systems contract with EJ Electric Installation Company for a total amount of $7.1 million. Both modifications, one to energize, operate, and maintain 4 traction power substations to support Long Island Railroad's physical characteristic training, and the second, replace 14 sectionalized switches with new load break switches, are described in detail in the staff summary contained in your committee books. I submit these 3 procurement actions for your consideration and vote. Thank you.
Okay. This is officially the unsexy portion of the, like talking about electrical contracts. So do we have any questions on any of these? Are we ready to move them? I'll take a motion. I'm sorry?
So moved. Oh,
You wanted one more?
you want to do 2?
Okay. I have a motion. I have a second.
So moved.
Any opposition? The items carry. What? Well, any opposition is meant to give you an opportunity.
Robert's rules out the door.
Okay. Robert's Rules of JANO, yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody. I think we are adjourned at this point. Any other business? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this thing on? Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting of the Finance Committee to order for May 2022. Mark, are there any public speakers, please?
Yes, there are, Chair Zuckerman. We have two in
Okay.
person. The first speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I just noticed something very interesting in this booklet, and that is the extension of the lease of the 165th Street bus terminal, where you guys have the buses going in. Many years ago, when Tom Savage was the president of the MTA bus company, of the new bus company, I told them that they should redo the 165th Street bus terminal completely. They need to rebuild that. Now, why are you guys entering into a lease with them, if I'm reading this right, but there's no agreement to rebuild the bus terminal? And no one in Jamaica, Queens knew about this. That seems kind of odd. But I do want to also talk about the Freedom ticket, the Atlantic ticket, and City ticket, because some of the elected officials had asked me how come they don't have that going to Far Rockaway. And that's a very good point. Even though Far Rockaway goes through Nassau County, it ends in Queens. So therefore, all those city residents should be able to use the same discount programs as the rest of the people in Queens. So Mark Young, I look forward to him because he's the yes man on that and makes the decision. Oh, I'm sorry. But Mark, and the board and everyone else does that. So we do need that. We need that done. And I look forward to the leadership on this board because it's not fair to those residents at Far Rockaway. They have a very long commute. And the elected officials had brought that up to me. So I'm bringing it up to you guys because all the board members make that yes decision. Sorry about that, guys. But otherwise, I hope that y'all can look into this bus terminal issue and redoing and rebuilding the bus terminal, or just end it at Supton Boulevard over there at the air train station. Integrate that. Thank you.
Thank you. The second and final speaker is Jason Anthony.
Hey, Neil. Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. Clearly, the previous speaker only thinks about Queens. Let's think outside the box. Because City ticket, Atlanta ticket is about all of us. Let's think about our brothers and sisters along the Hudson line. I'm born and raised in the Bronx. And those along the Hudson line, lack thereof, better transit alternatives. Because they only have 2 stations with subway access. That is Yankees, East 153rd Street, that they have the 4, B, and the D, and Marble Hill to 25th Street, that they have the 1. Let's offer them a better transit-oriented. Let's not be exclusive. Let's be inclusive, shall we? And I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
That concludes the public speakers.
All right, thank you, Mark. Mark, on behalf of this board, I want to apologize for the kind of unnecessary commentary that sometimes folks launch at us in public service. We're up here to take comments. We're not up here to take attacks, and you don't deserve that, and no one in this board does, so I want to apologize for that. Okay, administrative action number 1. Can I get a motion for the approval of the April 2022 minutes, please? Second? All in favor say, any discussion, any edits? None. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Our motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, Mark, Budget Watch, please.
Okay, thank you. Chair Zuckerman, committee members, Budget Watch is included in the exhibit book and also on mta.info. This month, the information contains operating results through April, and we have information on subsidies through May. The table at the top of Budget Watch compares year-to-date April results to the adopted budget, and the themes are similar, largely similar to last month. It shows that as of the end of that month, there was a surplus of $191 million overall. This was driven primarily by operating expenses, which were $296 million below budget, and subsidy receipts, which were $203 million above budget. Partially offsetting those positive results were operating revenues, which were $277 million below budget, and debt service, which was $32 million over budget. So looking at some of these figures in greater detail, as you know, I always like to start with fare box and toll revenue, since that's particularly important to the financial recovery of the MTA at the moment. As reported at many of the committees today, earlier today, ridership does continue to grow, but it remains well below the pre-pandemic levels. I do want to note from a financial perspective, one notable thing about April is, if you recall, the financial plan assumes revenue targets that kind of escalate on a quarterly basis. So April was the first month of the second quarter. So the bar kind of got higher in the budget on the fare box revenue and toll side. So while we do continue to see gradual growth in ridership, we were not able to keep up with what was in the budget in April. So looking at April alone, fare box revenue fell $67 million below the budget, and year-to-date, it's $237 million unfavorable. On the other hand, as you've heard throughout the year, toll revenue continues to exceed the projections, and as of the end of the month of April, it was $30 million above budget. Through the end of April, moving to expenses, they were $296 million below budget. 133 billion of that was in labor-related expenses, and most of that was related to vacancies in the various agencies. Overtime expenditures exceeded the budget by 77 billion through April, mostly related to vacancy absentee coverage. Non-labor expenses were $163 billion below budget through the end of April, and that's mostly due to the timing of material spending and contractual spending. Debt service was over budget, as I mentioned before, but that's really a timing issue that'll correct itself next month. As always, we have more up-to-date information on subsidy receipts. Through May, subsidies were $227 million favorable, again consistent with what we've been seeing in prior months. The primary driver of the positive result is in the real estate transaction taxes, which continue to show strength, and were $239 million favorable. Payroll mobility taxes also were favorable. But on the flip side, the petroleum business tax and for-hire vehicle surcharge and MTA aid were below budget. We continue to monitor all these results as we develop the July plan. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Questions? Go ahead.
What would make the PMT come in under expectations?
It's essentially the PMT. We use projections provided to us by the state, assumptions built in economic recovery projections, and in large part, we've seen indicators that have exceeded the original projections.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Yeah, Mark, taking a look at the February financial plan and how many openings you have in the authority here. I mean, the openings go between like 12%, 15%, down to maybe 8% of, I mean, isn't it a formula for, first of all, it appears to me to be a formula for future overtime, where you'll be turning around for quite a long time saying, why is the overtime going up? Well, because we haven't filled these positions. But how fast can you really fill a deficit of hiring that's that large? I mean, what's the sunset when you're gonna get down to like a 3%, vacancy rate or whatever you're looking for?
Yeah, I'll answer that. All the agencies and headquarters are pretty focused with HR on filling vacancies and filling them efficiently. I don't think we have a specific date of when we would get, from, 5,000 vacancies down to 3,000, but there's a effort underway, particularly on the operating side, to try and fill, as many vacancies as possible. As you noted, there's been an increase in overtime costs, mainly related to those vacancies. So I know Transit's, very focused on it and so forth. From a budget perspective, we generally assume we budget for the vacancies getting filled, but the reality, and particularly given the tight labor market, is it's pretty slow to get it filled.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, let me just make a couple of quick points. So Mark, we have a $300 million shortfall year to date against budget. Is that correct? Rough.
On the revenue side, we're
Yeah.
about 276 billion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that's the expense line. I'm sorry, 267. So we're close to $800 million short this year. And as you guys know, we are got a $2.6 billion mix of federal and state subsidies, mostly federal, that closes that gap for us. So that's a yawning gap that's happening due to ridership. And that's something we have to be mindful of, coming to my second point, which is we have a big conversation we're going to have for the July plan redo that the staff is doing, that McKinsey is providing major inputs to, and that's going to really have us think about what the next several years looks like. Now, obviously the rest of this year, but more importantly, frankly, the next couple of years. So I think I'm just repeating stuff that we've talked about the last couple of months, but the purpose of this committee, in my opinion, is that we're a committee of the whole to make sure financially this organization is sustainable over the next several years, because the ridership is not there. So we have to be mindful. So I'm going to turn to our CFO just to remind us about what the plan looks like over the next couple of months for that July plan conversation.
Thanks. We are in the middle of working with McKinsey on updating the ridership forecast, looking at alternative scenarios, and that work will be completed and then incorporated into the July financial plan. I think it's, and we've said this, based on some of the, based on, kind of the ridership to date, which is, again, we've been setting some records, but it's growing at a much slower pace than what we have built into the financial plan. As Mark indicated, we're supposed to tick up to around 75%, and then it's supposed to be, north of 80 by the end of the year. That was the original kind of 2022 is a year coming out of the pandemic. Ridership would snap back, not 100%, but snap back, and that's going slower. So we're going to be incorporating into the July financial plan, after we complete the work, the view on, what the impact is of, if there's a slower ridership recovery over a longer period of time. And that'll, the way to think about it is any loss of revenue this year and next, to the extent it's not offset, right now we're getting offset by increased subsidies, we're getting offset by lower operating expenses, but to the extent the ridership revenue shortfall, continues to grow and cannot be offset, the way the financial plan is, currently built is the federal dollars are used to fill that gap, and the bigger the gaps we have to fill, the less amount of time the federal revenue, the federal subsidies will be around to close the gap. So again, if you remember, in the February financial plan, we assumed the federal dollars would cover us through 2025. I think the key to looking at the July financial plan is that date changed, does it come in, and what does the out year gaps look like based on new ridership. But we're working all that, and we'll have, more detail. I think, again, either way, we'll still have, considerable time to work through solutions with Albany and others, that we're not going to, even at the current ridership levels, we're not going to, we'll have plenty of federal money, for this year and even next year, and, but we'll see the plan at that point.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm sure you are because you're smart, but I'm sure you're figuring in the high, and I hope it doesn't last a long time, but if it does, it's actually good for us. The incredibly high cost of gasoline is going to cause fewer people to drive. Congestion pricing kicking in is going to cause fewer people to drive, and I'm assuming and I'm hoping that those folks are going to turn to mass transit. And that's got to be figured into the equivalent to the formula somewhere.
So the modeling we're doing, does look at all, mode changes, and, the price of gas is a, very fluctuating, impact. Certainly congestion pricing in terms of, creating more, more demand in transit that's built in, and so forth, as well as it's helpful, as you know, the congestion pricing helps our capital program, but also makes our bridges and tunnels more competitive, versus the alternative, which right now are free bridges. So we are modeling all that in. I'd say the biggest factors are perception of transit, right, which is a mix. If you look at where we are right now, it's a mix of, people still fearful about COVID and so forth, and obviously the safety issue is a big one. So there's that, but the structural changes underlying, that add to that are the shift in perceived, the work from home and hybrid work schedules, which change our commuting, demands, and then even non-work trip demand based on acceleration of, different e-commerce formats. And, we even look, the analysis looks at, impact of, bikes and other either, sometimes competing, sometimes complementary modes.
But one of the good signs, quite obviously, is that the times of discretionary travel, nights and weekends, they're really turning back to the system. I was on standing room only trains this whole weekend, so and I made sure that it wasn't something that had broken down and there was a long gap. So people are actually riding it.
Absolutely. So when you think of, for 60% during the week on average, and, we're showing closer to 80% on the weekend, that shows exactly the point you're making, where the weekday is obviously much more impacted by people's choices around, working from home.
So any other questions on Budget Watch? So just as Andrew just raised, just continue to keep those assumptions that you want to talk about, the positive ones and the not so positive ones, when we have that discussion in the July plan, because that's going to be a very meaty conversation. Okay, Pat, I see you're virtual, you're live, but you're not here. So Pat, Finance Watch, please.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. So Finance Watch is on page 21 of your director's desk this afternoon. We have a few transactions to report, the first being the issuance of our 2022 C TBTA payroll mobility tax bonds. These bonds were priced on May 4th and 5th in a very challenging and difficult market environment. The transaction successfully closed on May 12th. And as you can see here in our statistics, the all-in true interest cost here was 4.48%. The average life of the issue is 25 years, just slightly over 25 years. Ratings were all affirmed, and you should have a detailed email in your inbox from Marcia Tanian on some of the characterizing some of the market activity that those days of pricing, which I think can be helpful. Again, a very challenging environment, and we saw market dynamics shift tremendously on our final day of pricing on May 5th, and it caused, as you can see here, our cost of funds here to be higher than what we had hoped for. Moving on, we have a number of variable rate letter of credit extensions that we're working on. We'll be working to extend U.S. Bank on some TBTA variable rate bonds, the 05V4s. We will extend Bank of Montreal on some transportation revenue bonds, the 2012 A2s. And then we have two transactions that we're working with TD Bank on, a DTF, a variable rate refunding series, 2008 A1s, and then lastly, the DTF, variable rate refunding bonds, 2008 A2As. So we'll be working on all those and we'll report on those next month. Lastly, we have a fuel hedge to report. On April 28th, we executed a 2.8 million gallon hedge for ULSD, ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. And the winning bid was submitted by Cargill Incorporated at our all-in price of $2.86 per gallon. And this hedge covers the period of April 23 through March of 2024. I'd be happy to take any questions on Finance Watch at this point.
Questions? Well, Pat, thank you for managing us through what is becoming a difficult environment. 4.48 rate for the long-term bond is not something we were expecting to see. For those on this board who have personal mortgages, you're probably and got refinancing the last couple of years, you're a little startled by that number. And unfortunately, we don't know where it's going to go, but probably not down in the near term. Pat, you have an action item, please?
Right. There is an action item, and this is the annual investment report. There's a staff summary in the book, as well as in the report itself appears in the exhibit book on page 32. This is an annual update of our investments, and with each annual update, we also ask the board to renew the investment policies that we adhere to, obviously in the Treasury operation as we invest our monies for the coming year. So I would ask for a vote to accept and approve the investment policy.
Second?
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Our motion passes. Thank you very much, Pat. All right, Mark, 3 information items to you.
Yes, 3 of them. The first one is an annual information item, and this specifies and summarizes the amounts that the MTA is billing the counties in New York City for station use and maintenance for April 21 through March of 22. Payments are mandated by state law. They're based on a CPI index. And the total amount being billed for this period is approximately $191 million. Controller Jim McGovern is here if there are any questions.
Folks, page 35, anything? Keep going.
Okay. The second item is an information item included in the exhibit book and MTA.info. It's the annual pension fund report. Senior Director, HR, Margaret Connor, and Chief Investment Officer, Valerie Bannon, are available to answer any questions.
Do they want to say anything, or no? They don't want to say anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions on the pension?
And the third information item is the draft audited MTA consolidated financial statements for the years ending 2021 and 2020. This was discussed earlier today at the Audit Committee meeting. The materials are available in the exhibit book and MTA.info as well. The final audit report is expected to be approved by the auditors on May 27th. Again, Jim McGovern is here if you have any questions.
Well, knowing how the audit chair is sitting to my left and is a very talented executive, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a flying audit, is it not? Flying colors. Any questions? Okay, thanks. Kavesh, procurements to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Finance Committee approval this month are 3 items for MTA headquarters totaling $17.2 million. The first item is a 5-year extension of a service agreement with Cambridge Systematics in the amount of $7.6 million for continued hosting, maintenance, and improvement of the central server subsystem of the bus customer information system. This is one of our key enterprise platforms undertaken in the past decade to improve customer communications and communications. This serves as the MTA's automatic vehicle location system by generating and electronically broadcasting real-time locations for all active buses in the MTA fleet and feeds information to digital signs, automatic passenger counting, transit signal priority, and a various host of MTA apps, including Open Trip Planner. The second item is a modification to the tenant management and accounting services contract with Greystone and Company for a total of $4.865 million to extend the current contract by an additional 10 months at a cost of $4.382 million, and to perform property management functions for assets acquired by the MTA for the Second Avenue Subway Phase 2 project at a cost of $483,000. The proposed property management scope of work provides for a combination of accounting and operational services required to manage a portfolio of residential, commercial buildings, and fence lots being acquired. The third item is a 3-year extension to the enterprise-wide governance, risk, and compliance system contract with Ernst & Young to provide continuous software licensing and maintenance and support of the MTA's GRC system in the amount of $4.7 million. This extension will also allow sufficient time for Ernst & Young to successfully complete the transition of MTA agencies from an on-premises GRC platform to a cloud environment. The software licensing and maintenance and routine and emergency technical support services, including firmware updates and patches, are also included in this extension. I request your approval for these agenda items.
All right, thank you, Kavesh. Any questions on any of the items? Please, Elizabeth.
Am I on? I'm on. Were these intended, what we're going to vote on, these procurements, were these competitively bid out, or were
Yes.
these extensions? These were competitively bid out?
They were competitively bid out. These are extensions based on the existing contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, so I have one on the first. I'm going to channel a former board member, Chuck Merdler, who was always very thoughtful in the notion of competition. I see some smiles remembering Chuck fondly. Look, Cambridge will be 16 years in the role of this provider, this service they're providing. And so I have two questions, and I assume Transits has reviewed this, of course. So I'm just trying to understand, 16 years is a long time to be providing a software service. Sometimes one believes at that point you could have bought it 17 times over, and it's just a long time to be in. So is there anything you can provide, Kavesh, from the conversation about this procurement, please?
So, Chair, good question. So, when we discussed this matter with buses and Sunil Nair, this very topic was brought up, and basically what has happened over this period of time is that MTA bus have very specific requirements with a rather large fleet of circa 6,000 buses that we have. So as we've gone through this process working with Cambridge Systematics, we have tinkered and made this a very specific service that is provided to us. To go out at this stage on an open RFP now wouldn't be to the benefit of buses. As a chief procurement officer, I would recommend that if the next time they do come to us, we would at the very least have to have a competitive process and resolicit.
No, Neil, we discussed this when we were briefed earlier in the week, well, last week on buses, and we did go through all this detail. And I happen to have asked the same question, and Frank and Rich and Craig and Monica all assured me exactly what Kavesh had said.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And Neil, I think what you're alluding to is, we have to, make sure, the more customized we get, we also become a captive of the service provider, and so we need to keep thinking of, how to keep our costs down and keep them competitive, even though we have highly customized needs. I assume that's kind of the point. I assume you run into that in many of your procurements.
Yes, true. And we definitely bear that in mind. It was the first question I posed as well, simply because it's also the ever evolving technology, but more importantly, it's also we have to be competitive, especially with dealing with taxpayers' money.
Yeah, it's a two-pronged problem. One is you don't want to get beholden to a single vendor, but secondly, when over a course of 20 years you're paying the same company to basically be a captive, which becomes akin to being an employee, you wonder, should we have just brought it in-house at some point? Now, of course, there's a competitive advantage question where they're better at this than we are, and fine, we'll use a third party to do it. But if they're living off us, we might as well have just done it ourselves in the first place, because we're just passing profit to somebody else. And so that's a mindset different companies have at different places. Anyway, any other questions? Any other procurements? Can we get a motion for all three at the same time? Second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, abstentions, motions carry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no other procurements for the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and we are, Ms. Patel, do you have anything you want to share with us, please?
Sure. The monthly MTA board meeting on Wednesday, 5/25, will also be the annual board meeting for FIMTech, or the First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company. For informational purposes, the FIMTech board book has been distributed to board members in advance of the meeting. The book contains the annual meeting newsletter, historical financial information, and a statement from the independent actuary that reserves recorded by the FIMTech meet state requirements and make reasonable provisions for unpaid losses and loss adjustment expense obligations. No vote on this is required, but I will give you a brief sort of overview of FIMTech, just so that you understand the financials that will be presented in the book. The annual report was made available to you. Like I just said, it has the audited financial statements, an actuarial report, an investment report, and also a newsletter, and it provides an overview of the operations. To give some history, FIMTech is the first pure captive insurer in New York State and is licensed to place insurance and reinsurance programs on behalf of the MTA and its agencies. The MTA board members serve as the board for FIMTech. That's in accordance with our bylaws. FIMTech currently has two officers, Pat McCoy, Deputy Chief of the Financial Services, and Claudia Rubin, who's the Deputy Director at Risk and Insurance Management. Some of our insurance programs are listed on the top of this slide, include property, excess liability, our owner-controlled insurance program, as well as a few others. Today's FIMTech's total assets are in excess of $1 billion, which support various insurance programs across the MTA agencies. FIMTech is regulated by New York State Department of Financial Services and is audited periodically by them. We're currently in an audit, a fourth audit by them. The captive allows MTA to obtain broader coverage with better terms and conditions and increased control over the insurance programs. Some of the highlights from 2021 financials are that we had a net loss of $62.5 million, primarily due to increased loss and loss adjustment expenses due to adverse claims and case outcomes. We also had a loss included in that $62 million of $8.3 million due to the investment losses. As a result, FIMTech net position or equity was reduced by $224 million from the $287 million on the prior year. This compares to an average equity position over the prior 3 years of $237 million. Nevertheless, key ratios which measure financial strength and adequacy of reserves remain well within insurance industry recommended levels. It's also in the financials when you look in the book. And also, the actuary provided a positive statement of actuary opinion regarding FemTech's reasonableness of reserves given its exposure. Yes.
Neil?
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
College.
So do we have some kind of stop loss for catastrophic loss that exceeds what we're talking about? Do we have a secondary sort of umbrella policy and off with another insurance company in the event of catastrophic loss?
We do have representatives from Risk and Insurance Management that can answer specific questions, but I think Jay was going to go into the second slide, which shows on the reinsurance that we do acquire to cover, catastrophic. When you think of the really big catastrophic losses like Sandy and other big storms, what ends up happening is we have, retention or deductibles at each one of the agencies, and then most of the insurance that FemTech writes, then we seek reinsurance in the commercial market, and then above and beyond that has been the federal government and FEMA, which is not a insurance policy. It's been, the experience when you have, very large losses.
Right.
So the approach, and the team can comment, is that, they look to acquire as much insurance in the commercial market that is reasonably available.
Yeah.
The markets have gotten, the insurance market's gotten much harder.
Sure.
In other words, both the capacity of the amount of insurance we can purchase has come down, and the price has gone up. And
No,
walk through
I was
some
just thinking of the
details.
condo collapse where the settlement came in over somewhere in $1 billion.
Right.
And clearly, we could, not saying it's going to happen, but theoretically, we could have a much worse disaster in this system. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's, again, when you think of, FemTech is a way to kind of efficiently manage the risk of all the agencies, and is another way to, in essence, by having the balance sheet that we've built up over time, to take some of that risk out of the agencies in terms of the volatility. We try to purchase as much as we can in the commercial, but you're right, it's, some of these risks are, it's very hard to find the insurance at a reasonable price, so it does become kind of a self-insurance, issue. And, particularly on the property side, the other thing is, not only have the, storms gotten more severe and so forth, but, as the replacement cost of our assets go up, right? And if the amount of insurance you're getting is going down, your exposure just increases. And Claudia, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that, or if I covered it. Okay, thank you. The one thing I'll say on the loss this year, this was, because of some very large cases, liability settlements. Unfortunately for us, being in New York, the claims tend to be very high. The courts are, as you know, very friendly against us, and so if you look at the history of FemTech, 1 year there's a loss, next year we don't, so forth and so on. And the whole idea of having the 200 million plus of equity plus the balance sheet is to be able to smooth out out those losses from a budget perspective.
Anything else? Done?
No, I'll have two more slides.
Yeah, go.
Sure,
Go.
okay. So as Kevin just mentioned, property program is procured through our global reinsurance marketplace. Our coverage is $414 million this year, and our capital markets is for $100 million, what we consider Metro Cat MetroCat covers storm surge and earthquake and will mature on April 30th, 2023. For that renewal, we'll come back to place another cat bond and will seek board approval. So the 2022 program limit was reduced to $414 million from $500 million, which we had in 2021. That's due to current market conditions, global losses, and capacity, as Kevin talked about. We face the challenges that are not unique to the MTA. Many companies and agencies are facing significant premium increases and loss of capacity resulting mainly from extreme weather events, wildfires, wild storms, and floods. In order to keep our costs relatively flat, MTA purchased the $414 million of reinsurance for a total cost of $38 million. It leaves the MTA to self-insure approximately $86 million of additional limits. We also, just to give you sort of a perspective, we were offered an additional $60 million of capacity for a premium cost of additional $10 million. So we purchased 415 rather than spend the extra $10 million to get to that piece.
Yeah. Yeah, if I could comment on that, and it's not just the 10 million, it's, our brokers and the team, put together this huge matrix of everyone's, basically going around the globe working with Marsh and getting all the insurance bids and putting it together. And at the end of the day is one thing that happens, very rarely once you agree to pay a certain price for insurance, does the next year, does it go down? And so, part of the analysis is that, where you draw the line and which bids you kind of throw out that seem particularly egregious and also would set a benchmark for the cost for next year. So it's, there's no magic formula. I would say that, Dave, as you mentioned, this amount of insurance is not, a large amount of insurance, given, the events and the property. And if you look at the, long history, we used to be able to get, $1 billion of property insurance pretty easy, and then it went down to 800 and then down to 5, and now we're, just hovering, north of 400. And look, if the market gets softer again, we can buy more or cheaper, but this is kind of the reality of where we are. So we're not trying to skimp and, not protect ourselves as much as possible. It's just, it's a matter of where it is.
The 400 that you just mentioned is to protect assets of how large?
I think the replacement value of the assets was in excess of 500 billion. Is that 560 billion? So, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, Jay, can you explain to me, I'm a little dull here or something, but the second to the last bullet point there, market exiting the rail industry, can you explain to me what's the function behind that?
Good afternoon. Hi, yes. So we had a few markets that dropped the program this year. They did not want to, they not continue riding rail or transportation industry at all. So we lost that capacity.
Yeah, I think, and Claude, I don't know if, some of the complications in rail and transportation is, it's, understanding the assets and, the replacement cost and so forth. It's a more complicated asset to insure, and then for them to even reinsure versus, condos on the coast of Florida that, it's, kind of a much more generic type asset in terms of knowing replacement, but I don't know if...
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, the rail industry in general.
No, you leave me more confused than I started, but that's okay.
I think what they're telling you is that no matter how much certain people deny climate, the one people that will not deny climate are the insurers.
Yeah, I just start to feel like, we built a house, a place we should not have built a house, and we're asking somebody else to support us, but I don't see that in the rail industry. I mean, the rail industry, of course, runs through some very low properties, but, Metro North, particularly with us, is very low. There's a lot of water issues, so perhaps that's it, but I don't see what's behind it.
I guess what Norman is asking is there any feedback from the insurance companies that have pulled out of this market in particular that we could get? I'm not suggesting if you don't know the answer now, maybe that's something you can get some information for us, because as Norman's saying, maybe it is canary in the coal mine kind of information we would benefit from.
So what we heard from our insurance broker is that it's a hard industry to insure. We do have a representative from Marsh. He communicates with the insurance.
Well, maybe we could take some more than, maybe you can go one level below hard if you want to provide, ma'am, anywhere there's a microphone. We have enough of a quorum. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Kelly. I'm a managing director at Marsh and client executive working with risk management in the MTA. Yes, the assets in the MTA are confronted with an insurance market right now that is particularly difficult. And rail assets in particular, because of some of the characteristics being below ground and because of specific losses, present insurance companies insuring all risk property and flooding with complications. There is a supply-demand aspect to the marketplace, and we're in a particularly difficult time over the last 30 years in which the insurance market, U.S., European, Asian, the entire world market has contracted in the availability of capacity, and that's resulted in them rebalancing and relooking at all of their risks. So this is not a problem that's specific to rail, although because of the difficulty of and where you are and the value of the assets make it a challenge for certain underwriters.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you for your help on behalf of the MTA.
Done.
All right. Anything else on insurance?
Sort of the portfolio and our investments. I'll be really brief. The investment portfolio is approximately $823 million in size and comprised of 8 individual trusts. Like other insurance assets of this nature, assets are conservatively invested in high-quality fixed income securities. In aggregate, the largest allocations are AA plus rated U.S. Treasury securities at 37% and mortgage-backed securities at 22%. Overall, credit quality of the aggregate portfolio is AA and is yielding 2.61%. As inflation and interest rates have increased, portfolios have experienced some unrealized losses, but have outperformed their benchmarks over Q1, the trailing 1 year, and since inception with the current investment manager, which is BlackRock for us. So it's not very unique to us, right, with interest rates and inflation. So we'll continue to monitor that with the markets.
All right, Jai, thank you very much. Barring, you have any more on that? No. Any other questions on insurance? Okay, David, over to you. Let's focus on the 4 action items first, please. And just I want a quick note, 2 of these 4 action items are tied to our most recent capital plan, so we should be excited about them. There's 2 of them that David going to hit there and be like, wow, they're doing it. It's good stuff. So, Dave, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 4, as you mentioned, 4 action items. The first, there are 3 for New York City Transit. The first is an extension of the lease with 89th Jamaica Realty Company for the Jamaica Bus Terminal in Jamaica. The second action item relates to the acquisition of property interest for Phase 2 of the Second Avenue Subway. And the third is an amendment to the lease license agreement with Swift Vending for operations of vending machines at various New York City Transit locations. The last item is for MTA Metro North Railroad and is an authorization to enter into various agreements with the City of New York in support of the replacement of the Park Avenue Viaduct. Bob Paley, head of MTA's Transit-Oriented Development Group, is here to answer any questions regarding the second item. There are also 4 information items. Happy to answer any questions regarding any of the foregoing.
So questions? It's near the end. I'll get to the page number. The 107.
David, the Park
107.
Avenue,
107.
It begins on page 105. I'm sorry?
the Park Avenue viaducts are just extensions, right?
Yeah, basically it's agreements whereby we're going to use property, permanent, temporary,
For
the
the next
usual.
phase.
Yeah. More facilitating.
Got it.
Let me have a motion, and we'll answer. More proper format is motion to approve.
I so moved.
Can I have a second? Any discussion? I do have one question. Maybe Mr. Paley will answer this one. So, is there a dollar ceiling on all these takings or eminent domain? I see a lot of we're giving permission to buy stuff, but we have obviously we don't know the prices and where's that ceiling of monies that we would spend on this.
So the budget is actually included in the Second Avenue subway budget. There's a real estate acquisition line in there. I don't know this particular component. These are pretty, technical, standard kinds of acquisitions just for temporary easements for rock bolts, that sort of thing. So they're not very expensive.
My grandfather always said, "Don't count other people's money. What you may think is inexpensive, people think is a windfall." So I don't know, sir. Sir.
On the issue of the vending machines, so we're going to be installing Omni vending machines in October, and because of the space that those take up, we're going to remove some MetroCard vending machines. Where is there room for these CVS machines?
These exist already.
Where are they?
They're at Union Square and at Chambers Street. They already exist, and we're just looking to extend those.
To extend the existing?
Right, and any of the new vending machines, we put in a lot of PPE in July of 2020.
Right.
Those may be over time converted to other uses, but in no way do they interfere with any of the TVM locations, and we'd stay away from the TVM locations.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you, Hada. Okay, your information items, David.
One is the monthly report on agreements entered into directly by the Real Estate Department pursuant to board policy. We have a permit extension with the County of Westchester to allow for access across their property onto Metro North property for parking, employee parking, and access to the platforms of capital construction work. The third is a permit with the town of Ossining for temporary use of our Ossining Station parking lot for a local Earth Day event. And the last is a permit with the County of Westchester to support our ADA construction efforts in Scarsdale. All our information items.
Okay, any comments, questions? No? Okay, I skipped over just identifying the February materials in the book, pages 50 to 102. So if anyone wants to discuss them, have any questions on them, please, this is a moment to do that. Elizabeth, I know you were asking about the March comparison of revenues. I don't know if you want to ask about that. This is the moment we can do that.
Find my page. It's page 83. I just. Let's see. The MTA revenue per passenger. I was comparing 2019 to the current term, 2022, and the projections, and for some reason March was really low. I don't know if anyone could. In 2019.
I'm guessing it's because the comparison was when the bad stuff hit in March of 2020. So
Is
the
that
number,
what it is?
I'm guessing the number was low in March of 2020. So
And that's
why,
what brought it down.
Yeah, that's what I
2019
guess.
to 2020.
Yes, correct. It's 19 and 20, so January, February, and March are the 2020 numbers. So March was the first month of the pandemic.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions on the financial statements in the book? Any other business? Motion to adjourn? Second? All right, adjourn. Thank you very much. See you next month.